Chapter 11, Part 2 of The Riddle of the Universe by Ernst Haeckel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Riddle of the Universe by Ernst Haeckel. Translated by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 11, The Immortality of the Soul. The conception of the soul as a substance is far from clear in many psychologists. Sometimes it is regarded as an immaterial entity of a peculiar character in an abstract and idealistic sense, sometimes in a concrete and realistic sense, and sometimes in a confused tertium quid between the two. If we adhere to the monistic idea of substance, which we develop in Chapter 12, and which takes it to be the simplest element of our whole world system, we find energy and matter inseparably associated in it. We must therefore distinguish in the substance of the soul the characteristic psychic energy, which is all we perceive, sensation, presentation, volition, etc., and the psychic matter, which is the indispensable basis of its activity, that is, the living protoplasm. Thus, in the higher animals, the matter of the soul is a part of the nervous system. In the lower nerveless animals and plants, it is a part of their multicellular protoplasmic body. And in the unicellular protists, it is a part of their protoplasmic cell body. In this way, we are brought once more to the psychic organs, and to an appreciation of the fact that these material organs are indispensable for the action of the soul. But the soul itself is actual. It is the sum total of their physiological functions. However, the idea of a specific soul substance found in the dualistic philosophers who admit such a thing is very different from this. They conceive the immortal soul to be material, yet invisible, and essentially different from the visible body which it inhabits. Thus, invisibility comes to be regarded as a most important attribute of the soul. Some, in fact, compare the soul with ether, and regard it, like ether, as an extremely subtle, light, and highly elastic material, an imponderable agency that fills the intervals between the ponderable particles of the living organism. Others compare the soul with the wind, and so give it a gaseous nature. And it is this simile which first found favor with primitive peoples and led in time to the familiar dualistic conception. When a man died, the body remained as a lifeless corpse, but the immortal soul flew out of it with the last breath. The comparison of the human soul with physical ether as a qualitatively similar idea has assumed a more concrete shape in recent times through the great progress of optics and electricity, especially in the last decade. For these sciences have taught us a good deal about the energy of ether, and enabled us to formulate certain conclusions as to the material character of this all-pervading agency. As I intend to describe these important discoveries later on, I shall do no more at present than briefly point out that they render the notion of an etheric soul absolutely untenable. Such an etheric soul, that is, a psychic substance, which is similar to physical ether and which, like ether, passes between the ponderable elements of the living protoplasm or the molecules of the brain, cannot possibly account for the individual life of the soul. Neither the mystic notions of that kind which were warmly discussed about the middle of the century, nor the attempts of modern neo-vitalists to put their mystical vital force on a line with physical ether call for refutation any longer. Much more widespread and still much respected is the view which ascribes a gaseous nature to the substance of the soul. The comparison of human breath with the wind is a very old one. They were originally considered to be identical, and were both given the same name. The animos and psyche of the Greeks, and the anima and spiritus of the Romans, were originally all names for a breath of wind. They were transferred from this to the breath of man. After a time, this living breath was identified with the vital force, and finally it came to be regarded as the soul itself, or, in a narrower sense, as its highest manifestation, the spirit. From that the imagination went on to derive the mystic notion of individual spirits. These also are still usually conceived as aeriform beings, though they are credited with the physiological functions of an organism, and they have been photographed in certain well-known spiritist circles. Experimental physics has succeeded, during the last decade of the century, in reducing all gaseous bodies to a liquid, most of them also to a solid, condition. Nothing more is needed than special apparatus, which exerts a violent pressure on the gases at a very low temperature. By this process not only the atmospheric elements, oxygen, hydrogen, and nitrogen, but even compound gases, such as carbonic acid gas, and gaseous aggregates, like the atmosphere, have been changed from gaseous to liquid form. In this way, the invisible substances have become visible to all, and in a certain sense tangible. With this transformation, the mystic nimbus which formerly veiled the character of the gas in popular estimation as an invisible body that wrought visible effects, has entirely disappeared. If, then, the substance of the soul were really gaseous, it should be possible to liquefy it by the application of a high pressure at a low temperature. We could then catch the soul as it is breathed out, at the moment of death, condense it, and exhibit it in a bottle as immortal fluid, fluidum animae immortale. By a further lowering of temperature and increase of pressure, it might be possible to solidify it, to produce soul snow. The experiment has not yet succeeded. If athanatism were true, if indeed the human soul were to live for all eternity, we should have to grant the same privilege to the souls of the higher animals, at least to those of the nearest related mammals, apes, dogs, etc. For man is not distinguished from them by a special kind of soul, or by any peculiar and exclusive psychic function, but only by a higher degree of psychic activity, a superior stage of development. In particular, consciousness, the function of the association of ideas, thought, and reason, has reached a higher level in many men, by no means in all, than in most of the animals. Yet this difference is far from being so great as is popularly supposed, and it is much slighter in every respect than the corresponding difference between the higher and the lower animal souls, or even the difference between the highest and the lowest stages of the human soul itself. If we ascribe personal immortality to man, we are bound to grant it also to the higher animals. It is therefore quite natural that we should find this belief in the immortality of the animal soul among many ancient and modern peoples. We even meet it sometimes today in many thoughtful men who postulate an immortal life for themselves and have at the same time a thorough empirical knowledge of the psychic life of the animals. I once knew an old head forester who, being left a widower and without children at an early age, had lived alone for more than 30 years in a noble forest of East Prussia. His only companions were one or two servants, with whom he exchanged merely a few necessary words, and a great pack of different kinds of dogs, with which he lived in perfect psychic communion. Through many years of training, this keen observer and friend of nature had penetrated deep into the individual souls of his dogs, and he was as convinced of their personal immortality as he was of his own. Some of his most intelligent dogs were, in his impartial and objective estimation, at a higher stage of psychic development than his old stupid maid and the rough, wrinkled manservant. Any unprejudiced observer who will study the conscious and intelligent psychic activity of a fine dog for a year, and follow attentively the physiological processes of the thought, judgment, and reason, will have to admit that it has just as valid a claim to immortality as man himself. The proofs of the immortality of the soul, which have been adduced for the last 2,000 years, and are indeed still credited with some validity, have their origin, for the most part, not in an effort to discover the truth, but in an alleged necessity of emotion. that is, in imagination and poetic conceit. As Kant puts it, the immortality of the soul is not an object of pure reason, but a postulate of practical reason. But we must set practical reason entirely aside, together with all the exigencies of emotion or of moral education, etc., when we enter upon an honest and impartial pursuit of truth. For we shall only attain it by the work of pure reason, starting from empirical data and capable of logical analysis. We have to say the same of athanatism as of theism. Both are creations of poetic mysticism and of transcendental faith, not of rational science. When we come to analyze all the different proofs that have been urged for the immortality of the soul, we find that not a single one of them is of a scientific character. Not a single one is consistent with the truths we have learnt in the last few decades from physiological psychology and the theory of descent. The theological proof that a personal creator has breathed an immortal soul, generally regarded as a portion of the divine soul, into man is a pure myth. The cosmological proof that the moral order of the world demands the eternal duration of the human soul is a baseless dogma. The teleological proof that the higher destiny of man involves the perfecting of his defective earthly soul beyond the grave rests on a false anthropism. The moral proof that the defects and the unsatisfied desires of earthly existence must be fulfilled by compensative justice on the other side of eternity is nothing more than a pious wish. The ethnological proof that the belief in immortality, like the belief in God, is an innate truth common to all humanity is an error in fact. The ontological proof that the soul, being a simple, immaterial, and indivisible entity, cannot be involved in the corruption of death, is based on an entirely erroneous view of the psychic phenomena. It is a spiritualistic fallacy. All these and similar proofs of athanatism are in a parlous condition. They are definitely annulled by the scientific criticism of the last few decades. The extreme importance of the subject leads us to oppose to these untenable proofs of immortality a brief exposition of the sound scientific arguments against it. The physiological argument shows that the human soul is not an independent, immaterial substance, but, like the soul of all the higher animals, merely a collective title for the sum total of man's cerebral functions. And these are just as much determined by physical and chemical processes as any of the other vital functions, and just as amenable to the law of substance. The histological argument is based on the extremely complicated microscopic structure of the brain. It shows us the true elementary organs of the soul in the ganglionic cells. The experimental argument proves that the various functions of the soul are bound up with certain special parts of the brain, and cannot be exercised unless these are in a normal condition. If the areas are destroyed, their function is extinguished, and this is especially applicable to the organs of thought, the four central instruments of mental activity. The pathological argument is the complement of the physiological. When certain parts of the brain, the centers of speech, sight, hearing, etc., are destroyed by sickness, their activity, speech, vision, hearing, etc., disappears. In this way, nature herself makes the decisive physiological experiment. The ontogenetic argument puts before us the facts of the development of the soul in the individual. We see how the child soul gradually unfolds its various powers. The youth presents them in full bloom, the mature man shows their ripe fruit. In old age, we see the gradual decay of the psychic powers, corresponding to the senile degeneration of the brain. The phylogenetic argument derives its strength from paleontology and the comparative anatomy and physiology of the brain. Cooperating with and completing each other, these sciences prove to the hilt that the human brain, and consequently its function, the soul, has been evolved step by step from that of the mammal, and still further back from that of the lower vertebrate. These inquiries, which might be supplemented by many other results of modern science, prove the old dogma of the immortality of the soul to be absolutely untenable. In the 20th century it will not be regarded as a subject of serious scientific research, but will be left wholly to transcendental faith. The Critique of Pure Reason shows this treasured faith to be a mere superstition, like the belief in a personal God which generally accompanies it. Yet even today millions of believers, not only of the lower, uneducated masses, but even of the most cultured classes, look on this superstition as their dearest possession and their most priceless treasure. It is therefore necessary to enter more deeply into the subject and, assuming it to be true, to make a critical inquiry into its practical value. It soon becomes apparent to the impartial critic that this value rests, for the most part, on fantasy, on the want of clear judgment and consecutive thought. It is my firm and honest conviction that a definite abandonment of these athanatist illusions would involve no painful loss, but an inestimable positive gain for humanity. Man's emotional craving clings to the belief in immortality for two main reasons. Firstly, in the hope of securing better conditions of life beyond the grave, and secondly, in the hope of seeing once more the dear and loved ones whom death has torn from us. As for the first hope, it corresponds to a natural feeling of the justice of compensation, which is quite correct subjectively, but has no objective validity whatever. We make our claim for an indemnity for the unnumbered defects and sorrows of our earthly existence without the slightest real prospect or guarantee of receiving it. We long for an eternal life in which we shall meet no sadness and no pain, but an unbounded peace and joy. The pictures that most men form of this blissful existence are extremely curious. The immaterial soul is placed in the midst of grossly material pleasures. The imagination of each believer paints the enduring splendor according to his personal taste. The American Indian, whose athanatism Schiller has so well depicted, trusts to find in his paradise the finest hunting grounds, with innumerable hordes of buffaloes and bears. The Eskimo looks forward to sun-tipped icebergs with an inexhaustible supply of bears, seals, and other polar animals. The effeminate Singalese frames his paradise on the wonderful island paradise of Ceylon, with its noble gardens and forests, adding that there will be unlimited supplies of rice and curry, of cocoa nuts and other fruit, always at hand. The Mohammedan Arab believes it will be a place of shady gardens of flowers, watered by cool springs, and filled with lovely maidens. The Catholic fisherman of Sicily looks forward to a daily superabundance of the most valuable fishes and the finest macaroni, and eternal absolution from all his sins, which he can go on committing in his eternal home. The evangelical of North Europe longs for an immense Gothic cathedral, in which he can chant the praises of the Lord of hosts for all eternity. In a word, each believer really expects his eternal life to be a direct continuation of his individual life on earth, only in a much improved and enlarged edition. We must lay special stress on the thoroughly materialistic character of Christian athanatism, which is closely connected with the absurd dogma of the resurrection of the body. As thousands of paintings of famous masters inform us, the bodies that have risen again, with the souls that have been born again, walk about in heaven just as they did on this vale of tears. They see God with their eyes, they hear his voice with their ears, they sing hymns to his praise with their larynx, and so forth. In fine, the modern inhabitants of the Christian paradise have the same dual character of body and soul, the same organs of an earthly body, as our ancient ancestors had in Odin's hall in Valhalla, as the immortal Turks and Arabs have in Mohammed's lovely gardens, as the old Greek demigods and heroes had in the enjoyment of nectar and ambrosia at the table of Zeus. But however gloriously we may depict this eternal life in paradise, it remains endless in duration. Do we realize what eternity means? The uninterrupted continuance of our individual life forever. The profound legend of the wandering Jew, the fruitless search for rest of the unhappy Ahasuerus, should teach us to appreciate such an eternal life at its true value. The best we can desire after a courageous life, spent in doing good according to our light, is the eternal peace of the grave. Lord, give them an eternal rest. Any impartial scholar who is acquainted with geological calculations of time, and has reflected on the long series of millions of years the organic history of the earth has occupied, must admit that the crude notion of an eternal life is not a comfort, but a fearful menace to the best of men. Only want of clear judgment and consecutive thought can dispute it. The best and most plausible ground for athanatism is found in the hope that immortality will reunite us to the beloved friends who have been prematurely taken from us by some grim mischance. But even this supposed good fortune proves to be an illusion on closer inquiry, and in any case it would be greatly marred by the prospect of meeting the less agreeable acquaintances and the enemies who have troubled our existence here below. Even the closest family ties would involve many a difficulty. There are plenty of men who would gladly sacrifice all the glories of paradise if it meant the eternal companionship of their better half and their mother-in-law. It is more than questionable whether Henry VIII would like the prospect of living eternally with his 6 wives, or Augustus the Strong of Poland, who had 100 mistresses and 352 children. As he was on good terms with the vicar of Christ, he must be assumed to be in paradise, in spite of his sins, and in spite of the fact that his mad military ventures cost the lives of more than 100,000 Saxons. Another insoluble difficulty faces the athanatist when he asks in what stage of their individual development the disembodied souls will spend their eternal life. Will the newborn infant develop its psychic powers in heaven under the same hard conditions of the struggle for life which educate man here on earth? Will the talented youth who has fallen in the wholesale murder of war unfold his rich, unused mental powers in Valhalla? Will the feeble, childish old man who has filled the world with the fame of his deeds in the ripeness of his age live forever in mental decay? Or will he return to an earlier stage of development? If the immortal souls in Olympus are to live in a condition of rejuvenescence and perfectness, then both the stimulus to the formation of and the interest in personality disappear for them. Not less impossible in the light of pure reason do we find the anthropistic myth of the Last Judgment and the separation of the souls of men into 2 great groups, of which one is destined for the eternal joys of paradise and the other for the eternal torments of hell, and that from a personal God who is called the Father of Love. And it is this universal Father who has himself created the conditions of heredity and adaptation, in virtue of which the elect, on the one side, were bound to pursue the path towards eternal bliss, and the luckless poor and miserable, on the other hand, were driven into the paths of the damned. A critical comparison of the countless and manifold fantasies which belief in immortality has produced during the last few thousand years in the different races and religions yields a most remarkable picture. An intensely interesting presentation of it, based on most extensive original research, may be found in Adalbert Svoboda's distinguished works, The Illusion of the Soul and Forms of Faith. However absurd and inconsistent with modern knowledge most of these myths seem to be, they still play an important part, and, as postulates of practical reason, they exercise a powerful influence on the opinions of individuals and on the destiny of races. The idealist and spiritualist philosophy of the day will freely grant that these prevalent materialistic forms of belief in immortality are untenable. It will say that the refined idea of an immaterial soul, a Platonic idea, or a transcendental psychic substance, must be substituted for them. But modern realism can have nothing whatever to do with these incomprehensible notions. They satisfy neither the mind's feeling of causality nor the yearning of our emotions. If we take a comprehensive glance at all that modern anthropology, psychology, and cosmology teach with regard to athanatism, we are forced to this definite conclusion. The belief in the immortality of the human soul is a dogma which is in hopeless contradiction with the most solid empirical truths of modern science. End of chapter 11, part 2. Recording by Nathan Dickey, Ashland, Oregon. journeymanheretic.blogspot.com.
Chapter 12, Part 1 of The Riddle of the Universe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Riddle of the Universe by Ernst Haeckel. Translated by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 12, The Law of Substance, Part 1. The fundamental chemical law of the constancy of matter. The fundamental physical law of the conservation of energy. Combination of both laws in the law of substance. The kinetic, pyknotic, and dualistic ideas of substance. Monism of matter. Ponderable matter. Atoms and elements. Affinity of the elements. The soul of the atom, feeling and inclination. Existence and character of ether. Ether and ponderable matter. Force and energy. Potential and actual force. Unity of natural forces. Supremacy of the law of substance. The supreme and all-pervading law of nature, the true and only cosmological law, is, in my opinion, the law of substance. Its discovery and establishment is the greatest intellectual triumph of the 19th century, in the sense that all other known laws of nature are subordinate to it. Under the name of law of substance, we embrace two supreme laws of different origin and age. The older is the chemical law of the conservation of matter, and the younger is the physical law of the conservation of energy. It will be self-evident to many readers, and it is acknowledged by most of the scientific men of the day, that these two great laws are essentially inseparable. This fundamental thesis, however, is still much contested in some quarters, and we must proceed to furnish the proof of it. But we must first devote a few words to each of the two laws. The law of the persistence or indestructibility of matter, established by Lavoisier in 1789, may be formulated thus: the sum of matter, which fills infinite space, is unchangeable. A body has merely changed its form when it seems to have disappeared. When coal burns, it is changed into carbonic acid gas by combination with the oxygen of the atmosphere. When a piece of sugar melts in water, it merely passes from the solid to the fluid condition. In the same way, it is merely a question of change of form in the cases where a new body seems to be produced. A shower of rain is the moisture of the atmosphere cast down in the form of drops of water. When a piece of iron rusts, the surface layer of the metal has combined with water and with atmospheric oxygen and formed a rust, or oxyhydrate of iron. Nowhere in nature do we find an example of the production or creation of new matter. Nowhere does a particle of existing matter pass entirely away. This empirical truth is now the unquestionable foundation of chemistry. It may be directly verified at any moment by means of the balance. To the great French chemist Lavoisier belongs the high merit of first making this experiment with the balance. At the present day, the scientist, who is occupied from one end of the year to the other with the study of natural phenomena, is so firmly convinced of the absolute constancy of matter that he is no longer able to imagine the contrary state of things. We may formulate the law of the persistence of force, or conservation of energy, thus: the sum of force which is at work in infinite space and produces all phenomena is unchangeable. When the locomotive rushes along the line, the potential energy of the steam is transformed into the kinetic or actual energy of the mechanical movement. When we hear its shrill whistle as it speeds along, the sound waves of the vibrating atmosphere are conveyed through the tympanum and the three bones of the ear into the inner labyrinth, and thence transferred by the auditory nerve to the acoustic ganglionic cells which form the center of hearing in the temporal lobe of the gray bed of the brain. The whole marvelous panorama of life that spreads over the surface of our globe is, in the last analysis, transformed sunlight. It is well known how the remarkable progress of technical science has made it possible for us to convert the different physical forces from one form to another. Heat may be changed into molar movement, or movement of mass, this in turn into light or sound, and then into electricity, and so forth. Accurate measurement of the quantity of force which is used in this metamorphosis has shown that it is constant or unchanged. No particle of living energy is ever extinguished. No particle is ever created anew. Friedrich Mohr of Bonn was very near to the discovery of this great fact in 1837, but the discovery was actually made by the able Swabian physician, Robert Moyer, of Heilbronn, in 1842. Independently of Moyer, however, the principle was reached almost at the same time by the famous physiologist, Hermann Helmholtz. 5 years afterwards he pointed out its general application to, and fertility in, every branch of physics. We ought to say today that it rules also in the entire province of physiology, that is, of organic physics. But on that point we meet a strenuous opposition from the vitalistic biologists and the dualist and spiritualist philosophers. For these, the peculiar spiritual forces of human nature are a group of free forces, not subject to the law of energy. The idea is closely connected with the dogma of the freedom of the will. We have, however, already seen, page 204, that the dogma is untenable. Modern physics draws a distinction between force and energy, but our general observations so far have not needed a reference to it. The conviction that these two great cosmic theorems, the chemical law of the persistence of matter and the physical law of the persistence of force, are fundamentally one, is of the utmost importance in our monistic system. The two theories are just as intimately united as their objects, matter and force or energy. Indeed, this fundamental unity of the two laws is self-evident to many monistic scientists and philosophers, since they merely relate to two different aspects of one and the same object, the cosmos. But however natural the thought may be, it is still very far from being generally accepted. It is stoutly contested by the entire dualistic philosophy, vitalistic biology, and parallelistic psychology. Even, in fact, by a few inconsistent monists, who think they find a check to it in consciousness, in the higher mental activity of man, or in other phenomena of our free mental life. For my part, I am convinced of the profound importance of the unifying law of substance as an expression of the inseparable connection in reality of two laws which are only separated in conception. That they were not originally taken together and their unity recognized from the beginning is merely an accident of the date of their respective discoveries. The earlier and more accessible chemical law of the persistence of matter was detected by Lavoisier in 1789, and, after a general application of the balance, became the basis of exact chemistry. On the other hand, the more recondite law of the persistence of force was only discovered by Moyer in 1842, and only laid down as the basis of exact physics by Helmholtz. The unity of the two laws, still much disputed, is expressed by many scientists who are convinced of it in the formula, law of the persistence of matter and force. In order to have a briefer and more convenient expression for this fundamental thought, I proposed some time ago to call it the law of substance, or the fundamental cosmic law. It might also be called the universal law, or the law of constancy, or the axiom of the constancy of the universe. In the ultimate analysis, it is found to be a necessary consequence of the principle of causality. The first thinker to introduce the purely monistic conception of substance into science and appreciate its profound importance was the great philosopher Baruch Spinoza. His chief work appeared shortly after his premature death in 1677, just 100 years before Lavoisier gave empirical proof of the constancy of matter, by means of the chemist's principal instrument, the balance. In his stately pantheistic system, the notion of the world, the universe or the cosmos, is identical with the all-pervading notion of God. It is at one and the same time the purest and most rational monism, and the clearest and most abstract monotheism. This universal substance, this divine nature of the world, shows us two different aspects of its being, or two fundamental attributes: matter, infinitely extended substance, and spirit, the all-embracing energy of thought. All the changes which have since come over the idea of substance are reduced, on a logical analysis, to this supreme thought of Spinoza's. With Goethe, I take it to be the loftiest, profoundest, and truest thought of all ages. Every single object in the world which comes within the sphere of our cognizance, all individual forms of existence, are but special transitory forms, accidents or modes, of substance. These modes are material things when we regard them under the attribute of extension, or occupation of space, but forces or ideas when we consider them under the attribute of thought, or energy. To this profound thought of Spinoza, our purified monism returns after a lapse of 200 years. For us, too, matter, space-filling substance, and energy, moving force, are but two inseparable attributes of the one underlying substance. Among the various modifications which the fundamental idea of substance has undergone in modern physics, in association with the prevalent atomism, we shall select only two of the most divergent theories for a brief discussion, the kinetic and the pyknotic. Both theories agree that we have succeeded in reducing all the different forces of nature to one common original force. Gravity and chemical action, electricity and magnetism, light and heat, etc., are only different manifestations, forms, or dynamodes of a single primitive force, prodynamis. This fundamental force is generally conceived as a vibratory motion of the smallest particles of matter, a vibration of atoms. The atoms themselves, according to the usual kinetic theory of substance, are dead, separate particles of matter which dance to and fro in empty space and act at a distance. The real founder and most distinguished representative of the kinetic theory is Newton, the famous discoverer of the law of gravitation. In his great work, the Philosophiae Naturalis Principia Mathematica, 1687, he showed that throughout the universe the same law of attraction controls the unvarying constancy of gravitation, the attraction of two particles being in direct proportion to their mass and in inverse proportion to the square of their distance. This universal force of gravity is at work in the fall of an apple and the tidal wave no less than in the course of the planets round the sun and the movements of all the heavenly bodies. Newton had the immortal merit of establishing the law of gravitation and embodying it in an indisputable mathematical formula. Yet this dead mathematical formula, on which most scientists lay great stress, as so frequently happens, gives us merely the quantitative demonstration of the theory. It gives us no insight whatever into the qualitative nature of the phenomena. The action at a distance without a medium, which Newton deduced from his law of gravitation, and which became one of the most serious and most dangerous dogmas of later physics, does not afford the slightest explanation of the real causes of attraction. Indeed, it long obstructed our way to the real discovery of them. I cannot but suspect that his speculations on this mysterious action at a distance contributed not a little to the leading of the great English mathematician into the obscure labyrinth of mystic dreams and theistic superstition in which he passed the last 34 years of his life. We find him, at the end, giving metaphysical hypotheses on the predictions of Daniel and on the paradoxical fantasies of St. John. In fundamental opposition to the theory of vibration, or the kinetic theory of substance, we have the modern theory of condensation, or the pyknotic theory of substance. It is most ably established in the suggestive work of J.C. Vogt on the nature of electricity and magnetism on the basis of a simplified conception of substance, 1891. Vogt assumes the primitive force of the world, the universal prodynamis, to be not the vibration or oscillation of particles in empty space, but the condensation of a simple primitive substance which fills the infinity of space in an unbroken continuity. Its sole inherent mechanical form of activity consists in a tendency to condensation or contraction, which produces infinitesimal centers of condensation. These may change their degree of thickness and therefore their volume, but are constant as such. These minute parts of the universal substance, the centers of condensation, which might be called pycnatoms, correspond in general to the ultimate separate atoms of the kinetic theory. They differ, however, very considerably in that they are credited with sensation and inclination, or will movement of the simplest form, with souls in a certain sense, in harmony with the old theory of Empedocles of the love and hatred of the elements. Moreover, these atoms with souls do not float in empty space, but in the continuous, extremely attenuated intermediate substance, which represents the uncondensed portion of the primitive matter. By means of certain constellations, centers of perturbation, or systems of deformation, great masses of centers of condensation quickly unite in immense proportions, and so obtain a preponderance over the surrounding masses. By that process, the primitive substance, which in its original state of quiescence had the same mean consistency throughout, divides or differentiates into two kinds: the centers of disturbance, which positively exceed the mean consistency in virtue of the pycnosis or condensation, form the ponderable matter of bodies. The finer intermediate substance, which occupies the space between them, and negatively falls below the mean consistency, forms the ether, or imponderable matter. As a consequence of this division into mass and ether, there ensues a ceaseless struggle between the two antagonistic elements, and this struggle is the source of all physical processes. The positive ponderable matter, the element with the feeling of like or desire, is continually striving to complete the process of condensation, and thus collecting an enormous amount of potential energy. The negative, imponderable matter, on the other hand, offers a perpetual and equal resistance to the further increase of its strain and of the feeling of dislike connected therewith, and thus gathers the utmost amount of actual energy. We cannot go any further here into the details of the brilliant theory of J.C. Vogt. The interested reader cannot do better than have recourse to the second volume of the above work for a clear, popular exposition of the difficult problem. I am myself too little informed in physics and mathematics to enter into a critical discussion of its lights and shades. Still, I think that this pyknotic theory of substance will prove more acceptable to every biologist who is convinced of the unity of nature than the kinetic theory which prevails in physics today. A misunderstanding may easily arise from the fact that Vogt puts his process of condensation in explicit contradiction with the general phenomenon of motion. But it must be remembered that he is speaking of vibratory movement in the sense of the physicist. His hypothetical condensation is just as much determined by a movement of substance as is the hypothetical vibration. Only the kind of movement and the relation of the moving elements are very different in the two hypotheses. Moreover, it is not the whole theory of vibration, but only an important section of it that is contradicted by the theory of condensation. Modern physics, for the most part, still firmly adheres to the older theory of vibration, to the idea of an actio in distans, and the eternal vibration of dead atoms in empty space. It rejects the pyknotic theory. Although Vogt's theory may be still far from perfect, and his original speculations may be marred by many errors, yet I think he has rendered a very good service in eliminating the untenable principles of the kinetic theory of substance. As to my own opinion, and that of many other scientists, I must lay down the following theses, which are involved in Vogt's pyknotic theory, as indispensable for a truly monistic view of substance, and one that covers the whole field of organic and inorganic nature. 1. The two fundamental forms of substance, ponderable matter and ether, are not dead and only moved by extrinsic force, but they are endowed with sensation and will, though naturally of the lowest grade. They experience an inclination for condensation, a dislike of strain. They strive after the one and struggle against the other. 2. There is no such thing as empty space. That part of space which is not occupied with ponderable atoms is filled with ether. 3. There is no such thing as an action at a distance through perfectly empty space. All action of bodies upon each other is either determined by immediate contact or is effected by the mediation of ether. End of chapter 12, part 1. Chapter 12, part 2 of the Riddle of the Universe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Riddle of the Universe by Ernst Haeckel. Translated by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 12, The Law of Substance. Part 2. Both the theories of substance which we have just contrasted are monistic in principle, since the opposition between the two conditions of substance, mass and ether, is not original. Moreover, they involve a continuous immediate contact and reciprocal action of the two elements. It is otherwise with the dualistic theories of substance, which still obtain in the idealist and spiritualist philosophy, and which have the support of a powerful theology, in so far as theology indulges in such metaphysical speculations. These theories draw a distinction between two entirely different kinds of substance, material and immaterial. Material substance enters into the composition of the bodies which are the object of physics and chemistry. The law of the persistence of matter and force is confined to this world, apart from a belief in its creation from nothing and other miracles. Immaterial substance is found in the spiritual world, to which the law does not extend. In this province, the laws of physics and chemistry are either entirely inapplicable, or they are subordinated to a vital force, or a free will, or a divine omnipotence, or some other phantom which is beyond the ken of critical science. In truth, these profound errors need no further refutation today, for experience has never yet discovered for us a single immaterial substance, a single force which is not dependent on matter, or a single form of energy which is not exerted by material movement, whether it be of mass, or of ether, or of both. Even the most elaborate and most perfect forms of energy that we know, the psychic life of the higher animals, the thought and reason of man, depend on material processes or changes in the neuroplasm of the ganglionic cells. They are inconceivable apart from such modifications. I have already shown, Chapter 11, that the physiological hypothesis of a special immaterial soul substance is untenable. The study of ponderable matter is primarily the concern of chemistry. Few are ignorant of the astonishing theoretical progress which this science has made in the course of the century, and the immense practical influence it has had on every aspect of modern life. We shall confine ourselves here to a few remarks on the more important questions which concern the nature of ponderable matter. It is well known that analytical chemistry has succeeded in resolving the immense variety of bodies in nature into a small number of simple elements, that is, simple bodies which are incapable of further analysis. The number of these elements is about 70. Only 14 of them are widely distributed on the earth and of much practical importance. The majority are rare elements, principally metals, of little practical moment. The affinity of these groups of elements, and the remarkable proportions of their atomic weights, which Lothar Meyer and Mendeleev have proved in their periodic system of the elements, make it extremely probable that they are not absolute species of ponderable matter, that is, not eternally unchangeable particles. The 70 elements have in that system been distributed into 8 leading groups and arranged in them according to their atomic weight, so that the elements which have a chemical affinity are formed into families. The relations of the various groups in such a natural system of the elements recall, on the one hand, similar relations of the innumerable compounds of carbon, and, again, the relations of parallel groups in the natural arrangement of the animal and plant species. Since in the latter cases the affinity of the related forms is based on descent from a common parent form, it seems very probable that the same holds good of the families and orders of the chemical elements. We may therefore conclude that the empirical elements we now know are not really simple, ultimate, and unchangeable forms of matter, but compounds of homogeneous, simple, primitive atoms, variously distributed as to number and grouping. The recent speculations of Gustav Wendt, Wilhelm Preyer, Sir W. Crookes, and others have pointed out how we may conceive the evolution of the elements from a simple primitive material, the prothyl. The modern atomistic theory, which is regarded as an indispensable instrument in chemistry today, must be carefully distinguished from the old philosophic atomism, which was taught more than 2,000 years ago by a group of distinguished thinkers of antiquity, Leucippus, Democritus, and Epicurus. It was considerably developed and modified later on by Descartes, Hobbes, Leibniz, and other famous philosophers. But it was not until 1808 that modern atomism assumed a definite and acceptable form, and was furnished with an empirical basis by Dalton, who formulated the law of simple and multiple proportions in the formation of chemical combinations. He first determined the atomic weight of the different elements, and thus created the solid and exact foundation on which more recent chemical theories are based. These are all atomistic, in the sense that they assume the elements to be made up of homogeneous, infinitesimal, distinct particles, which are incapable of further analysis. That does not touch the question of the real nature of the atoms, their form, size, psychology, etc. These atomic qualities are merely hypothetical, while the chemistry of the atoms, their chemical affinity, that is, the constant proportion in which they combine with the atoms of other elements, is empirical. The different relation of the various elements towards each other, which chemistry calls affinity, is one of the most important properties of ponderable matter. It is manifested in the different relative quantities or proportions of their combination in the intensity of its consummation. Every shade of inclination, from complete indifference to the fiercest passion, is exemplified in the chemical relation of the various elements towards each other, just as we find in the psychology of man, and especially in the life of the sexes. Goethe, in his classical romance, Affinities, compared the relations of pairs of lovers with the phenomenon of the same name in the formation of chemical combinations. The irresistible passion that draws Edward to the sympathetic Ottilia, or Paris to Helen, and leaps over all bounds of reason and morality, is the same powerful, unconscious, attractive force which impels the living spermatozoon to force an entrance into the ovum in the fertilization of the egg of the animal or plant, the same impetuous movement which unites two atoms of hydrogen to one atom of oxygen for the formation of a molecule of water. This fundamental unity of affinity in the whole of nature, from the simplest chemical process to the most complicated love story, was recognized by the great Greek scientist Empedocles in the 5th century B.C. in his theory of the love and hatred of the elements. It receives empirical confirmation from the interesting progress of cellular psychology, the great significance of which we have only learned to appreciate in the last 30 years. On those phenomena we base our conviction that even the atom is not without a rudimentary form of sensation and will, or, as it is better expressed, of feeling, aesthesis, and inclination, tropesis, that is, a universal soul of the simplest character. The same must be said of the molecules which are composed of 2 or more atoms. Further combinations of different kinds of these molecules give rise to simple and subsequently complex chemical compounds, in the activity of which the same phenomena are repeated in a more complicated form. The study of ether, or imponderable matter, pertains principally to physics. The existence of an extremely attenuated medium filling the whole of space outside of ponderable matter was known and applied to the elucidation of various phenomena, especially light, a long time ago. But it was not until the second half of the 19th century that we became more closely acquainted with this remarkable substance in connection with our astonishing empirical discoveries in the province of electricity, with their experimental detection, their theoretical interpretation, and their practical application. The path was opened in particular by the famous researches of Heinrich Hertz of Bonn in 1888. The premature death of a brilliant young physicist of so much promise cannot be sufficiently deplored. Like the premature death of Spinoza, Raphael, Schubert, and many other great men, it is one of those brutal facts of human history which are enough of themselves to destroy the untenable myth of a wise providence and an all-loving Father in heaven. The existence of ether, or cosmic ether, as a real element is a positive fact, and has been known as such for the last 12 years. We sometimes read even today that ether is a pure hypothesis. This erroneous assertion comes not only from uninformed philosophers and popular writers, but even from certain prudent and exact physicists. But there would be just as much reason to deny the existence of ponderable matter. As a matter of fact, there are metaphysicians who accomplish even this feat, and whose highest wisdom lies in denying or calling into question the existence of an external universe. According to them, only one real entity exists, their own precious personality, or, to be more correct, their immortal soul. Several modern physiologists have embraced this ultra-idealist view, which is to be found in Descartes, Berkeley, Fichte, and others. Their psychomonism affirms, one thing only exists, and that is my own mind. This audacious spiritualism seems to us to rest on an erroneous inference from Kant's correct critical theory that we can know the outer world only in the phenomenal aspect which is accessible to our human organs of thought, the brain and the organs of sense. If by those means we can attain only an imperfect and limited knowledge of the material world, that is no reason for denying its existence altogether. In my opinion, the existence of ether is as certain as that of ponderable matter, as certain as my own existence, as I reflect and write on it. As we assure ourselves of the existence of ponderable matter by its mass and weight, by chemical and mechanical experiments, so we prove that of ether by the experiences and experiments of optics and electricity. Although, however, the existence of ether is now regarded as a positive fact by nearly all physicists, and although many effects of this remarkable substance are familiar to us through an extensive experience, especially in the way of optical and electrical experiments, yet we are still far from being clear and confident as to its real character. The views of the most eminent physicists who have made a special study of it are extremely divergent. They frequently contradict each other on the most important points. One is, therefore, free to choose among the contradictory hypotheses according to one's knowledge and judgment. I will put in the following 8 theses the view which has approved itself to me after mature reflection on the subject, though I am no expert in this department. 1. Ether fills the whole of space, in so far as it is not occupied by ponderable matter, as a continuous substance. It fully occupies the space between the atoms of ponderable matter. 2. Ether has probably no chemical quality and is not composed of atoms. If it be supposed that it consists of minute homogeneous atoms, for instance, indivisible etheric particles of a uniform size, it must be further supposed that there is something else between these atoms, either empty space, or a third completely unknown medium, a purely hypothetical interether. The question as to the nature of this brings us back to the original difficulty, and so on in infinitum. 3. As the idea of an empty space and an action at a distance is scarcely possible in the present condition of our knowledge, at least it does not help to a clear monistic view, I postulate for ether a special structure which is not atomistic like that of ponderable matter, and which may provisionally be called, without further determination, etheric or dynamic structure. 4. The consistency of ether is also peculiar, on our hypothesis, and different from that of ponderable matter. It is neither gaseous, as some conceive, nor solid, as others suppose. The best idea of it can be formed by comparison with an extremely attenuated, elastic, and light jelly. 5. Ether may be called imponderable matter in the sense that we have no means of determining its weight experimentally. If it really has weight, as is very probable, it must be so slight as to be far below the capacity of our most delicate balance. Some physicists have attempted to determine its weight by the energy of the light waves, and have discovered that it is some 15 trillion times lighter than atmospheric air. On that hypothesis, a sphere of ether of the size of our earth would weigh at least 250 pounds. Parenthetical question mark. 6. The etheric consistency may probably, in accordance with the pyknotic theory, pass into the gaseous state under certain conditions by progressive condensation, just as a gas may be converted into a fluid and ultimately into a solid by lowering its temperature. 7. Consequently, these three conditions of matter may be arranged, and it is a point of great importance in our monistic cosmogony, in a genetic continuous order. We may distinguish 5 stages in it. 1. The etheric. 2. The gaseous. 3. The fluid. 4. The viscous, in the living protoplasm. And 5. The solid state. 8. Ether is boundless and immeasurable, like the space it occupies. It is in eternal motion, and this specific movement of ether, it is immaterial whether we conceive it as vibration, strain, condensation, etc., in reciprocal action with mass movement, or gravitation, is the ultimate cause of all phenomena. The great question of the nature of ether, as Hertz justly calls it, includes the question of its relation to ponderable matter. For these two forms of matter are not only always in the closest external contact, but also in eternal, dynamic, reciprocal action. We may divide the most general phenomena of nature, which are distinguished by physics as natural forces or functions of matter, into 2 groups. The first of them may be regarded mainly, though not exclusively, as a function of ether, and the second a function of ponderable matter, as in the following scheme which I take from my monism. Table. The world, nature or the cosmos. Column 1. Ether, imponderable. 1. Consistency. Etheric, i.e., neither gaseous, nor fluid, nor solid. 2. Structure. Not atomistic, not made up of separate particles, atoms, but continuous. 3. Chief functions. Light, radiant heat, electricity, and magnetism. Column 2. Mass, ponderable. 1. Consistency. Not etheric, but gaseous, fluid, or solid. 2. Structure. Atomistic, made up of infinitesimal distinct particles, atoms, discontinuous. 3. Chief functions. Gravity, inertia, molecular heat, and chemical affinity. End of table. The 2 groups of functions of matter which we have opposed in this table may, to some extent, be regarded as the outcome of the first division of labor in the development of matter, the primary ergonomy of matter. But this distinction must not be supposed to involve an absolute separation of the 2 antithetic groups. They always retain their connection and are in constant reciprocal action. It is well known that the optical and electrical phenomena of ether are closely connected with mechanical and chemical changes in ponderable elements. The radiant heat of ether may be directly converted into the mechanical heat of the mass. Gravitation is impossible unless the ether effects the mutual attraction of the separated atoms, because we cannot admit the idea of an actio in distans. In like manner, the conversion of one form of energy into another, as indicated in the law of the persistence of force, illustrates the constant reciprocity of the two chief types of substance, ether and mass. The great law of nature, which, under the title of the law of substance, we put at the head of all physical considerations, was conceived as the law of the persistence of force by Robert Moyer, who first formulated it, and Helmholtz, who continued the work. Another German scientist, Friedrich Mohr of Bonn, had clearly outlined it in its main features 10 years earlier, 1837. The old idea of force was, after a time, differentiated by modern physics from that of energy, which was at first synonymous with it. Hence the law is now usually called the law of the persistence of energy. However, this finer distinction need not enter into the general consideration to which I must confine myself here, and into the question of the great principle of the persistence of substance. The interested reader will find a very clear treatment of the question in Tyndall's excellent paper on the fundamental law of nature, in his Fragments of Science. It fully explains the broad significance of this profound cosmic law, and points out its application to the main problems of very different branches of science. We shall confine our attention to the important fact that the principle of energy and the correlative idea of the unity of natural forces on the basis of a common origin are now accepted by all competent physicists, and are regarded as the greatest advance of physics in the 19th century. We now know that heat, sound, light, chemical action, electricity, and magnetism are all modes of motion. We can, by a certain apparatus, convert any one of these forces into another, and prove by an accurate measurement that not a single particle of energy is lost in the process. The sum total of force or energy in the universe remains constant, no matter what changes take place around us. It is eternal and infinite, like the matter on which it is inseparably dependent. The whole drama of nature apparently consists in an alternation of movement and repose. Yet the bodies at rest have an inalienable quantity of force, just as truly as those that are in motion. It is in this movement that the potential energy of the former is converted into the kinetic energy of the latter. As the principle of the persistence of force takes into account repulsion as well as attraction, it affirms that the mechanical value of the potential energy and the kinetic energy in the material world is a constant quantity. To put it briefly, the force of the universe is divided into two parts, which may be mutually converted according to a fixed relation of value. The diminution of the one involves the increase of the other. The total value remains unchanged in the universe. The potential energy and the actual or kinetic energy are being continually transformed from one condition to the other, but the infinite sum of force in the world at large never suffers the slightest curtailment. Once modern physics had established the law of substance as far as the simpler relations of inorganic bodies are concerned, physiology took up the story and proved its application to the entire province of the organic world. It showed that all the vital activities of the organism, without exception, are based on a constant reciprocity of force and a correlative change of material, or metabolism, just as much as the simplest processes in lifeless bodies. Not only the growth and the nutrition of plants and animals, but even their functions of sensation and movement, their sense action and psychic life, depend on the conversion of potential into kinetic energy, and vice versa. This supreme law dominates also those elaborate performances of the nervous system which we call, in the higher animals and man, the action of the mind. Our monistic view, that the great cosmic law applies throughout the whole of nature, is of the highest moment. For it not only involves, on its positive side, the essential unity of the cosmos and the causal connection of all phenomena that come within our cognizance, but it also, in a negative way, marks the highest intellectual progress, in that it definitely rules out the three central dogmas of metaphysics: God, freedom, and immortality. In assigning mechanical causes to phenomena everywhere, the law of substance comes into line with the universal law of causality. End of chapter 12, part 2.
Chapter 13 of the Riddle of the Universe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roland Magyar in Orlando, Florida. The Riddle of the Universe by Ernst Haeckel, translated by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 13. The Evolution of the World. The notion of creation, miracles, creation of the whole universe and its various parts, creation of substance, cosmological creation, deism, one creative day, creation of separate entities, 5 forms of ontological creationism, theory of evolution, 1. Monistic cosmogony, beginning and end of the world, the infinity and eternity of the universe, space and time, universum perpetuum mobile, entropy of the universe, 2. Monistic geogeny, history of the inorganic and organic worlds. 3. Monistic biogeny, transformation and the theory of descent, Lamarck and Darwin. 4. Monistic anthropogeny, origin of man. The greatest, vastest, and most difficult of all cosmic problems is that of the origin and development of the world, the question of creation, in a word. Even to the solution of this most difficult world riddle, the 19th century has contributed more than all its predecessors. In a certain sense, indeed, it has found the solution. We have at least attained to a clear view of the fact that all the partial questions of creation are indivisibly connected, that they represent one single comprehensive cosmic problem, and the key to this problem is found in the one magic word: evolution. The great questions of the creation of man, the creation of the animals and plants, the creation of the earth and the sun, etc., are all parts of the general question: what is the origin of the whole world? Has it been created by supernatural power, or has it been evolved by a natural process? What are the causes and the manner of this evolution? If we succeed in finding the correct answer to one of these questions, we have, according to our monistic conception of the world, cast a brilliant light on the solution of them all and on the entire cosmic problem. The current opinion as to the origin of the world in earlier ages was almost universal belief in creation. This belief has been expressed in thousands of interesting, more or less fabulous legends, poems, cosmogonies, and myths. A few great philosophers were devoid of it, especially those remarkable freethinkers of classical antiquity who first conceived the idea of natural evolution. All the creation myths, on the contrary, were of a supernatural, miraculous, and transcendental character, incompetent, as it was, to investigate for itself the nature of the world and its origin by natural causes. The undeveloped mind naturally had recourse to the idea of miracle. In most of these creation myths, anthropism was blended with the belief in the miraculous. The Creator was supposed to have constructed the world on a definite plan, just as man accomplishes his artificial constructions. The conception of the Creator was generally completely anthropomorphic, a palpable anthropistic creationism. The almighty maker of heaven and earth, as he is called in Genesis and the Catechism, is just as humanly conceived as the modern creator of Agassiz and Reinke, or the intelligent engineer of other recent biologists. Entering more fully into the notion of creation, we can distinguish as two entirely different acts the production of the universe as a whole and the partial production of its various parts, in harmony with Spinoza's idea of substance, the universe, and accidents, or modes, the individual phenomena of substance. This distinction is of great importance, because there are many eminent philosophers who admit the one and reject the other. According to this creationist theory, then, God has made the world out of nothing. It is supposed that God, a rational but immaterial being, existed, 1, by himself for an eternity before he resolved to create the world. Some supporters of the theory restrict God's creative function to one single act. They believe that this extra-mundane God, the rest of whose life is shrouded in mystery, created the substance of the world in a single moment, endowed it with the faculty of the most extensive evolution, and troubled no further about it. This view may be found, for instance, in the English deists in many forms. It approaches very close to our monistic theory of evolution, only abandoning it in the one instance in which God accomplished the creation. Other creationists contend that God did not confine himself to the mere creation of matter, but that he continues to be operative as the sustainer and ruler of the world. Different modifications of this belief are found, some approaching very close to pantheism and others to complete theism. All these and similar forms of belief in creation are incompatible with the law of the persistence of matter and force. That law knows nothing of a beginning. It is interesting to note that E. du Bois-Reymond has identified himself with this cosmological creationism in his latest speech on Neo-Vitalism, 1894. It is more consonant with the divine omnipotence, he says, to assume that it created the whole material of the world in one creative act unthinkable ages ago, in such wise that it should be endowed with inviolable laws of control, the origin and the progress of living things that, for instance, here on earth, rudimentary organisms should arise from which, without further assistance, the whole of living nature could be evolved. From a primitive bacillus to the graceful palmwood, from a primitive micrococcus to Solomon's lovely wives or to the brain of Newton. Thus we are content with one creative day, and we derive organic nature mechanically, without the aid of either old or new vitalism. Du Bois-Reymond here shows, as in the question of consciousness, the shallow and illogical character of his monistic thought. According to another still prevalent theory, which may be called ontological creationism, God not only created the world at large, but also its separate contents. In the Christian world, the old Semitic legend of creation, taken from Genesis, is still very widely accepted. Even among modern scientists, it finds an adherent here and there. I have fully entered into the criticism of it in the first chapter of my Natural History of Creation. The following theories may be enumerated as the most interesting modifications on this ontological creationism. 1. Dualistic creation. God restricted his interference to two creative acts. First, he created the inorganic world, mere dead substance, to which alone the law of energy applies, working blindly and aimlessly in the mechanism of material things and the building of the mountains. Then God attained intelligence and communicated it to the purposive intelligent forces which initiate and control organic evolution. 2. Trialistic creation. God made the world in three creative acts. A. The creation of the heavens, the extraterrestrial world. B. The creation of the earth, as the center of the world, and of its living inhabitants. And C. The creation of man, in the image and likeness of God. This dogma is still widely prevalent among theologians and other educated people. It is taught as the truth in many of our schools. 3. Heptameral creation. A creation in 7 days, Teste Moses. Although few educated people really believe in this Mosaic myth now, it is still firmly impressed on our children in the biblical lessons of their earliest years. The numerous attempts that have been made, especially in England, to harmonize it with the modern theory of evolution have entirely failed. It obtained some importance in science when Linné adopted it in the establishment of his system and based his definition of organic species, which he considered to be unchangeable, on it. There are as many different species of animals and plants as there were different forms created in the beginning by the infinite. This dogma was pretty generally held until the time of Darwin, 1859, although Lamarck had already proved its untenability in 1809. 4. Periodic creation. At the beginning of each period of the Earth's history, the whole population of animals and plants was created anew and destroyed by a general catastrophe at its close. There was as many general creative acts as there are distinct geological periods. The catastrophic theory of Cuvier, 1818, and Louis Agassiz, 1858. Paleontology, which seems to support this theory in its more imperfect stage, has since completely refuted it. 5. Individual creation. Every single man and every individual animal and plant does not arise by a natural process of growth, but is created by the favor of God. This view of creation is still often met with in journals, especially in the births column. The special talents and features of our children are often gratefully acknowledged to be gifts of God. Their hereditary defects fit into another theory. The error of these creation legends and the cognate belief in miracles must have been apparent to thoughtful minds at an early period. More than 2,000 years ago, we find that many attempts were made to replace them by a rational theory, and to explain the origin of the world by natural causes. In the front rank, once more, we must place the leaders of the Ionic school, Democritus, Heraclitus, Empedocles, Aristotle, Lucretius, and other ancient philosophers. The first imperfect attempts which they made astonish us, in a measure by the flashes of mental light in which they anticipate modern ideas. It must be remembered that classical antiquity had not that solid groundwork for scientific speculation which has been provided by the countless observations and experiments of modern scientists. During the Middle Ages, especially during the domination of the papacy, scientific work in this direction entirely ceased. The torture and the stake of the Inquisition ensured that an unconditional belief in the Hebrew mythology should be the final answer to all the questions of creation. Even the phenomena which led directly to the observation of the facts of evolution, the embryology of the plant and the animal and of man, remained unnoticed, or only excited the interest of an occasional keen observer. But their discoveries were ignored or forgotten. Moreover, the path to a correct knowledge of natural development was barred by the dominant theory of pre-formation, the dogma which held that the characteristic form and structure of each animal and plant were already sketched in miniature in the germ. Compare page 54. The science which we now call the science of evolution, in the broadest sense, is both in its general outline and its separate parts, a child of the 19th century. It is one of its most momentous and most brilliant achievements. Almost unknown in the preceding century, this theory has now become the sure foundation of our whole world system. I have treated it exhaustively in my General Morphology, 1866, more popularly in my Natural History of Creation, 1868, and in its special application to man in my Anthropogeny, 1874. Here I shall restrict myself to a brief survey of the chief advances which the science has made in the course of the century. It falls into 4 sections, according to the nature of its object. That is, it deals with the natural origin of 1. The cosmos, 2. The earth, 3. Terrestrial forms of life, and 4. Man. 1. Monistic cosmogony. The first attempt to explain the constitution and the mechanical origin of the world in a simple manner by Newtonian laws, that is, by mathematical and physical laws, was made by Immanuel Kant in the famous work of his youth, 1755, General History of the Earth and Theory of the Heavens. Unfortunately, this distinguished and daring work remained almost unknown for 90 years. It was only disinterred in 1845 by Alexander Humboldt in the first volume of his Cosmos. In the meantime, the great French mathematician Pierre Laplace had arrived independently at similar views to those of Kant, and he gave them a mathematical foundation in his Exposition du Système du Monde, 1796. His chief work, the Mécanique Céleste, appeared 100 years ago. The analogous features of the cosmology of Kant and Laplace consist, as is well known, in a mechanical explanation of the movements of the planets, and the conclusion which is drawn therefrom, that all the cosmic bodies were formed originally by a condensation of rotating nebulous spheres. This nebular hypothesis has been much improved and supplemented since, but it is still the best of all the attempts to explain the origin of the world on monistic and mechanical lines. It has recently been strongly confirmed and enlarged by the theory that this cosmogonic process did not simply take place once, but is periodically repeated. While new cosmic bodies arise and develop out of rotating masses of nebula in some parts of the universe, in other parts, old extinct frigid suns come into collision and are once more reduced to the heat generated to the condition of nebulae. Nearly all the older and the more recent cosmogonies, including most of those which were inspired by Kant and Laplace, started from the popular idea that the world had had a beginning. Hence, according to a widespread version of the nebular hypothesis, in the beginning was made a vast nebula of infinitely attenuated and light material, and at a certain moment, countless ages ago, a movement of rotation was imparted to this mass. Given this first beginning of the cosmogonic movement, it is easy, on mechanical principles, to deduce and mathematically establish the further phenomena of the formation of the cosmic bodies, the separation of the planets, and so forth. This first origin of movement is Du Bois-Reymond's second world enigma. He regards it as transcendental. Many other scientists and philosophers are equally helpless before this difficulty. They resign themselves to the notion that we have here a primary supernatural impetus to the scheme of things, a miracle. In our opinion, this second world enigma is solved by the recognition that movement is an innate and original property of substance as is sensation. The proof of this monistic assumption is found first in the law of substance, and secondly in the discoveries which astronomy and physics have made in the later half of the century. By the spectral analysis of Bunsen and Kirchhoff, 1860, we have found not only that the millions of bodies which fill the infinity of space are of the same material as our own sun and earth, but also that they are in various stages of evolution. We have obtained by its aid information as to the movements and distances of the stars, which the telescope would never have given us. Moreover, the telescope itself has been vastly improved and has, in alliance with photography, made a host of scientific discoveries of which no one dreamed at the beginning of the century. In particular, a closer acquaintance with comets, meteorites, star clusters, and nebula has helped us to realize the great significance of the smaller bodies, which are found in millions in the space between the stars. We now know that the paths of the millions of heavenly bodies are changeable and to some extent irregular, whereas the planetary system was formerly thought to be constant, and the rotating spheres were described as pursuing their orbits in eternal regularity. Astrophysics owes much of its triumph to the immense progress in other branches of physics, of optics, and electricity, and especially of the theory of ether. And here again, our supreme laws of substance is found to be one of the most valuable achievements of modern science. We now know that it rules unconditionally in the most distant reaches of space, just as it does in our planetary system, in the most minute particle of the earth, as well as in the smallest cell of our human frame. We are, moreover, justified in concluding, if we are not logically compelled to conclude, that the persistence of matter and force has held good throughout all time as it does today. Through all eternity, the infinite universe has been, and is, subject to the law of substance. End of Chapter 13, Part 1. Chapter 13, Part 2 of the Riddle of the Universe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roland Magyar in Orlando, Florida. The Riddle of the Universe by Ernst Haeckel. Translated by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 13. From this great progress of astronomy and physics, which mutually elucidate and supplement each other, we draw a series of most important conclusions with regard to the constitution and evolution of the cosmos, and the persistence and transformation of substance. Let us put them briefly in the following theses. 1. The extent of the universe is infinite and unbounded. It is empty in no part, but everywhere filled with substance. 2. The duration of the world is equally infinite and unbounded. It has no beginning and no end. It is eternity. 3. Substance is everywhere and always in uninterrupted movement and transformation. Nowhere is there perfect repose and rigidity. Yet the infinite quantity of matter and eternally changing force remains constant. 4. This universal movement of substance in space takes the form of an eternal cycle or of a periodical process of evolution. 5. The phases of this evolution consist in a periodic change of consistency, of which the first outcome is the primary division into mass and ether, the ergonomy of ponderable and imponderable matter. 6. This division is effected by a progressive condensation of matter as the formation of countless infinitesimal centers of condensation, in which the inherent primitive properties of substance, feeling, and inclination are the active causes. 7. While minute and then larger bodies are being formed by this pyknotic process in one part of space, and the intermediate ether increases its strain, the opposite process, the destruction of cosmic bodies by collision, is taking place in another quarter. 8. The immense quantity of heat which is generated in this mechanical process of the collision of swiftly moving bodies represents the new kinetic energy which affects the movement of the resultant nebula and the construction of new rotating bodies. The eternal drama begins afresh. Even our Mother Earth, which was formed of part of the gyrating solar system millions of ages ago, will grow cold and lifeless after the lapse of further millions, and, gradually narrowing its orbit, will fall eventually into the sun. It seems to me that these modern discoveries as to the periodic decay and rebirth of cosmic bodies, which we owe to the most recent advance of physics and astronomy, associated with the law of substance, are especially important in giving us a clear insight into the universal cosmic process of evolution. In their light, our Earth shrinks into the slender proportions of a mote in the sunbeam, of which unnumbered millions chase each other through the vast depths of space. Our own human nature, which exalted itself into an image of God in its anthropistic illusion, sinks to the level of a placental mammal, which has no more value for the universe at large than the ant, the fly of a summer's day, the microscopic infusorium, or the smallest bacillus. Humanity is but a transitory phase of the evolution of an eternal substance, a particular phenomenal form of matter and energy, the true proportion of which we soon perceive when we set it on the background of infinite space and eternal time. Since Kant explained space and time to be merely forms of perception, space the form of external, time of internal sensitivity, there has been a keen controversy, which still continues, over this important problem. A large section of modern metaphysicians have persuaded themselves that this critical fact possesses a great importance as the starting point of a purely idealist theory of knowledge, and that consequently the natural opinion of the ordinary healthy mind as to the reality of time and space is swept aside. This narrow and ultra-idealist conception of time and space has become a prolific source of error. It overlooks the fact that Kant only touched one side of the problem, the subjective side, in that theory, and recognized the equal validity of its objective side. Time and space, he said, have empirical reality, but transcendental ideality. Our modern monism is quite compatible with this thesis of Kant's, but not with the one-sided exaggeration of the subjective aspect of the problem. The latter leads logically to the absurd idealism that culminates in Berkeley's thesis. Bodies are but ideas, their essence is in their perception. The thesis should read thus: bodies are only ideas for my personal consciousness. Their existence is just as real as that of my organs of thought, the ganglionic cells in the gray bed of my brain, which receive the impress of bodies on my sense organs and form those ideas in association of the impressions. It is just as easy to doubt or to deny the reality of my own consciousness as to doubt that of time and space. In the delirium of fever, in hallucinations, in dreams, and in double consciousness, I take ideas to be true which are merely fancies. I mistake my own personality for another. Vide page 185. Descartes' famous cogito ergo sum applies no longer. On the other hand, the reality of time and space is now fully established by that expansion of our philosophy, which we owe to the law of substance and to our monistic cosmogony. When we have happily got rid of the untenable idea of empty space, there remains as the infinite space-filling medium matter. It is two forms of ether and mass. So also we find a time-filling event in the eternal movement or genetic energy which reveals itself in the uninterrupted evolution of substance, in the perpetuum mobile of the universe. As a body which has been set in motion continues to move as long as no external agency interferes with it, the idea was conceived long ago of constructing an apparatus which should illustrate perpetual motion. The fact was overlooked that every movement meets with external impediments and gradually ceases, unless a new impetus is given to it from without and a new force is introduced to counteract the impediments. Thus, for instance, a pendulum would swing back and forward for an eternity at the same speed if the resistance of the atmosphere and the friction at the point it hangs from did not gradually deprive it of the mechanical kinetic energy of its motion and convert it into heat. We have to furnish it with fresh mechanical energy by a spring, or, as in the pendulum clock, by the drag of a weight. Hence, it is impossible to construct a machine that would produce, without external aid, a surplus of energy by which it could keep itself going. Every attempt to make such a perpetuum mobile must necessarily fail. The discovery of the law of substance showed, in addition, the theoretical impossibility of it. The case is different, however, when we turn to the world at large, the boundless universe that is the eternal movement. The infinite matter, which fills it objectively, is what we call space in our subjective impression of it. Time is our subjective conception of its eternal movement, which is, objectively, a periodic cyclic evolution. These two forms of perception teach us the infinity and eternity of the universe. That is, moreover, equal to say that the universe itself is a perpetuum mobile. This infinite and eternal machine of the universe sustains itself in an eternal and uninterrupted movement because every impediment is compensated by an equivalence of energy, and the unlimited sum of kinetic and potential energy remains always the same. The law of the persistence of force proves, also, that the idea of a perpetuum mobile is just as applicable to, and as significant for, the cosmos as a whole, as it is impossible for the isolated action of any part of it. Hence, the theory of entropy is likewise untenable. The able founder of the mechanical theory of heat, 1850, Clausius, embodied the momentous contents of this important theory in two theses. The first runs, "The energy of the universe is constant. That is one half of our law of substance, the principle of energy." Vid. page 230. The second thesis is, "The energy of the universe tends toward a maximum." In my opinion, this second assertion is just as erroneous as the first is true. In the theory of Clausius, the entire energy of the universe is of two kinds. One of which, heat of the higher degree, mechanical, electrical, chemical energy, etc., is partly convertible into work, but the other is not. The latter energy, already converted into heat and distributed in the cooler masses, is irrevocably lost as far as any further work is concerned. Clausius calls this unconsumed energy, which is no longer available for mechanical work, entropy, that is, force that is directed inward. It is continually increasing at the cost of the other half. As, therefore, the mechanical energy of the universe is daily being transformed into heat, and this cannot be reconverted into mechanical force, the sum of heat and energy in the universe must continually tend to be reduced and dissipated. All difference of temperature must ultimately disappear, and the completely latent heat must be equally distributed through one inert mass of motionless matter. All organic life and movement must cease when this maximum of entropy has been reached. That would be a real end of the world. If this theory of entropy were true, we should have a beginning corresponding to this assumed end of the world, a minimum of entropy in which the differences in temperature of the various parts of the cosmos would be at a maximum. Both ideas are quite untenable in the light of our monistic and consistent theory of the eternal cosmogenic process. Both contradict the law of substance. There is neither beginning nor end of the world. The universe is infinite and eternally in motion. The conversion of kinetic into potential energy and vicissim goes on uninterruptedly, and the sum of this actual and potential energy remains constant. The second thesis of the mechanical theory of heat contradicts the first, and so must be rejected. The representatives of the theory of entropy are quite correct as long as they confine themselves to distinct processes in which, under certain conditions, the latent heat cannot be reconverted into work. Thus, for instance, in the steam engine the heat can only be converted into mechanical work when it passes from a warmer body, steam, into a cooler, water. The process cannot be reversed. In the world at large, however, quite other conditions obtain conditions which permit the reconversion of latent heat into mechanical work. For instance, in the collision of two heavenly bodies, which rush towards each other at inconceivable speed, enormous quantities of heat are liberated, while the pulverized masses are hurled and scattered about space. The eternal drama begins afresh, the rotating mass, the condensation of its parts, the formation of new meteorites, their combination into larger bodies, and so on. 2. Monistic geogeny. The history of the Earth, of which we are now going to make a brief survey, is only a minute section of the history of the cosmos. Like the latter, it has been the object of philosophic speculation and mythological fantasy for many thousands of years. Its true scientific study, however, is much younger. It belongs for the most part to the 19th century. The fact that the Earth is a planet revolving round the Sun was determined by the system of Copernicus, 1543. Galilei, Kepler, and other great astronomers mathematically determined its distance from the Sun, the laws of its motion, and so forth. Kant and Laplace indicated in their cosmogony the way in which the Earth had been developed from the parent Sun. But the later history of the Earth, the formation of its crust, the origin of its seas and continents, its mountains and deserts, was rarely made the subject of serious scientific research in the 18th century and in the first 2 decades of the 19th. As a rule, men were satisfied with unreliable conjectures or with the traditional story of creation. Once more, the Mosaic legend barred the way to an independent investigation. In 1822, an important work appeared, which followed the same method in the scientific investigation of the history of the Earth that had already proved the most fertile, the ontological method, or the principle of actualism. It consists in a careful study and manipulation of actual phenomena with a view to the elucidation of the analogous historical processes of the past. The Society of Science at Göttingen had offered a prize in 1818 for the most searching and comprehensive inquiry into the changes of the Earth's crust which are historically demonstrable, and the application which may be made of a knowledge of them in the investigation of the terrestrial revolutions which lie beyond the range of history. This prize was obtained by Karl Hoff of Gotha for his distinguished work, History of the Natural Changes in the Crust of the Earth in the Light of Tradition, 1822-34. Sir Charles Lyell then applied this ontological or actualistic method with great success to the whole province of geology. His Principles of Geology, 1830, laid the firm foundation on which the fabric of the history of the Earth was so happily erected. The important geogenetic research of Alexander Humboldt, Leopold Buch, Gustav Bischoff, Edward Seyss, and other geologists were wholly based on the empirical foundation and the speculative principles of Karl Hoff and Charles Lyell. They cleared the way for purely rational science in the field of geology. They removed the obstacles that had been put in the path by mythological fancy and religious tradition, especially by the Bible and its legends. I have already discussed the merits of Lyell and his relations with his friend Charles Darwin in the 16th and 17th chapters of my Natural History of Creation, and must refer the reader to the standard works on geology for a further acquaintance with the history of the Earth and the great progress which dynamical and historical geology have made during the century. The first division of the history of the Earth must be a separation of inorganic and organic geogeny. The later begins with the first appearance of living things on our planet. The earlier section, the inorganic history of the Earth, ran much the same course as that of the other planets of our system. They were all cast off as rings of nebula at the equator of the rotating solar mass and gradually condensed into the independent bodies. After cooling down a little, the glowing ball of the Earth was formed out of the gaseous mass, and eventually, as the heat continued to radiate out into space, there was formed at its surface the thin, solid crust on which we live. When the temperature at the surface had gone down to a certain point, the water descended upon it from the environing clouds of steam, and thus the first condition was secured for the rise of organic life. Many million years, certainly more than 100, have passed since this important process of the formation of water took place, introducing the third section of cosmogony, which we call biogeny. 3. Monistic biogeny. The third phase of the evolution of the world opens with the advent of organisms on our planet, and continues uninterrupted from that point until the present day. The great problems which this most interesting part of the Earth's history suggests to us were still thought insoluble at the beginning of the 19th century, or at least so difficult that their solution seemed to be extremely remote. Now, at the close of the century, we can affirm with a legitimate pride that they have been substantially solved by modern biology and its theory of transformism. Indeed, many of the phenomena of the organic world are now interpreted on physical principles as completely as the familiar physical phenomena of inorganic nature. The merit of making the first important step in this difficult path and of pointing out the way to the monistic solution of all the problems of biology must be accorded to the great French scientist Jean Lamarck. It was in 1809, the year of the birth of Charles Darwin, that he published his famous Philosophie zoologique. In this original work, not only is a splendid effort made to interpret all the phenomena of organic life from a monistic and physical point of view, but the path is opened which alone leads to the solution of the greatest enigma of this branch of science, the problem of the natural origin of organic species. Lamarck, who had an equally extensive empirical acquaintance with zoology and botany, drew the first sketch of the theory of descent. He showed that all the countless members of the plant and animal kingdoms have arisen by slow transformation from simple, common ancestral types, and that it is the gradual modification of forms by adaptation, in reciprocal action with heredity, which has brought about this secular metamorphosis. I have fully appreciated the merit of Lamarck in the 5th chapter, and of Darwin in the 6th and 7th chapters of the Natural History of Creation. Darwin, 50 years afterwards, not only gave a solid foundation to all the essential parts of the theory of descent, but he filled up the lacunae of Lamarck's work by his theory of selection. Darwin reaped abundantly the success of Lamarck had never seen, with all his merit. His epoch-making work on the origin of species by natural selection has transformed modern biology from its very foundations in the course of the last 40 years and has raised it to a stage of development that yields to no other science in existence. Darwin is the Copernicus of the organic world, as I said in 1868, and E. Du Bois Reymond repeated 15 years afterwards. Compare Monism by Ernst Haeckel. 4. Monistic anthropogeny. The fourth and last phase of the world's history must be for us men that latest period of time which has witnessed the development of our own race. Lamarck, 1809, had already recognized that this evolution is only rationally conceivable as the outcome of a natural process, by descent from the apes, our next of kin among the mammals. Huxley then proved, in his famous essay on the place of man in nature, that this momentous thesis is an inevitable consequence of the theory of descent and is thoroughly established by the facts of anatomy, embryology, and paleontology. He considered this question of all questions to be substantially answered. Darwin followed with a brilliant discussion of the question under many aspects in his Descent of Man, 1871. I had myself devoted a special chapter to this important problem of the science of evolution in my General Morphology, 1866. In 1874, I published my Anthropogeny, which contains the first attempt to trace the descent of man through the entire chain of his ancestry right up to the earliest Archegonia monera. The attempt was based equally on the three great documents of evolutionary science: anatomy, embryology, and paleontology. The progress we have made in anthropogenetic research during the last few years is described in the paper which I read on our present knowledge of the origin of man at the International Congress of Zoologists in Cambridge in 1898. The last link, translated by Dr. Gadow. End of Chapter 13, Part 2.
Chapter 14, Part 1 of The Riddle of the Universe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nathan Dickey. The Riddle of the Universe by Ernst Haeckel. Translated by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 14. The Unity of Nature. Contents of this chapter include the monism of the cosmos, essential unity of organic and inorganic nature, carbon theory, the hypothesis of abiogenesis, mechanical and purposive causes, mechanism and teleology in Kant's works, design in the organic and inorganic worlds, vitalism, neo-vitalism, dysteleology, the moral of the rudimentary organs, absence of design in and imperfection of nature, telic action in organized bodies, its absence in ontogeny and phylogeny, the Platonist ideas, no moral order discoverable in the history of the organic world, of the vertebrates, or of the human race, prevision, design, and chance. One of the first things to be proved by the law of substance is the basic fact that any natural force can be directly or indirectly converted into any other. Mechanical and chemical energy, sound and heat, light and electricity are mutually convertible. They seem to be but different modes of one and the same fundamental force or energy. Thence follows the important thesis of the unity of all natural forces, or, as it may also be expressed, the monism of energy. This fundamental principle is now generally recognized in the entire province of physics and chemistry, as far as it applies to inorganic substances. It seems to be otherwise with the organic world and its wealth of color and form. It is, of course, obvious that a great part of the phenomena of life may be immediately traced to mechanical and chemical energy, and to the effects of electricity and light. For other vital processes, however, especially for psychic activity and consciousness, such an interpretation is vigorously contested. Yet the modern science of evolution has achieved the task of constructing a bridge between these two apparently irreconcilable provinces. We are now certain that all the phenomena of organic life are subject to the universal law of substance, no less than the phenomena of the inorganic universe. The unity of nature which necessarily follows, and the demolition of the earlier dualism, are certainly among the most valuable results of modern evolution. 33 years ago I made an exhaustive effort to establish this monism of the cosmos and the essential unity of organic and inorganic nature by a thorough critical demonstration and a comparison of the accordance of these two great divisions of nature with regard to matter, form, and force. A short epitome of the result is given in the 15th chapter of my Natural History of Creation. The views I put forward are accepted by the majority of modern scientists, but an attempt has been made in many quarters lately to dispute them, and to maintain the old antithesis of the two divisions of nature. The ablest of these efforts is to be found in the recent Welt als Thought of the botanist Rimby. It defends pure cosmological dualism with admirable lucidity and consistency, and only goes to prove how utterly untenable the teleological system is that is connected therewith. According to the author, physical and chemical forces alone are at work in the entire field of inorganic nature, while in the organic world we find intelligent forces, regulative or dominant forces. The law of substance is supposed to apply to the one, but not to the other. On the whole, it is a question of the old antithesis of a mechanical and a teleological system. Before we go more fully into it, let us glance briefly at two other theories, which seem to me to be of great importance in the decision of that controversy: the carbon theory and the theory of spontaneous generation. Physiological chemistry has, after countless analyses, established the following 5 facts during the last 40 years. 1. No other elements are found in organic bodies than those of the inorganic world. 2. The combination of elements which are peculiar to organisms and which are responsible for their vital phenomena are compound protoplasmic substances of the group of albuminoids. 3. Organic life itself is a chemico-physical process based on the metabolism, or interchange of material, of these albuminoids. 4. The only element which is capable of building up these compound albuminoids, in combination with other elements, oxygen, hydrogen, nitrogen, and sulfur, is carbon. 5. These protoplasmic compounds of carbon are distinguished from most other chemical combinations by their very intricate molecular structure, their instability, and their jelly-like consistency. On the basis of these 5 fundamental facts, the following carbon theory was erected 33 years ago. Quote, the peculiar chemico-physical properties of carbon, especially the fluidity and the facility of decomposition of the most elaborate albuminoid compounds of carbon, are the sole and the mechanical causes of the specific phenomena of movement which distinguish organic from inorganic substances, and which are called life in the usual sense of the word. Close quote. See the Natural History of Creation. Although this carbon theory is warmly disputed in some quarters, no better monistic theory has yet appeared to replace it. We have now a much better and more thorough knowledge of the physiological relations of cell life, and of the chemistry and physics of the living protoplasm than we had 33 years ago, and so it is possible to make a more confident and effective defense of the carbon theory. The old idea of spontaneous generation is now taken in many different senses. It is owing to this indistinctness of the idea, and its application to so many different hypotheses, that the problem is one of the most contentious and confused in the science of the day. I restrict the idea of spontaneous generation, also called abiogenesis or archegony, to the first development of living protoplasm out of inorganic carbonates, and distinguish two phases in this beginning of biogenesis. One, autogeny, or the rise of the simplest protoplasmic substances in a formative fluid, and two, plasmogeny, the differentiation of individual primitive organisms out of these protoplasmic compounds in the form of monera. I have treated this important though difficult problem so exhaustively in the 15th chapter of my Natural History of Creation that I may content myself here with referring to it. There is also a very searching and severely scientific inquiry into it in my General Morphology, 1866. Nageli has also treated the hypothesis in quite the same sense in his Mechanico-Physiological Theory of Descent, 1884, and has represented it to be an indispensable thesis in any natural theory of evolution. I entirely agree with his assertion that, quote, to reject abiogenesis is to admit a miracle, unquote. The hypothesis of spontaneous generation and the allied carbon theory are of great importance in deciding the long-standing conflict between the teleological, dualistic, and the mechanical, monistic interpretation of phenomena. Since Darwin gave us the key to the monistic explanation of organization in his theory of selection 40 years ago, it has become possible for us to trace the splendid variety of orderly tendencies of the organic world to mechanical, natural causes, just as we could formerly in the inorganic world alone. Hence the supernatural and telic forces, to which the scientist had recourse, have been rendered superfluous. Modern metaphysics, however, continues to regard the latter as indispensable and the former as inadequate. No philosopher has done more than Immanuel Kant in defining the profound distinction between efficient and final causes with relation to the interpretation of the whole cosmos. In his well-known earlier work on the general natural history and theory of the heavens, he made a bold attempt to treat the constitution and the mechanical origin of the entire fabric of the universe according to Newtonian laws. This cosmological nebular theory was based entirely on the mechanical phenomena of gravitation. It was expanded and mathematically established later on by Laplace. When the famous French astronomer was asked by Napoleon I where God, the creator and sustainer of all things, came into his system, he clearly and honestly replied, "Sire, I have managed without that hypothesis." That indicated the atheistic character which this mechanical cosmogony shares with all the other inorganic sciences. This is the more noteworthy because the theory of Kant and Laplace is now almost universally accepted. Every attempt to supersede it has failed. When atheism is denounced as a grave reproach, as it so often is, it is well to remember that the reproach extends to the whole of modern science, in so far as it gives a purely mechanical interpretation of the inorganic world. Mechanism, in the Kantian sense, alone can give us a true explanation of natural phenomena, for it traces them to their real efficient causes, to blind and unconscious agencies, which are determined in their action only by the material constitution of the bodies we are investigating. Kant himself emphatically affirms that there can be no science without this mechanism of nature, and that the capacity of human reason to give a mechanical interpretation of phenomena is unlimited. But when he came subsequently to give an elucidation of the complex phenomena of organic nature in his Critique of the teleological system, he declared that these mechanical causes were inadequate, that in this we must call final causes to our assistance. It is true, he said, that even here we must recognize the theoretical faculty of the mind to give a mechanical interpretation, but its actual competence to do so is restricted. He grants it this capacity to some extent, but for the majority of the vital processes, and especially for man's psychic activity, he thinks we are bound to postulate final causes. The remarkable section 79 of the Critique of Judgment bears the characteristic heading on the necessity for the subordination of the mechanical principle to the teleological in the explanation of a thing as a natural end. It seemed to Kant so impossible to explain the orderly processes in the living organism without postulating supernatural final causes, that is, a purposive, creative force, that he said, quote, "It is quite certain that we cannot even satisfactorily understand, much less elucidate, the nature of an organism and its internal faculty on purely mechanical natural principles. It is so certain indeed that we may confidently say it is absurd for a man to conceive the idea even that some day a Newton will arise who can explain the origin of a single blade of grass by natural laws which are uncontrolled by design. Such a hope is entirely forbidden us." Close quote. 70 years afterwards, this impossible Newton of the organic world appeared in the person of Charles Darwin, and achieved this great task that Kant had deemed impracticable. Since Newton, 1632, formulated the law of gravitation, and Kant, 1755, established the constitution and mechanical origin of the entire fabric of the world on Newtonian laws, and Laplace, 1796, provided a mathematical foundation for this law of cosmic mechanism, the whole of the inorganic sciences have become purely mechanical, and at the same time purely atheistic. Astrophysics, cosmogony, geology, meteorology, and inorganic physics and chemistry are now absolutely ruled by mechanical laws on a mathematical foundation. The idea of design has wholly disappeared from this vast province of science. At the close of the 19th century, now that this monistic view has fought its way to general recognition, no scientist ever asks seriously of the purpose of any single phenomenon in the whole of this great field. Is any astronomer likely to inquire seriously today into the purpose of planetary motion, or a mineralogist to seek design in the structure of a crystal? Does the physicist investigate the purpose of electric force, or the chemist that of atomic weight? We may confidently answer in the negative. Certainly not, in the sense that God, or a purposive natural force, had at some time created these fundamental laws of the mechanism of the universe with a definite design, and causes them to work daily in accordance with his rational will. The anthropomorphic notion of a deliberate architect and ruler of the world has gone forever from this field. The eternal, iron laws of nature have taken his place. But the idea of design has a very great significance and application in the organic world. We do undeniably perceive a purpose in the structure and in the life of an organism. The plant and the animal seem to be controlled by a definite design in the combination of their several parts, just as clearly as we see in the machines which man invents and constructs. As long as life continues, the functions of the several organs are directed to definite ends, just as is the operation of the various parts of a machine. Hence it was quite natural that the older naive study of nature, in explaining the origin and activity of the living being, should postulate a creator who had arranged all things with wisdom and understanding, and had constructed each plant and animal according to the special purpose of its life. The conception of this almighty creator of heaven and earth was usually quite anthropomorphic. He created everything after its kind. As long as the Creator seemed to man to be of human shape, to think with his brain, see with his eyes, and fashion with his hands, it was possible to form a definite picture of this divine engineer and his artistic work in the great workshop of creation. This was not so easy when the idea of God became refined, and man saw in his invisible God a creator without organs, a gaseous being. Still more unintelligible did these anthropomorphic ideas become when physiology submitted for the conscious, divine architect and unconscious creative vital force, a mysterious, purposive, natural force, which differed from the familiar forces of physics and chemistry, and only took these in part during life into its service. This vitalism prevailed until about the middle of the 19th century. Johannes Müller, the great Berlin physiologist, was the first to menace it with a destructive dose of facts. It is true that the distinguished biologist had himself, like all others in the first half of the century, been educated in a belief in this vital force, and deemed it indispensable for an elucidation of the ultimate sources of life. Nevertheless, in his classical and still unrivaled Manual of Physiology, 1833, he gave a demonstrative proof that there is really nothing to be said for this vital force. Müller himself, in a long series of remarkable observations and experiments, showed that most of the vital processes in the human organism and in the other animals takes place according to physical and chemical laws, and that many of them are capable of mathematical determination. That was no less true of the animal functions of the muscles and nerves, and of both the higher and the lower sense organs, than of the vegetal functions of digestion, assimilation, and circulation. Only two branches of the life of the organism, mental action and reproduction, retained any element of mystery, and seemed inexplicable without assuming a vital force. But immediately after Müller's death, such important discoveries and advances were made in these two branches that the uneasy phantom of vital force was driven from its last refuge. By a very remarkable coincidence, Johannes Müller died in the year 1858, which saw the publication of Darwin's first communication concerning his famous theory. The theory of selection solved the great problem that had mastered Müller, the question of the origin of orderly arrangements from purely mechanical causes. Darwin, as we have often said, had a twofold immortal merit in the field of philosophy. Firstly, the reform of Lamarck's theory of descent and its establishment on the mass of facts accumulated in the course of the half-century. Secondly, the conception of the theory of selection, which first revealed to us the true causes of the gradual formation of species. Darwin was the first to point out that the struggle for life is the unconscious regulator which controls the reciprocal action of heredity and adaptation in the gradual transformation of species. It is the great selective divinity which, by a purely natural choice, without preconceived design, creates new forms, just as selective man creates new types by an artificial choice, with a definite design. That gave us the solution of the great philosophic problem: how can purposive contrivances be produced by purely mechanical processes without design? Kant held the problem to be insoluble, although Empedocles had pointed out the direction of the solution 2,000 years before. His principle of teleological mechanicism has become more and more accepted of late years, and has furnished a mechanical explanation even of the finest and most recondite processes of organic life by the functional self-production of the purposive structure. Thus have we got rid of the transcendental design of the teleological philosophy of the schools, which was the greatest obstacle to the growth of a rational and monistic conception of nature. Very recently, however, this ancient phantom of a mystic vital force, which seemed to be effectually banished, has put in a fresh appearance. A number of distinguished biologists have attempted to reintroduce it under another name. The clearest presentation of it is to be found in the Welt als Thought of the Kiel botanist J. Reinke. He takes upon himself the defense of the notion of miracle, of theism, of the Mosaic story of creation, and of the constancy of species. He calls vital forces, in opposition to physical forces, the directive or dominant forces. Other neo-vitalists prefer, in the good old anthropomorphic style, a supreme engineer, who has endowed organic substance with a purposeless structure, directed to the realization of a definite plan. These curious teleological hypotheses, and the objections to Darwinism which generally accompany them, do not call for serious scientific refutation today. 33 years ago, I gave the title of Dysteleology to the science of those extremely interesting and significant biological facts which, in the most striking fashion, gave a direct contradiction to the teleological idea of the purposive arrangement of the living organism. This science of rudimentary, abortive, arrested, distorted, atrophied, and cataplastic individuals is based on an immense quantity of remarkable phenomena which were long familiar to zoologists and botanists, but were not properly interpreted and their great philosophic significance appreciated until Darwin. End of Chapter 14, Part 1. Recording by Nathan Dickey, Ashland, Oregon, journeymanheretic.blogspot.com.
Chapter 14, Part 2 of The Riddle of the Universe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nikki 504. The Riddle of the Universe by Ernst Haeckel. Translated by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 14. All the higher animals and plants, or in general, all organisms which are not entirely simple in structure, but are made up of a number of organs in orderly cooperation, are found, on close examination, to possess a number of useless or inoperative members, sometimes, indeed, hurtful and dangerous. In the flowers of most plants we find, besides the actual sex leaves that effect reproduction, a number of other leaf organs which have no use or meaning, arrested or miscarried pistils, fruit, corona, and calyx leaves, etc. In the two large and variegated classes of flying animals, birds, and insects, there are, besides the forms which make constant use of their wings, a number of species which have undeveloped wings and cannot fly. In nearly every class of the higher animals which have eyes, there are certain types that live in the dark. They have eyes, as a rule, but undeveloped and useless for vision. In our own human organism, we have similar useless rudimentary structures in the muscles of the ear, in the eyelid, in the nipple and milk gland of the male, and in other parts of the body. Indeed, the vermiform appendix of our cecum is not only useless, but extremely dangerous, and information of it is responsible for a number of deaths every year. Neither the old mystic vitalism nor the new, equally irrational neo-vitalism can give any explanation of these, and many other purposeless contrivances in the structure of the plant and the animal. But they are very simple in the light of the theory of descent. It shows that these rudimentary organs are atrophied owing to disuse, just as our muscles, nerves, and organs of sense are straightened by exercise and frequent use. So, on the other hand, they are liable to degenerate more or less by disuse or suspended exercise. But although the development of the organs is promoted by exercise and adaptation, they by no means disappear without leaving a trace after neglect. The force of heredity retains them for many generations, and only permits their gradual disappearance after the lapse of a considerable time. The blind struggle for existence between the organs determines their historical disappearance, just as it affected their first origin and development. There is no internal purpose whatever in the drama. The life of the animal and the plant bears the same universal character of incompleteness as the life of man. There is directly attributable to the circumstance that nature, organic as well as inorganic, is in a perennial state of evolution, change, and transformation. This evolution seems on the whole, at least as far as we can survey the development of organic life on our planet, to be a progressive improvement, an historical advance from the simple to the complex, the lower to the higher, the imperfect to the perfect. I have proved in my general morphology that this historical progress, or gradual perfecting, teleosis, is the inevitable result of selection, and not the outcome of a preconceived design. That is clear from the fact that no organism is perfect, even if it does not perfectly adapt itself to its environment at a given moment. This condition would not last very long. The conditions of existence of the environment are themselves subject to perpetual change, and they thus necessitate a continuous adaptation on the part of the organism. Under the title of Design in the Living Organism, the famous embryologist Ernst Haeckel published a work in 1876 which, together with the article on Darwinism which accompanied it, proved very acceptable to our opponents, and is still much quoted in opposition to evolution. It was a revival of the old teleological system under a new name, and we must devote a line of criticism to it. We must premise that, though Baer was a scientist of the highest order, his original monistic views were gradually marred by a tinge of mysticism with the advance of age, and he eventually became a thorough dualist. In his profound work on the evolution of animals, 1828, which he himself entitled Observation and Experiment, these two methods of investigation are equally applied. By careful observation of the various phenomena of the development of the animal ovum, Baer succeeded in giving the first consistent presentation of the remarkable changes which take place in the growth of the vertebrae from a simple egg cell. At the same time, he endeavored, by far-seeing comparison and keen reflection, to learn the causes of the transformation, and to reduce them to general constructive laws. He expressed the general result of his research in the following thesis: the evolution of the individual is the story of the growth of individuality in every respect. He meant that the one great thought that controls all the different aspects of animal evolution is the same that gathered the scattered fragments of space into spheres and linked them into solar systems. This thought is no other than life itself, and the words and syllables in which it finds utterance are the very forms of living things. Baer, however, did not attain to a deeper knowledge of this great genetic truth and a clearer insight into the real efficient causes of organic evolution, because his attention was exclusively given to one half of evolutionary science, the science of the evolution of the individual, embryology, or in a wider sense, ontogeny. The other half, the science of the evolution of species, phylogeny, was not yet in existence, although Lamarck had already pointed out the way to it in 1809. When it was established by Darwin in 1859, the aged Baer was no longer in a position to appreciate it. The fruitless struggle which he led against the theory of selection clearly proved that he understood neither its real meaning nor its philosophic importance. Teleological and subsequently theological speculation had incapacitated the aging scientist from appreciating this greatest reform of biology. The teleological observations which he published against it in his Species and Studies in his 84th year are mere repetitions of errors which the teleology of the dualists has opposed to the mechanical or monistic system for more than 2,000 years. The telic idea, which, according to Baer, controls the entire evolution of the animal from the ovum, is only another expression for the eternal idea of Plato and the intelligentsia of his pupil Aristotle. Our modern biogeny gives a purely physiological explanation of the facts of embryology, in assigning the functions of heredity and adaptation as their causes. The great biogenetic law, which Baer failed to appreciate, reveals the intimate causal connection between the ontogenesis of the individual and the phylogenesis of his ancestors. The former seems to be a recapitulation of the latter. Nowhere, however, in the evolution of animals and plants do we find any trace of design, but merely the inevitable outcome of the struggle for the existence. The blind controller, instead of the provident God that effects the changes of organic forms by a mutual action of the laws of heredity and adaptation. And there is no more trace of design in the embryology of the individual plant, animal, or man. This ontogeny is but a brief epitome of phylogeny, an abbreviated and condensed recapitulation of it, determined by the physiological laws of heredity. Baer ended the preface to his classical Evolution of Animals, 1828, with these words: "The palm will be awarded to the fortunate scientist who succeeds in reducing the constructive forces of the animal body to the general forces or life processes of the entire world. The tree has not yet been planted, which is to make his cradle." The great embryologist erred once more. That very year, 1828, witnessed the arrival of Charles Darwin at Cambridge University for the purpose of studying theology, the fortunate scientist who richly earned the palm 30 years afterwards by his theory of selection. In the philosophy of history, that is, in the general reflections which historians make on the destinies of nations and the complicated course of political evolution, there still prevails the notion of a moral order of the universe. Historians seek in the vivid drama of history a leading design, an ideal purpose, which has ordained one or other race or state to a special triumph and to dominion over the others. The teleological view of history has recently become more strongly contrasted with our monistic view in proportion as monism has proved to be the only possible interpretation of inorganic nature. Throughout the whole of astronomy, geology, physics, and chemistry, there is no question today of a moral order or a personal God whose hand had disposed all things in wisdom and understanding. And the same must be said of the entire field of biology, the whole constitution and history of organic nature, if we set aside the question of man for the moment. Darwin has not only proved by his theory of selection that the orderly processes in the life and structure of animals and plants have arisen by the mechanical laws without any preconceived design, but he has shown us in the struggle for life the powerful natural force which has exerted supreme control over the entire course of organic evolution for millions of years. It may be said that the struggle for life is the survival of the fittest or the victory of the best. That is only correct when we regard the strongest as the best in the moral sense. Moreover, the whole history of the organic world goes to prove that besides the predominant advance towards perfection, there are at all times cases of retrogression to lower stages. Even bare notion of design has no moral feature whatever. Do we find a different state of things in the history of people, which man, in his anthropocentric presumption, loves to call the history of the world? Do we find in every phase of it a lofty moral principle or a wise ruler guiding the destinies of nations? There can be but one answer in the present advanced stage of natural and human history: no. The fate of those branches of human family, those nations and races which have struggled for existence and progress for thousands of years, is determined by the same eternal laws of iron as the history of the whole organic world which has peopled the earth for millions of years. Geologists distinguish three great epochs in the organic history of the earth, as far as we can see it in the monuments of the science fossils: the primary, secondary, and tertiary epochs. According to a recent calculation, the first occupied at least 34 million, the second 11 million, and the third 3 million years. The history of the family of vertebrates from which our own race has sprung unfolds clearly before our eyes during this long period. 3 different stages in the evolution of the vertebrate corresponds to the 3 epochs: the fishes, characterized by the primary Paleozoic age; the reptiles, the secondary Mesozoic; and the mammals, the tertiary Caenozoic. Of the 3 groups, the fishes rank lowest in organization, the reptiles come next, and the mammals take the highest place. We find on nearer examination of the history of the 3 classes that their various orders and families also advance progressively during the 3 epochs toward a higher stage of perfection. May we consider this progressive development as the outcome of a conscious design or a moral order of the universe? Certainly not. The theory of selection teaches us that this organic progress, like the earlier organic differentiation, is an inevitable consequence of the struggle for existence. Thousands of beautiful and remarkable species of animals and plants have perished during those 48 million years to give place to stronger competitors, and the victors in this struggle for life were not always the noblest or most perfect forms in the moral sense. It has been just the same with the history of humanity. The splendid civilization of classical antiquity perished because Christianity, with its faith in a loving God and its hope of a better life beyond the grave, gave a fresh, strong impetus to the soaring human mind. The papal church quickly degenerated into a pitiful caricature of the real Christianity and ruthlessly scattered the treasures of knowledge which the Hellenic philosophy had gathered. It gained the dominion of the world through the ignorance of the credulous masses. In time the Reformation broke the chains of this mental slavery and assisted reason to secure its right once more. But in the new, as in the older, period the great struggle for existence went on its eternal fluctuation, with no trace of a moral order. And it is just as impossible for the impartial and critical observer to detect a wise providence in the fate of individual human beings as a moral order in the history of peoples, but are determined with iron necessity by a mechanical causality which connects every single phenomenon with one or more antecedent causes. Even the ancient Greeks recognized Ananke, the blind harmony, the fate, the rules of gods and men as the supreme principle of the universe. Christianity replaced it by a conscious providence which is not blind but sees, and which governs the world in patriarchal fashion. The anthropomorphic character of the notion, generally closely connected with belief in a personal God, is quite obvious. Belief in a loving Father who unceasingly guides the destinies of 1,500,000,000 men on our planet, and is attentive at all times to the millions of contradictory prayers and pious wishes, is absolutely impossible. That is at once perceived on laying aside the colored spectacles of faith, and reflecting rationally on the subject. As a rule, disbelief in providence and the tutelage of a loving Father is more intense in the modern civilized man, just as in the uncultured savage when some good fortune has fallen him. An escape from peril of life, recovery from a severe illness, the winning of the first prize in a lottery, the birth of a long-delayed child, and so forth. When, on the other hand, a misfortune is met with, or an ardent wish is not fulfilled, Providence is forgotten, the wise ruler of the world slumbered, or refused his blessing. In the extraordinary development of commerce of the 19th century, the number of catastrophes and accidents has necessarily increased beyond all imagination. Of the journal is a daily witness. Thousands are killed every year by shipwreck, railway accidents, mine accidents, etc. Thousands slay each other every year in war, and the preparation for this wholesale massacre absorbs much of the greater part of the revenue in the highest civilized nations. The chief professors of Christian charity among these hundreds of thousands of annual victims of modern civilization, strong, industrious, courageous workers predominate. Yet the talk of a moral order goes on. Since impartial study of the evolution of the world teaches us that there is no definite aim and no special purpose to be traced in it, there seems to be no alternative but to leave everything to blind chance. This reproach has been made to the transformation of Lamarck and Darwin, as it had been to the previous systems of Kant and Laplace. There are a number of dualist philosophers who lay great stress on it. It is therefore worthwhile to make a brief remark upon it. One group of philosophers affirms, in accordance with its teleological conception, that the whole cosmos is an orderly system in which every phenomenon has its aim and purpose. There is no such thing as chance. The other group, holding a mechanical theory, expresses itself thus: the development of the universe is a monistic mechanical process in which we discover no aim or purpose whatever. What we call design in the organic world is a special result of biological agencies. Neither in the evolution of the heavenly bodies nor in that of the crust of our earth do we find any trace of a controlling purpose. All is the result of chance. Each party is right according to its definition of chance. The general law of causality, in conjunction with the law of substance, teaches us that every phenomenon has a mechanical cause. In this sense, there is no such thing as chance. Yet it is not only lawful, but necessary to retain the term for the purpose of expressing the simultaneous occurrence of two phenomena, which are not causally related to each other, but of which each has its own mechanical cause, independent of that of the other. Everybody knows that chance, in its monistic sense, plays an important part in life of man and in the universe at large. That, however, does not prevent us from recognizing in each chance event, as we do in the evolution of the entire cosmos, the universal sovereignty of nature's supreme law, the law of substance. End of Chapter 14, Part 2. Recording by Dickey 504.
Chapter 15 of the Riddle of the Universe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Riddle of the Universe by Ernst Haeckel. Translated by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 15. God in the World. The idea of God in general, antithesis of God in the world, the supernatural in nature, theism and pantheism, chief forms of theism, polytheism, tritheism, amphitheism, monotheism, religious statistics, naturalistic monotheism, solarism, anthropistic monotheism, the three great Mediterranean religions, Mosaism, Christianity, the cult of the Madonna and the saints, papal polytheism, Islam, mixotheism, nature of theism, an extra-mundane and anthropomorphic God, a gaseous vertebrate, pantheism, intramundane God, nature, the hylozoism of the Ionic Monus, Anaximander, conflict of pantheism and Christianity, Spinoza, modern monism, atheism. For thousands of years humanity has placed the last and supreme basis of all phenomena in an efficient cause, to which it gives the title of God, Deus, Theos. Like all general ideas, this notion of God has undergone a series of remarkable modifications and transformations in the course of the evolution of reason. Indeed, it may be said that no other idea has had so many metamorphoses, for no other idea affects in so high a degree the chief objects of the mind and of rational science, as well as the deepest interests of the emotion and poetic fancy of the believer. A comparative criticism of the many different forms of the idea of God would be extremely interesting and instructive, but we have not space for it in the present work. We must be content with a passing glance at the most important forms of the belief and their relation to the modern thought that has been evoked by a sound study of nature. For further information on this interesting question, the reader would do well to consult the distinguished work of Adalbert Svoboda, Forms of Faith, 1897. When we pass over the finer shades and the variegated clothing of the God idea and confine our attention to its chief element, we can distribute all the different presentations of it into two groups, the theistic and pantheistic group. The latter is closely connected with the monistic or rational view of things, and the former is associated with dualism and mysticism. 1. Theism. In this view, God is distinct from and opposed to the world as its creator, sustainer, and ruler. He is always conceived in a more or less human form, as an organism which thinks and acts like a man, only on a much higher scale. This anthropomorphic God, polyphyletically evolved by the different races, assumes an infinity of shapes in their imagination, from fetishism to the refined monotheistic religions of the present day. The chief forms of theism are polytheism, triplotheism, amphitheism, and monotheism. The polytheist peoples the world with a variety of gods and goddesses, which enter into its machinery more or less independently. Fetishism sees subordinate deities in the lifeless body of nature, in rocks, in water, in the air, in the human productions of every kind, pictures, statues, etc. Demonism sees gods in the living organisms of every species, trees, animals, and men. This kind of polytheism is found in innumerable forms, even in the lowest tribes. It reaches the highest stage in Hellenic polytheism in the myths of ancient Greece, which still furnish the finest images to the modern poet and artist. At a much lower stage we have Catholic polytheism, in which innumerable saints, many of them have very equivocal repute, are venerated as subordinate divinities and prayed to exert their mediation with the supreme divinity. The dogma of the Trinity, which still comprises three of the chief articles of faith and the creed of Christian peoples, culminates in the notion that the one God of Christianity is really made up of three different persons. One, God the Father, the omnipotent creator of heaven and earth. This untenable myth was refuted long ago by scientific cosmogony, astronomy, and geology. Two, Jesus Christ. And three, the Holy Ghost, a mystical being over whose incomprehensible relation to the Father and the Son millions of Christian theologians have racked their brains in vain for the last 1900 years. The Gospels, which are the only clear sources of this triplotheism, are very obscure as to the relation of the three persons to each other, and do not give a satisfactory answer to the question of their unity. On the other hand, it must be carefully noted what confusion this obscure and mystic dogma of the Trinity must necessarily cause in the minds of our children, even in the earlier years of instruction. One morning they learn, in their religious instruction, that 3 times 1 are 1, and the very next hour they are told, in their arithmetic class, that 3 times 1 are 3. I remember well the reflection that this confusion led me to in my early school days. For the rest, the Trinity is not an original element in Christianity. Like most other Christian dogmas, it has been borrowed from earlier religions. Out of the sun worship of the Chaldean Magi was evolved the Trinity of Ilu, the mysterious source of the world. Its 3 manifestations were Anu, primeval chaos, Bel, the architect of the world, and Ah, heavenly light, the all-enlightening wisdom. In the Brahmanic region, the Trimurti is also conceived as a divine unity made up of 3 persons: Brahma, the creator, Vishnu, the sustainer, and Shiva, the destroyer. It would seem in this and other ideas of a trinity, the sacred number 3, as such, as a symbolic number, has counted for something. The first 3 Christian virtues, faith, hope, and charity, form a similar triad. According to Amphitheus, the world is ruled by 2 different gods, a good and an evil principle, God and the devil. They are engaged in a perpetual struggle like rival emperors or pope and antipope. The condition of the world is a result of the conflict. The loving God or good principle is the source of all that is good and beautiful, of joy and of peace. The world would be perfect if his work were not continually thwarted by the evil principle, the devil, this being the cause of all that is bad and hateful, of contradiction and of pain. Amphitheism is undoubtedly the most rational of all the forms of belief in God, and the one which is least incompatible with a scientific view of the world. Hence we find it elaborated in many ancient peoples thousands of years before Christ. In ancient India, Vishnu, the preserver, struggles with Shiva, the destroyer. In ancient Egypt, the good Osiris is opposed by the wicked Typhon. The early Hebrews had a similar dualism of Ashtoreth or Keturah, the fertile Mother Earth, and Elion, Moloch, or Sethos, the stern heavenly Father. In the Zen religion of the ancient Persians, founded by the Zoroaster 2000 years before Christ, there is a perpetual struggle between Ormuzd, the good god of light, and Ahriman, the wicked god of darkness. In Christian mythology, the devil is scarcely less conspicuous as the adversary of the good deity, the tempter and seducer, the prince of hell, and lord of darkness. A personal devil was still an important element in the belief of most Christians at the beginning of the 19th century. Towards the middle of the century, he was gradually eliminated by being progressively explained away, or he was restricted to a subordinate role he plays as Mephistopheles in Goethe's great drama. Today, the majority of educated people look upon belief in a personal devil as a medieval superstition, while belief in God, that is, the personal good and loving God, is retained as an indispensable element of religion. Yet the one belief is just as much, or as little, justified by the other. In any case, the much lamented imperfection of our earthly life, the struggle for existence, and all that pertains to it, are explained much more simply and naturally by the struggle of a good and an evil God than by any other form of theism. The dogma of the unity of God may in some respects be regarded as the simplest and most natural type of theism. It is popularly supposed to be the most widely accepted element of religion, and to predominate in the ecclesiastical system of civilized countries. In reality, that is not the case, because alleged monotheism usually turns out, on a closer inquiry, to be one of the other forms of theism we have examined, a number of subordinate deities being generally introduced besides the supreme one. Most of the religions which took a purely monotheistic standpoint have become more or less polytheistic in the course of time. Modern statistics assure us that of 1,500,000,000 men who people the earth, the great majority are monotheists. Of these, nominally, about 600 million are Brahma Buddhists, 500 million are called Christians, 200 millions are heathens of various types, 180 millions are Mohammedans, 10 millions are Jews, and 10 millions have no religion at all. However, the vast majority of these nominal monotheists have a very confused ideas about the deity, or believe in a number of gods and goddesses besides the chief god, angels, devils, etc. The different forms which monotheism has assumed in the course of its polyphyletic development have been distributed into two groups, those of naturalistic and anthropistic monotheism. Naturalistic monotheism finds the embodiment of the deity in some lofty and dominating natural phenomenon. The sun, the deity of light and warmth, on whose influence all organic life insensibly and directly depends, was taken to be such a phenomenon many thousand years ago. Sun worship, solarism, or heliotheism, seem to the modern scientists to be the best of all forms of theism, and the one which most easily reconciled with modern monism. For modern astrophysics and geogeny have taught us that the earth is a fragment detached from the sun, and that it will eventually return to the bosom of its parent. Modern physiology teaches us that the first source of organic life on the earth is the formation of protoplasm, and that this synthesis of the simple inorganic substances, water, carbonic acid, and ammonia, only takes place under the influence of sunlight. On the primary of evolution of the plasmogenous plants followed secondarily that of the plasmophagous animals, which directly or indirectly depend on them for nourishment, and the origin of the human race itself is only a later stage in the development of the animal kingdom. Indeed, the whole of our bodily and mental life depends, in the last resort, like all other organic life, on the light and heat rays of the sun. Hence, in the light of pure reason, sun worship as a form of naturalistic monotheism seems to have a much better foundation than that of the anthropistic worship of Christians and of other monotheists who conceive their God in human form. As a matter of fact, the sun worshippers attained, thousands of years ago, a higher intellectual and moral standard than most of the other theists. When I was in Bombay in 1881, I watched with the greatest sympathy the elevating rites of the pious Parsees, who, standing on the seashore or kneeling on their prayer rugs, offered their devotion to the sun as its rise and setting. Moon worship, lunarism, and selenotheism is of much less importance than sun worship. There are a few uncivilized races that have adored the moon as their only deity, but has generally been associated with the worship of the stars and of the sun. The humanization of God, or the idea that the Supreme Being feels, thinks, and acts like a man, though in a higher degree, has played a most important part as an anthropomorphic monotheism in the history of civilization. The most prominent in this respect are the three great religions of the Mediterranean peoples, the old Mosaic religion, the intermediate Christian religion, and the younger Mohammedanism. These three great Mediterranean religions, all three arriving on the east coast of the most interesting of all seas, and originating in an imaginative enthusiast of the Semitic race, are intimately connected not only by this external circumstance of an analogous origin, but by many common features of their internal contents. Just as Christianity borrowed a good deal of its mythology directly from ancient Judaism, so Islam has inherited much from both of its predecessors. As the three were originally monotheistic, all three were subsequently overlaid with a great variety of polytheistic features, in proportion as they extended first along the coast of the Mediterranean in its heterogeneous population, and eventually into every part of the world. The Hebrew monotheism, as it was founded by Moses about 1600 BC, is usually regarded as the most ancient faith which has been of great importance in the ethical and religious development of humanity. This high historical appreciation is certainly valid in the sense that the two other world-conquering Mediterranean religions issued from it. Christ was just as truly a pupil of Moses as Mohammed was afterwards of Christ. So also the New Testament, which has become the foundation of the belief of the highest civilized nations in the short space of 1900 years, rests on the venerable basis of the Old Testament. The Bible, which the two compose, a great influence and wider circulation than any other book in the world. Even today, the Bible, in spite of its curious mingling of the best and worst elements, is in a certain sense the book of books. Yet when we make an impartial and unprejudiced study of this notable historical source, we find it very different in several important respects from the popular impression. Here again the modern criticism and history have come to certain conclusions which destroy the prevalent tradition in its very foundations. The monotheism which Moses endeavored to establish in the worship of Jehovah, and which the prophets, the philosophers of the Hebrew race, afterwards developed with great success, had at first to sustain a long and severe struggle with the dominant polytheism which was in possession. Jehovah, or Yahweh, was originally derived from the heaven god, which under the title of Moloch or Baal was one of the most popular of the oriental deities, the Sethos or Typhon of the Egyptians, the Saturn or Kronos of the Greeks. There were, however, other gods in great favor with the Jewish people, and so in the struggle with idolatry continued. Still Jehovah was, in principle, the only God explicitly claiming, and the first precept of the Decalogue, I am the Lord thy God, thou shalt have no other gods beside me. Christian monotheism shared the fate of its mother, Mosaism, with the generally only monotheistic in theory, while it degenerated practically into every kind of polytheism. In point of fact, monotheism was logically abandoned in the very dogma of the Trinity, which it was adopted as an indispensable foundation of the Christian religion. The three persons, which are distinguished as Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, are three distinct individuals and indeed anthropomorphic persons, just as truly as the three Indian deities of the Trimurti, Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, and the Trinity of the ancient Hebrews, Anu, Bel, and Ah. Moreover, in the more widely distinguished form of Christianity, the Virgin Mother of Christ plays an important part of a fourth deity. In many Catholic countries, she is practically taken to be more powerful and influential than the three male persons of the celestial administration. The cult of the Madonna has been developed to such an extent in these countries that we may oppose it to the usual masculine form of monotheism as one of the feminine type. The Queen of Heaven becomes so prominent, as it is seen in many pictures and legends of the Madonna, that the three male persons practically disappear. In addition, the imagination of the pious Christian soon came to increase the celestial administration by a numerous company of saints of all kinds and bands of musical angels who should see that eternal life should not prove too dull. The popes, the greatest charlatans that any religion ever produced, have constantly studied to increase this band of celestial satellites by repeated canonizations. This curious company received its most interesting acquisition in 1870, when the Vatican Council pronounced the popes, as the vicars of Christ, to be infallible, and thusly raised them to a divine dignity. When we add the personal devil that they acknowledge, and the bad angels who form his court, we have in modern Catholicism, still the most extensive branch of Christianity, a rich and variegated polytheism that dwarfs the Olympic family of the Greeks. Islam, or the Mohammedan monotheism, is the youngest and purest form of monotheism. When the young Muhammad, born 570, learned to despise the polytheistic idolatry of his Arabian compatriots, and became acquainted with the Nestorian Christianity, he adopted its chief doctrines in a general way, but he could not bring himself to see anything more than a prophet in Christ, like Moses. He found in the dogma of the Trinity what every emancipated thinker finds on an impartial reflection, an absurd legend which is neither reconcilable with the first principles of reason, nor of any value whatever for our religious advancement. He justly regarded the worship of the Immaculate Mother of God as a piece of pure idolatry, like the veneration of pictures and images. The longer he reflected on it, the more he strove after a purified idea of deity, the clearer did the certitude of his great maxim appear: God is the only God, there are no other gods beside him. Yet Mohammed could not free himself from the anthropomorphism of the God idea. His one only God was an idealized almighty man, like the stern vindictive God of Moses, and like the gentle loving God of Christ. Still, we must admit the Mohammedan religion has preserved the character of pure monotheism throughout the course of its historical development, and its inevitable vision much more faithfully than the Mosaic and Christian religions. We see that today, even externally, in its form of prayer and preaching, and in the architecture and adornment of its mosques. When I visited the East for the first time in 1873, and admired the noble mosques of Cairo, Smyrna, Busra, and Constantinople, I was inspired with a feeling of real devotion by the simple and tasteful decorations of the interior, and the lofty and beautiful architecture work of the exterior. How noble and inspiring do these mosques appear in comparison with the majority of Catholic churches, which are covered internally with gaudy pictures in gilt, and are outwardly disfigured by an immoderate crowd of human and animal figures. Not less elevated are the silent prayers and the simple devotion acts of the Koran, when compared with the loud, unintelligible verbosity of the Catholic Mass and the blatant music of their theatrical processions. Under the title of mixotheism, we may embrace all the forms of theistic belief which contain mixtures of religious notions of different, sometimes contradictory kinds. In theory, this most widely diffused type of religion is not recognized at all. In the concrete, it is the most important and most notable of all. The vast majority of men who have religious opinions have always been, still are, mixotheists. Their idea of God is picturesquely compounded with the impressions received in childhood from their own sect, and a number of other impressions which are received later on from contact with members of other religions, and from which modify the earlier notions. In educated people there is also sometimes the modifying influence of philosophic studies in maturer years, and especially the unprejudiced study of natural phenomena, which reveals the futility of the theistic idea. The conflict of these contradictory impressions, which is very painful to a sensitive soul, and which often remains undecided throughout life, clearly shows the immense power of the heredity of ancient myths on the one hand, and the early adaptation to the erroneous dogmas on the other. The particular faith in which the child has been brought up generally remains in power unless conversion takes place subsequently, owing to the stronger influence of some other religion. But even in the supersession of one faith by another, the new name, like the old one, proves to be merely an outward label covering a mixture of the most diverse opinions and errors. The greater part of those who call themselves Christians are monotheists, as they think, but amphitheists, triplotheists, or polytheists. And the same must be said of Islam and Mosaism, as well as other monotheistic religions. Everywhere we find associated with the original idea of a sole and true God later beliefs in a number of subordinate deities, angels, devils, saints, etc., a picturesque assortment of the most diverse theistic forms. All of the above forms of theism, in the proper sense of the word, whether the belief assumes a naturalistic or an anthropistic form, represent God to be an extra-mundane or supernatural being. He is always opposed to the world or nature as an independent being, generally as its creator, sustainer, and ruler. In most religions he has the additional character of personality, or, to put it definitely still, God as a person is likened to man. In his gods, man paints himself. This anthropomorphic conception of God as one who thinks, feels, and acts like man prevails with the great majority of theists, sometimes in a cruder and more naive form, sometimes in a more refined and abstract degree. In any case, the form of theosophy which we have described is sure to affirm that God, the Supreme Being, is infinite in perfection and therefore far removed from the imperfection of humanity. Yet, when we examine closely, we always find the same psychic or mental activity in the two. God feels, thinks, and acts as man does, although it to be in an infinitely more perfect form. The personal anthropism of God has become so natural to the majority of believers that they experience no shock when they find God personified in human form, in pictures and statues, and in the varied images of the poet, in which God takes human form, that is changed into a vertebrate. In some myths, even, God takes the form of other mammals, an ape, lion, bull, etc., and more rarely of a bird, eagle, dove, or stork, and of some lower vertebrate, serpent, crocodile, dragon, etc. In the higher and more abstract forms of religion, this idea of bodily appearance is entirely abandoned, and God is adored as a pure spirit without body. God is a spirit, and those who worship him must worship him in spirit and in truth. Nevertheless, the psychic activity of this pure spirit remains just the same as the anthropomorphic God. In reality, even in this immaterial spirit is not conceived to be incorporeal, but merely invisible, gaseous. We thus arrive at the paradoxical conception of God as a gaseous vertebrate. 2. Pantheism. Pantheism teaches that God and the world are one. The idea of God is identical with that of nature or of substance. This pantheistic view is sharply opposed in principle to all the systems we have described, and to all possible forms of theism, although there have been many attempts made from both sides to bridge over the deep chasm that separates the two. There is always this fundamental contradiction between them, that in theism God is opposed to nature as an extra-mundane being, as creating and sustaining the world and acting upon it from without, while in pantheism God, as an intramundane being, is everywhere identical with nature itself and is operative within the world as force or energy. The latter view alone is compatible with our supreme law, the law of substance. It follows necessarily that pantheism is the world system of the modern scientist. There are, it is true, still a few men of science who contest this and think it possible to reconcile the old theistic theory of human nature with the pantheistic truth of the law of substance. All these efforts rest on confusion or sophistry when they are honest. As pantheism is a result of an advanced conception of nature in the civilized mind, it is naturally much younger than theism, the crudest forms of which are found in great variety in the uncivilized races of 10,000 years ago. We do, indeed, find the germs of pantheism in different religions at the very dawn of philosophy in the earliest civilized peoples, in India, Egypt, China, and Japan, several thousand years before the time of Christ. Still, we do not meet a definite philosophical expression of it until the Hylozoism of the Ionic philosophers, in the first half of the 6th century before Christ. All the great thinkers of this flourishing period of Hellenic thought are surpassed by the famous Anaximander of Miletus, who conceived the essential unity of the infinite universe, Empyrean, more profoundly and more clearly than his master Thales or his pupil Anaximenes. Only the great thought of the original unity of the cosmos and the development of all phenomena out of the all-pervading primitive matter found expression in Anaximander, but even he enunciated the bold thought of countless worlds and a periodic alternation of birth and death. Many other great philosophers of classical antiquity, especially Democritus, Heraclitus, and Empedocles, had, in the same or an analogous sense, a profound conception of this unity of nature and God, of body and spirit, which has obtained its highest expression in the law of substance of our modern monism. The famous Roman poet and philosopher Lucretius Carus has presented it in a highly poetic form in his poem De Rerum Natura. However, this true pantheistic monism was soon entirely displaced by the mystic dualism of Plato, and especially by the powerful influence which the idealistic philosophy obtained by its blending with Christian dogmas. When the papacy obtained to its spiritual despotism over the world, pantheism was hopelessly crushed. Giordano Bruno, its most gifted defender, was burned alive by the Vicar of Christ in the Campo de Flora at Rome on February 17, 1600. It was not until the middle of the 17th century that pantheism was exhibited in its purest forms by the great Baruch Spinoza. He gave for the totality of things a definition of substance in which God and the world are inseparably united. The clearness, confidence, and consistency of Spinoza's monistic system are more remarkable when we remember that this gifted thinker of 250 years ago was without the support of all those sound empirical bases which have been obtained in the second half of the 19th century. We have already spoken in the first chapter of Spinoza's relation to the materialism of the 18th and monism of the 19th century. The propagation of his views, especially in Germany, is due above all to the immortal works of our greatest poet and thinker Wolfgang Goethe. His splendid God and the World, Prometheus, Faust, etc., embody the great thoughts of pantheism in the most perfect poetic creations. Atheism affirms that there are no gods or goddesses, assuming that God means a personal extramundane entity. This godless world system substantially agrees with the monism or pantheism of the modern scientist. It is only another expression for it, emphasizing its negative aspect, the non-existence of any supernatural deity. In this sense, Schopenhauer justly remarks, pantheism is only a polite form of atheism. The true pantheism lies in its destruction of the dualist antithesis of God and the world, in its recognition that the world exists in virtue of its own inherent forces. The maxim of the pantheist, God and the world are one, is merely a polite way of giving the Lord God his congé. During the whole of the Middle Ages, under the bloody despotism of the popes, atheism was persecuted with fire and sword as the most pernicious system. As the godless man is plainly defined with the wicked in the gospel, and is threatened simply on account of his want of faith with the eternal fires of hell, it was very natural that every good Christian should be anxious to avoid the suspicion of atheism. Unfortunately, the idea still prevails very widely. The atheistic scientist who devotes his strength and life to the search for truth is freely credited with all that is evil. The theistic churchgoer who thoughtlessly follows the empty ceremonies of Catholic worship is at once assumed to be a good citizen, and his morality is deplorable. This error will only be destroyed when in the 20th century the prevalent superstition gives place to rational knowledge and to monistic conception of the unity of God and the world. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of the Riddle of the Universe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Riddle of the Universe by Ernst Haeckel, translated by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 16. Knowledge and Belief. The knowledge of the truth and its sources, the activity of the senses and the association of presentations, organs of sense and organs of thought, sense organs and their specific energy, their evolution, the philosophy of sensibility, inestimable value of the senses, limits of sensitive knowledge, hypotheses and faith, theory and faith, essential difference of scientific, natural, and religious, supernatural faith, superstition of savage and of civilized races, confessions of faith, unsectarian schools, the faith of our fathers, spiritism, and revelation. Every effort of genuine science makes for a knowledge of the truth. Our only real and valuable knowledge is a knowledge of nature itself, and consists of presentations which correspond to external things. We are incompetent, it is true, to penetrate into the innermost nature of this real world, the thing in itself, but impartial critical observation and comparison inform us that, in the normal action of the brain and the organs of sense, the impressions received by them from the outer world are the same in all rational men, and that in the normal function of the organs of thought certain presentations are formed which are everywhere the same. These presentations we call true, and we are convinced that their content corresponds to the knowable aspect of things. We know that these facts are not imaginary, but real. All knowledge of the truth depends on two different but intimately connected groups of human physiological functions. Firstly, on the sense impressions of the object by means of sense action, and secondly, on the combination of these impressions by an association into presentations in the subject. The instruments of sensation are the sense organs, sensilla or aestheta. The instruments which form and link together the presentations are the organs of thought, phroneta, the latter a part of the central and the former part of the peripheral nervous system, that important and elaborate system of organs in the higher animals which alone affects their entire psychic activity. Man's sense activity, which is the starting point of all knowledge, has been slowly and gradually developed from that of his nearest mammal relatives, the primates. The sense organs are of substantially the same construction throughout this highest animal group, and their function takes place always according to the same physical and chemical laws. They have had the same historical development in all cases. In the mammals, as in the case of all other animals, the sensilla were originally parts of the skin. The sensitive cells of the epidermis are the sources of all the different sense organs, which have acquired their specific energy by adaptation to different stimuli, light, heat, sound, chemical action, etc. The rod cells in the retina of the eye, the auditory cells in the cochlea of the ear, the olfactory cells in the nose, and the taste cells on the tongue are all originally derived from the simple, indifferent cells of the epidermis, which cover the entire surface of the body. This significant fact can be directly proved by observation of the embryonic development of man or any of the higher animals. And from this ontogenetic fact, we confidently infer, in virtue of the great biogenetic law, the important phylogenetic proposition that in the long historical evolution of our ancestors, likewise the higher sense organs with their specific energies were originally derived from the epidermis of lower animals, from a simple layer of cells which had no trace of such differentiated sensilla. A particular importance attaches to the circumstance that different nerves are qualified to perceive different properties of the environment, and these only. The optic nerve accomplishes only the perception of light, the auditory nerve the perception of sound, the olfactory nerve the perception of smell, and so on. No matter what stimuli impinge on and irritate a given sense organ, its reaction is always of the same character. From this specific energy of the sense nerves, which was first fully appreciated by Johannes Müller, very erroneous inferences have been drawn, especially in favor of a dualistic and a priori theory of knowledge. It has been affirmed that the brain or the soul only perceives a certain condition of the stimulated nerve, and that consequently no conclusion can be drawn from the process as to the existence and nature of the stimulating environment. Skeptical philosophy concluded that the very existence of an outer world is doubtful, and extreme idealism went on positively to deny it, contending that things only exist in our impressions of them. In opposition to these erroneous views, we must recall the fact that the specific energy was not originally an innate special quality of the various nerves, but it has arisen by adaptation to the particular activity of the epidermic cells in which they terminate, in harmony with the great law of division of labor. The originally indifferent sense cells of the skin undertook different tasks, one group of them taking over the stimulus of the light rays, another the impress of the sound waves, a third the chemical impulse of odorous substances, and so on. In the course of a very long period, these external stimuli effected a gradual change in the physiological, and later in the morphological, properties of these parts of the epidermis, and there was a correlative modification of the sensitive nerves which conduct the impressions they receive to the brain. Selection improved, step by step, such particular modifications as proved to be useful, and thus eventually, in the course of many million years, created these wonderful instruments, the eye and the ear, which we prize so highly. Their structure is so remarkably purposive that they might well lead to the erroneous assumption of a creation on a preconceived design. The peculiar character of each sense organ and its specific nerve has thus been gradually evolved by use and exercise, that is, by adaptation, and has then been transmitted by heredity from generation to generation. Albrecht Rau has thoroughly established this view in his excellent work on Sensation and Thought, a physiological inquiry into the nature of the human understanding, 1896. It points out the correct significance of Müller's law of specific sense energies, adding searching investigations into their relation to the brain, and in the last chapter there is an able philosophy of sensitivity based on the ideas of Ludwig Feuerbach, I thoroughly agree with his convincing work. Critical comparison of sense action in man and the other vertebrates has brought to light a number of extremely important facts, the knowledge of which we owe to the penetrating research of the 19th century, especially of the second half of the century. This is particularly true of two most elaborate aesthetic organs, the eye and the ear. They present a different and more complicated structure in the vertebrates than in the other animals, and have also a characteristic development in the embryo. This typical ontogenesis and structure of the sensilla of all the vertebrates is only explained by heredity from a common ancestor. Within the vertebrate group, however, we find a great variety of structure in points of detail, and this is due to adaptation to their manner of life on the part of the various species, to the increasing or diminishing use of various parts. In respect of the structure of his sense organs, man is by no means the most perfect and most highly developed vertebrate. The eye of the eagle is much keener, and can distinguish small objects at a distance much more clearly than the human eye. The hearing of many mammals, especially of the carnivora, ungulata, and rodentia of the desert, is much more sensitive than that of man, and perceives slight noises at a much greater distance, that may be seen at a glance by their large and very sensitive cochlea. Singing birds have attained a higher grade of development, even in respect of musical endowment, than the majority of men. The sense of smell is much more developed in most of the mammals, especially in the carnivora and the ungulata, than in man. If the dog could compare his own fine scent with that of man, he would look down on us with compassion. Even with regard to the lower senses, taste, sex sense, touch, and temperature, man has by no means reached the highest stage in every respect. We can naturally only pass judgment on the sensations which we ourselves experience. However, anatomy informs us of the presence in the bodies of many animals of other senses than those we are familiar with. Thus fishes and other lower aquatic vertebrates have peculiar sensilla in the skin which are in connection with special sense nerves. On the right and left sides of the fish's body there is a long canal branching into a number of smaller canals at the head. In this mucous canal there are nerves with numerous branches, the terminations of which are connected with peculiar nerve aggregates. This extensive epidermic sense organ probably serves for the perception of changes in the pressure or in other properties of the water. Some groups are distinguished by the possession of other peculiar sensilla, the meaning of which is still unknown to us. But it is already clear from the above facts that our human sense activity is limited not only in quantity but in quality also. We can thus only perceive with our senses, especially with the eye and the sense of touch, a part of the qualities of the objects in our environment. And even this partial perception is incomplete, in the sense that our organs are imperfect, and our sensory nerves, acting as interpreters, communicate to the brain only a translation of the impressions received. However, this acknowledged imperfection of our senses should not prevent us from recognizing their instruments, and especially the eye, to be organs of the highest type, together with the thought organs in the brain. They are nature's most valuable gift to man. Very truly does Albrecht Rau say, "All science is sensitive knowledge in the ultimate analysis." It does not deny, but interpret the data of the senses. The senses are our first and best friends. Long before the mind is developed, the senses tell man what he must do and avoid. He who makes a general disavowal of the senses in order to meet their dangers acts as thoughtlessly and as foolishly as the man who plucks out his eyes because they once fell on shameful things, or the man who cuts off his hand lest at any time it should reach out to the goods of his neighbor. Hence Feuerbach is quite right in calling all philosophies, religions, and systems which oppose the principle of sense action not only erroneous, but really pernicious. Without the senses, there is no knowledge. Nihil est intellectu quod non furit in sensu, as Locke said. 20 years ago I pointed out in my chapter on the origin and development of the sense organs the great service of Darwinism in giving us a profounder knowledge and a juster appreciation of the senses. The thirst for knowledge of the educated mind is not contented with the defective acquaintance with the outer world which is obtained through our imperfect sense organs. He endeavors to build up the sense impressions which they have brought him into valuable knowledge. He transforms them into specific sense perceptions in the sense centers of the cortex of the brain, and combines them into presentations by association in the thought centers. Finally, by a further concatenation of the groups of presentations, he attains to connected knowledge. But this knowledge remains defective and unsatisfactory until the imagination supplements the inadequate power of combination of the intelligence, and by the association of stored-up images unites the isolated elements into a connected whole. Thus are produced new general presentative images, and these suffice to interpret the facts perceived and satisfy reason's feeling of causality. The presentations which fill up the gaps in our knowledge or take its place may be called, in a broad sense, faith. That is what happens continually in daily life. When we're not sure about a thing, we say, "I believe it." In this sense we are compelled to make use of faith, even in science itself. We conjecture or assume that a certain relation exists between two phenomena, though we do not know it for certain. If it is a question of a cause, we form a hypothesis, though in science only such hypotheses are admitted as lie within the sphere of human cognizance, and do not contradict known facts. Such hypotheses are, for instance, in physics, the theory of the vibratory movement of ether; in chemistry, the hypotheses of atoms and their affinity; in biology, the theory of the molecular structure of living protoplasm, and so forth. The explanation of a great number of connected phenomena by the assumption of a common cause is called a theory. Both in theory and hypotheses, faith in the scientific sense is indispensable. For here again it is the imagination that fills up the gaps left by the intelligence in our knowledge of the connection of things. A theory, therefore, must always be regarded only as an approximation to the truth. It must be understood that it may be replaced in time by another and better grounded theory. But in spite of this admitted uncertainty, theory is indispensable for all true science. It elucidates facts by postulating a cause for them. The man who renounces theory altogether and seeks to construct a pure science with certain facts alone, as often happens with wrong-headed representatives of our exact sciences, must give up the hope of any knowledge of causes, and consequently of the satisfaction of reason's demand for causality. The theory of gravitation in astronomy, Newton; the nebula theory in cosmogony, Kant and Laplace; the principle of energy in physics, Moyer and Helmholtz; the atomic theory in chemistry, Dalton; the vibratory theory in optics, Huygens; the cellular theory in histology, Schleiden and Swann; and the theory of descent in biology, Lamarck and Darwin, are all important theories of the first rank. They explain a whole world of natural phenomena by the assumption of a common cause for all the several facts of their respective provinces, and by showing that all the phenomena thereof are interconnected and controlled by laws which issue from this common cause. And yet the cause itself may remain obscure in character, or be merely a provisional hypothesis. The force of gravity in the theory of gravitation and in cosmogony, energy itself in its relation to matter, the ether of optics and electricity, the atom of the chemist, the living protoplasm of histology, the heredity of the evolutionist, these and other similar conceptions of other great theories may be regarded by a skeptical philosophy as mere hypotheses, and the outcome of scientific faith, and yet they are indispensable for us until they are replaced by better hypotheses. The dogmas which are used for the explanation of phenomena in the various religions, and which go by the name of faith in the narrower sense, are of a very different character from the forms of scientific faith we have enumerated. The two types, however, the natural faith of science and the supernatural faith of religion, are not infrequently confounded, so that we must point out their fundamental differences. Religious faith means always belief in a miracle, and as such is in hopeless contradiction with the natural faith of reason. In opposition to reason, it postulates supernatural agencies, and therefore may be justly called superstition. The essential difference of this superstition from rational faith lies in the fact that it assumes supernatural forces and phenomena, which are unknown and inadmissible to science, and which are the outcome of illusion and fancy. Moreover, superstition contradicts the well-known laws of nature, and is therefore irrational. Owing to the great progress of ethnology during the century, we've learned a vast quantity of different kinds and practices of superstition, as they still survive in uncivilized races. When they are compared with each other, and with the mythological notion of earlier ages, a manifold analogy is discovered, frequently a common origin, and eventually one simple source for them all. This is found in the demand of causality in reason, in the search for an explanation of obscure phenomena by the discovery of a cause. That applies particularly to such phenomena as threaten us with danger and excite fear, like thunder and lightning, earthquakes, eclipses, etc. The demand for a causal explanation of such phenomena is found in uncivilized races of the lowest grade, transmitted from their primate ancestors by heredity. It is even found in many other vertebrates. When a dog barks at the full moon, or at a ringing bell of which it sees the hammer moving, or at a flag that flutters in the breeze, it expresses not only fear, but also the mysterious impulse to learn the cause of the obscure phenomena. The crude beginnings of religion among primitive races spring partly from this hereditary superstition of their primate ancestors, and partly from the worship of ancestors, from various emotional impulses, and from habits which have become traditional. The religious notions of modern civilized peoples, which they esteem so highly, profess to be on a much higher level than the crude superstition of the savage. We are told of the great advance which civilization has made in sweeping it aside. That is a great mistake. Impartial comparison and analysis show that they only differ in their special form of faith and the outer shell of their creed. In the clear light of reason, the refined faith of the most liberal ecclesiastical religion, inasmuch as it contradicts the known and inviolable laws of nature, is no less irrational a superstition than the crude spirit faith of primitive fetishism, on which it looks down with proud disdain. And if from this impartial standpoint we take a critical glance at the kinds of faith that prevail today in civilized countries, we find them everywhere saturated with traditional superstition. The Christian belief in creation, the Trinity, the Immaculate Conception, the redemption, the resurrection and ascension of Christ, and so forth, is just as purely imaginative as the belief in the various dogmas of the Mohammedan, Mosaic, Buddhistic, and Brahmanic religions, and is just as incapable of reconciliation with a rational knowledge of nature. Each of these religions is for the sincere believer an indisputable truth, and each regards the other as heresy and damnable error. The more confidently a particular sect considers itself the only ark of salvation, and the more ardently this conviction is cherished, the more zealously does it contend against all other sects, and gives rise to the fearful religious wars that form the saddest pages in the book of history. And all the time the unprejudiced critique of pure reason teaches us that all these different forms of faith are equally false and irrational, mere creatures of poetic fancy and uncritical tradition. Rational science must reject them all alike as the outcome of superstition. The incalculable injury which irrational superstition has done to credulous humanity is conspicuously revealed in the ceaseless conflict of confessions of faith. Of all the wars which nations have waged against each other, with fire and sword, the religious wars have been the bloodiest. Of all the forms of discord that have shattered the happiness of families and of individuals, those that arise from religious differences are still the most painful. Think of the millions who have lost their lives in Christian persecutions, in the religious conflicts of Islam, and of the Reformation by the Inquisition, and under the charge of witchcraft. Or think of the still greater number of luckless men who through religious differences have been plunged into family troubles, have lost the esteem of their fellow citizens and their position in the community, or have even been compelled to fly from their country. The official confession of faith becomes most pernicious of all when it is associated with the political aims of a modern state, and is enforced as a religious instruction in our schools. The child's mind is thus early diverted from the pursuit of the truth and impregnated with superstition. Every friend of humanity should do all in his power to promote unsectarian schools as one of the most valuable institutions of the modern state. The great value which is none the less still very widely attached to sectarian instruction is not only due to the compulsion of a reactionary state and its dependence on a dominant clericalism, but also to the weight of old traditions and emotional cravings of various kinds. One of the strongest of these is the devout reverence which is extended everywhere to sectarian tradition, to the faith of our fathers. In thousands of stories and poems, fidelity to it is extolled as a spiritual treasure and a sacred duty. And yet a little impartial study of the history of faith suffices to show the absurdity of the notion. The dominant evangelical faith of the second half of the 19th century is essentially different from that of the first half, and this again from that of the 18th century. The faith of the 18th century diverges considerably from the faith of our fathers of the 17th, and still more from that of the 16th century. The Reformation, releasing enslaved reason from the tyranny of the popes, is naturally regarded by them as the darkest heresy. But even the faith of the papacy itself has been completely transformed in the course of a century. And how different is the faith of the Christian from that of his heathen ancestors! Every man with some degree of independent thought frames a more or less personal religion for himself, which is always different from that of his fathers. It depends largely on the general condition of thought in his day. The further we go back in the history of civilization, the more clearly do we find this esteemed faith of our fathers to be an indefensible superstition which is undergoing continual transformation. One of the most remarkable forms of superstition, which still takes a very active part in modern life, is Spiritism. It is a surprising and a lamentable fact that millions of educated people are still dominated by this dreary superstition. Even distinguished scientists are entangled in it. A number of spiritualist journals spread the faith far and wide, and our superior circles do not scruple to hold seances in which spirits appear, rapping, writing, giving messages from the beyond, and so on. It is a frequent boast of spiritists that even eminent men of science defend their superstition. In Germany, A. Zollner and Fechner are quoted as instances. In England, Wallace and Crookes. The regrettable circumstance that physicists and biologists of such distinction have been led astray by Spiritism is accounted for partly by their excess of imagination and defect of critical faculty, and partly by the powerful influence of dogmas which a religious education imprinted on the brain in early youth. Moreover, it was precisely through the famous séances at Leipzig, in which the physicists Zollner, Fechner, and Wilhelm Weber were imposed on by that clever American conjurer, Slade, that the fraud of the latter was afterwards fully exposed. He was discovered to be a common impostor. In other cases, too, where the alleged marvels of Spiritism have been thoroughly investigated, they have been traced to a more or less clever deception. The mediums, generally of the weaker sex, have been found to be either smart swindlers or nervous persons of abnormal irritability. Their supposed gift of telepathy for action at a distance of thought without material medium has no more existence than the voices or the groans of spirits, etc. The vivid pictures which Karl Duprel of Munich and other spiritists give of their phenomena must be regarded as the outcome of a lively imagination, together with a lack of critical power and of knowledge of physiology. The majority of religions have, in spite of their great differences, one common feature, which is at the same time one of their strongest supports in many quarters. They declare that they can elucidate the problem of existence, the solution of which is beyond the natural power of reason, by the supernatural way of revelation. From that they derive the authority of the dogmas, which is the guise of divine laws, control morality and the practical conduct of life. Divine inspirations of that kind form the basis of many myths and legends, the human origin of which is perfectly clear. It is true that the God who reveals himself does not always appear in human shape, but in thunder and lightning, storm and earthquake, fiery bush or menacing cloud. But the revelation which he is supposed to bring to the credulous children of men is always anthropomorphic. It invariably takes the form of a communication of ideas or commands which are formulated and expressed precisely as is done in the normal action of the human brain and larynx. In the Indian and Egyptian religions, in the mythologies of Greece and Rome, in the Old and New Testaments, the gods think, talk, and act just as men do. The revelations in which they are supposed to unveil for us the secrets of existence and the solution of the great world enigma are creations of the human imagination. The truth which the credulous discover in them is a human invention. The childlike faith in these irrational revelations is mere superstition. The true revelation, that is, the true source of rational knowledge, is to be sought in nature alone. The rich heritage of truth, which forms the most valuable part of human culture, is derived exclusively from the experiences acquired in a searching study of nature, and from the rational conclusions which it has reached by the just association of these empirical presentations. Every intelligent man, with normal brain and senses, finds this true revelation in nature on impartial study, and thus frees himself from the superstition with which the revelations of religion had burdened him. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of the Riddle of the Universe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J. Rimby. The Riddle of the Universe by Ernst Haeckel. Translated by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 17. Science and Christianity. increasing opposition between modern science and Christian theology, the old and the new faith, defense of rational science against the attacks of Christian superstition, especially against Catholicism. 4 periods in the evolution of Christianity. 1. Primitive Christianity, the first 3 centuries, the 4 canonical Gospels, the epistles of Paul. 2. The papacy, ultramontane Christianity, retrogression of civilization in the Middle Ages, ultramontane falsification of history, the papacy and science, the papacy and Christianity. 3. The Reformation, Luther and Calvin, the year of emancipation. 4. The pseudo-Christianity of the 19th century, the papal declaration of war against reason and science. A. Infallibility. B. The Encyclica. C. The Immaculate Conception. One of the most distinctive features of the expiring century is the increasing vehemence of the opposition between science and Christianity. That is both natural and inevitable. In the same proportion in which the victorious progress of modern science has surpassed all the scientific achievements of earlier ages, has the untenability been proved of those mystic views which would subdue reason under the yoke of an alleged revelation, and the Christian religion belongs to that group. The more solidly modern astronomy, physics, and chemistry have established the sole dominion of inflexible natural laws in the universe at large, and modern botany, zoology, and anthropology have proved the validity of those laws in the entire kingdom of organic nature, so much the more strenuously has the Christian religion, in association with dualistic metaphysics, striven to deny the application of these natural laws in the province of the so-called spiritual life, that is, in one section of the physiology of the brain. No one has more clearly, boldly, and unanswerably enunciated this open and irreconcilable opposition between the modern scientific and the outworn Christian view than David Friedrich Strauss, the greatest theologian of the 19th century. His last work, The Old Faith and the New, is a magnificent expression of the honest conviction of all educated people of the present day, who understand this unavoidable conflict between the discredited dominant doctrines of Christianity and the illuminating rational revelation of modern science. All those who have the courage to defend the right of reason against the pretensions of superstition, and who are sensible of the philosophic demand for a unified system of thought. Strauss, as an honorable and courageous freethinker, has expounded far better than I could the principal points of difference between the old and the new faith. The absolute irreconcilability of the opponents and the inevitability of their struggle, for life or death, have been ably presented in the philosophic side of E. Hartmann in his interesting work on The Self-Destruction of Christianity. When the works of Strauss and Feuerbach and the history of the conflict between religion and science of J. W. Draper have been read, it may seem superfluous for us to devote a special chapter to the subject. Yet we think it useful, and even necessary for our purpose, to cast a critical glance at the historical course of this great struggle, especially seeing that the attacks of the Christian militant on science in general, and on the theory of evolution in particular, have been extremely bitter and menacing of late years. Unfortunately, the mental relaxation which has lately set in, and the rising flood of reaction in the political, social, and ecclesiastical world are only too well calculated to give point to those dangers. If anyone doubts it, he only has to look over the conduct of Christian synods and of the German Reichstag during the last few years. And quite in harmony are the recent efforts of many secular governments to get on as good a footing as possible with the spiritual regiment, their deadly enemy, that is, to submit to its yoke. The two forces find a common aim in the suppression of free thought and free scientific research, for the purpose of thus more easily securing a complete despotism. Let us first emphatically protest that it is a question for us of the necessary defense of science and reason against the vigorous attacks of the Christian Church and its vast army, not of an unprovoked attack of science on religion. And in the first place, our defense must be prepared against Romanism, or Ultramontanism. This one ark of salvation, this Catholic Church destined for all, is not only much larger and more powerful than the other Christian sects, but it is the exceptional advantage of a vast, centralized organization and an unrivaled political ability. Men of science are often heard to say that the Catholic superstition is no more astute than the other forms of supernatural faith, and that all these insidious institutions are equally inimical to reason and science. As a matter of general theoretical principle, the statement may pass, but it is certainly wrong when we look at its practical side. The deliberate and indiscriminate attacks of the ultramontane Church on science, supported by the apathy and ignorance of the masses, are, on account of its powerful organization, much more severe and dangerous than those of other religions. In order to appreciate correctly the extreme importance of Christianity in regard to the entire history of civilization, and particularly its fundamental opposition to reason and science, we must briefly run over the principal stages of its historical evolution. It may be divided into 4 periods. 1. Primitive Christianity, the first 3 centuries. 2. Papal Christianity, 12 centuries from the 4th to the 15th. 3. The Reformation, 3 centuries from the 16th to the 18th. And 4. Modern Pseudo-Christianity. 1. Primitive Christianity. Primitive Christianity embraces the first 3 centuries. Christ himself, the noble prophet and enthusiast, so full of the love of humanity, was far below the level of classical culture. He knew nothing beyond the Jewish traditions. He has not left a single line of writing. He had, indeed, no suspicion of the advanced stage to which Greek philosophy and science had progressed 500 years before. All that we know of him and of his original teaching is taken from the chief documents of the New Testament, the 4 Gospels and the Pauline epistles. As to the 4 canonical Gospels, we now know that they were selected from a host of contradictory and forged manuscripts of the first 3 centuries by the 318 bishops who assembled at the Council of Nicaea in 327. The entire list of Gospels numbered 40. The canonical list contains 4. As the contending and mutually abusive bishops could not agree about the choice, they determined to leave the selection to a miracle. They put all the books, according to the Synodicon of Pappus, together underneath the altar, and prayed that the apocryphal books of human origin might remain there, and the genuine inspired books might be miraculously placed on the table of the Lord. And that, says tradition, really occurred. The 3 synoptic Gospels, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, all written after them, not by them, at the beginning of the 2nd century, and the very different 4th Gospel, ostensibly after John, written about the middle of the 2nd century, leaped on the table, and were thenceforth recognized as the inspired, with their 1,000 mutual contradictions, foundations of Christian doctrine. If any modern unbeliever finds this story of the leap of the sacred books incredible, we must remind him that it is just as credible as the table-turning and spirit-rapping that are believed to take place today by millions of educated people, and that hundreds of millions of Christians believe, just as implicitly, in their personal immortality, their resurrection from the dead, and the Trinity of God, dogmas that contradict pure reason no more and no less than the miraculous bound of the Gospel manuscripts. The most important sources after the Gospels are the 14 separate and generally forged epistles of Paul. The genuine Pauline epistles, 3 in number, according to recent criticism, to the Romans, Galatians, and Corinthians, were written before the canonical Gospels, and contain less incredible miraculous material than they. They are also more concerned than the Gospels to adjust themselves with a rational view of the world. Hence, the advanced theology of modern times constructs its ideal Christianity rather on the base of the Pauline epistles than on the Gospels, so that it has been called Paulinism. The remarkable personality of Paul, who possessed much more culture and practical sense than Christ, is extremely interesting from the anthropological point of view, from the fact that the racial origin of the two great religious founders is very much the same. Recent historical investigation teaches that Paul's father was of Greek nationality and his mother of Jewish. Footnote: as to the Greek paternity of Christ, vide page 328. The half-breeds of these two races, which are so very distant in origin, although they are branches of the same species, the Homo mediterraneus, are often distinguished by a happy blending of talents and temperament, as we find in many recent and actual instances. The plastic Oriental imagination and the critical Western reason often admirably combine and complete each other. That is visible in the Pauline teachings, which soon obtained a greater influence than the earliest Christian notions. Hence it is not incorrect to consider Paulinism a new phenomenon, of which the father was the philosophy of the Greeks, and the mother the religion of the Jews. Neoplatonism is an analogous combination. As to the real teaching and aims of Christ, and as to many important aspects of his life, the views of conflicting theologians diverge more and more, as historical criticism, Strauss, Feuerbach, Bauer, Renan, etc., puts the accessible facts in their true light, and draws impartial conclusions from them. Two things certainly remain beyond dispute: the lofty principle of universal charity and the fundamental maxim of ethics, the golden rule that issues therefrom. Both, however, existed in theory and in practice centuries before the time of Christ. Compare chapter 19. For the rest, the Christians of the early centuries were generally pure communists, sometimes social democrats, who, according to the prevailing theory in Germany today, ought to have been exterminated with fire and sword. 2. Papal Christianity. Latin Christianity, variously called papistry, Romanism, Vaticanism, Ultramontanism, or the Roman Catholic Church, is one of the most remarkable phenomena in the history of civilized man. In spite of the storms that have swept over it, it still exerts a most powerful influence. Of the 410 million Christians who are scattered over the earth, the majority, that is, 225 millions, are Roman Catholics. There are 75 million Greek Catholics and 110 million Protestants. During a period of 1,200 years, from the 4th to the 16th century, the papacy has almost absolutely controlled and tainted the spiritual life of Europe. On the other hand, it has won but little territory from the ancient religions of Asia and Africa. In Asia, Buddhism still counts 503 million followers, the Brahmanic religion 138 millions, and Islam 120 millions. It is the despotism of the papacy that lent its darkest character to the Middle Ages. It meant death to all freedom of mental life, decay to all science, corruption to all morality. From the noble height to which the life of the human mind had attended in classical antiquity, in the centuries before Christ and the first century after Christ, it soon sank, under the rule of the papacy, to a level which, in respect of the knowledge of the truth, can only be termed barbarism. It is often protested that other aspects of mental life, poetry and architecture, scholastic learning and patristic philosophy, were richly developed in the Middle Ages. But this activity was in the service of the Church. It did not tend to the cultivation, but to the suppression of free mental research. The exclusive preparing for an unknown eternity beyond the tomb, the contempt of nature, the withdrawal from the study of it, which are essential elements of Christianity, were urged as a sacred duty by the Roman hierarchy. It was not until the beginning of the 16th century that a change for the better came in with the Reformation. It is impossible for us here to describe the pitiful retrogression of culture and morality during the 12 centuries of the spiritual despotism of Rome. It is very pithily expressed in a saying of the greatest and the ablest of the Hohenzollerns. Frederick the Great condensed his judgment in the phrase that the study of history led one to think that from Constantine to the date of the Reformation, the whole world was insane. L. Buchner has given us an admirable, brief description of this period of insanity in his work on Religious and Scientific Systems. The reader who desires a closer acquaintance with the subject would do well to consult the historical works of Rank, Draper, Kolb, Svoboda, etc. The truthful description of the awful condition of the Christian Middle Ages, which is given by these and other unprejudiced historians, is confirmed by all the reliable sources of investigation, and by the historical monuments which came down from the saddest period of human history. Educated Catholics, who are sincere truth-seekers, cannot be too frequently recommended to study these historical sources for themselves. This is the more necessary as ultramontane literature has still a considerable influence. The old trick of deceiving the faithful by a complete reversal of facts and an invention of miraculous circumstances is still worked by it with great success. We will only mention Lourdes and the Holy Coat of Treves. The ultramontane professor of history at Frankfurt, Johannes Janssen, affords a striking example of the length they will go in distorting historical truth. His much-read works, especially his History of the German People since the Middle Ages, are marred by falsification to an incredible extent. The untruthfulness of these Jesuitical productions is on a level with the credulity and uncritical judgment of the simple German nation that takes them for gospel. One of the most interesting of the historical facts which clearly prove the evil of the ultramontane despotism is its vigorous and consistent struggle with science. This was determined on, in principle, from the very beginning of Christianity, inasmuch as it set faith above reason and preached the blind subjection of the one to the other. That was natural, seeing that our whole life on earth was held to be only a preparation for the legendary life beyond, and thus scientific research was robbed of any real value. The deliberate and successful attack on science began in the early part of the 4th century, particularly after the Council of Nicaea, 327, presided over by Constantine, called the Great because he raised Christianity to the position of a state religion, and founded Constantinople, though a worthless character, a false-hearted hypocrite, and a murderer. The success of the papacy in its conflict with independent scientific thought and inquiry is best seen in the distressing condition of science and its literature during the Middle Ages. Not only were the rich literary treasures that classical antiquity had bequeathed to the world destroyed for the most part, or withdrawn from circulation, but the rack and the stake ensured the silence of every heretic, that is, every independent thinker. If he did not keep his thoughts to himself, he had to look forward to being burned alive, as was the fate of the great monistic philosopher Giordano Bruno, the reformer John Huss, and more than 100,000 other witnesses to the truth. The history of science in the Middle Ages teaches us on every page that independent thought and empirical research were completely buried for 12 sad centuries under the oppression of the omnipotent papacy. All that we esteem in true Christianity, in the sense of its founder and of his noblest followers, and that we must endeavor to save from the inevitable wreck of this great world religion for our new monistic religion, lies on its ethical and social planes. The principles of true humanism, the golden rule, the spirit of tolerance, the love of man, in the best and highest sense of the word, all these true graces of Christianity were not, indeed, first discovered and given to the world by that religion, but were successfully developed in the critical period when classical antiquity was hastening to its doom. The papacy, however, has attempted to convert all those virtues into the direct contrary, and still to hang out the sign of the old firm. Instead of Christian charity, it introduced a fanatical hatred of the followers of all other religions. With fire and sword it has pursued not only the heathen, but every Christian sect that dared resist the imposition of ultramontane dogma. Tribunals for heretics were erected all over Europe, yielding unnumbered victims, whose torments seemed only to fill their persecutors, with all their Christian charity, with a peculiar satisfaction. The power of Rome was directed mercilessly for centuries against everything that stood in its way. Under the notorious Torquemada, 1481–98, in Spain alone 8,000 heretics were burned alive, and 90,000 punished with the confiscation of their goods and the most grievous ecclesiastical fines. In the Netherlands, under the rule of Charles V, at least 50,000 men fell victims to the clerical bloodthirst. And while the heavens resounded with the cry of the martyrs, the wealth of half the world was pouring into Rome, to which the whole of Christianity paid tribute, and the self-styled representatives of God on earth and their accomplices, not infrequently atheists themselves, wallowed in pleasure and vice of every description. And all these privileges, said the frivolous, syphilitic Pope Leo X, have been secured to us by the fable of Jesus Christ. Yet with all the discipline of the Church and the fear of God, the condition of European society was pitiable. Feudalism, serfdom, the grace of God, and the favor of the monks ruled the land. The poor helots were only too glad to be permitted to raise their miserable huts under the shadow of the castle or the cloister, their secular and spiritual oppressors and exploiters. Even today we suffer from the aftermath of these awful ages and conditions, in which there was no question of care for science or higher mental culture, save in rare circumstances and in secret. Ignorance, poverty, and superstition combine with the immoral operation of the law of celibacy, which had been introduced in the 11th century, to consolidate the ever-growing power of the papacy. It has been calculated that there were more than 10 million victims of fanatical religious hatred during this golden age of papal domination. And how many more million human victims must be put to the account of celibacy, oral confession, and moral constraint, the most pernicious and accursed institutions of the papal despotism? Unbelieving philosophers, who have collected disproofs of the existence of God, have overlooked one of the strongest arguments in that sense: the fact that the Roman Vicar of Christ could, for 12 centuries, perpetrate with impunity the most shameful and horrible deeds in the name of God. End of Chapter 17, Part 1.
Chapter 17, Part 2 of The Riddle of the Universe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nathan Dickey. The Riddle of the Universe by Ernst Haeckel. Translated by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 17, Section 3. The Reformation. The history of civilization, which we are so fond of calling the history of the world, enters upon its third period with the Reformation of the Christian Church, just as its second period begins with the founding of Christianity. With the Reformation begins the new birth of fettered reason, the reawakening of science, which the iron hand of the Christian papacy had relentlessly crushed for 1200 years. At the same time, the spread of general education had already commenced, owing to the invention of printing about the middle of the 15th century, and towards its close several great events occurred, especially the discovery of America in 1492, which prepared the way for the Renaissance of science in company with that of art. Indeed, certain very important advances were made in the knowledge of nature during the first half of the 16th century, which shook the prevailing system to its very foundations. Such were the circumnavigation of the globe by Magellan in 1522, which afforded empirical proof of its rotundity, and the founding of the new system of the world by Copernicus in 1543. Yet the 31st of October in the year 1517, the day on which Martin Luther nailed his 95 Theses to the wooden door of Wittenberg Cathedral, must be regarded as the commencement of a new epoch, for on that day was forced the iron door of the prison in which the papal church had detained fettered reason for 1200 years. The merits of the great reformer have been partly exaggerated, partly underestimated. It has been justly pointed out that Luther, like all the other reformers, remained in manifold subjection to the deepest superstition. Thus, he was throughout life a supporter of the rigid dogma of the verbal inspiration of the Bible. He zealously maintained the doctrines of the resurrection, original sin, predestination, justification by faith, etc. He rejected as folly the great discovery of Copernicus, because in the Bible, quote, Joshua bade the sun, not the earth, stand still. Unquote. He utterly failed to appreciate the great political revolutions of his time, especially the profound and just agitation of the peasantry. Worse still was the fanatical Calvin of Geneva, who had the talented Spanish physician Serveto burnt alive in 1553 because he rejected the absurd dogma of the Trinity. The fanatical true believers of the Reformed Church followed only too frequently in the blood-stained footsteps of their papal enemies, as they do even in our own day. Deeds of unparalleled cruelty followed in the train of the Reformation. The massacre of St. Bartholomew and the persecution of the Huguenots in France, bloody heretic hunts in Italy, civil war in England, and the 30 Years' War in Germany. Yet, in spite of these grave blemishes, to the 16th and 17th centuries belongs the honor of once more opening a free path to the thoughtful mind, and delivering reason from the oppressive yoke of the papacy. Thus only was made possible that great development of different tendencies in critical philosophy and of new paths in science, which won for the subsequent 18th century the honorable title of the Century of Enlightenment. Section 4. The Pseudo-Christianity of the 19th Century. As the fourth and last stage in the history of Christianity, we oppose our 19th century to all its predecessors. It is true that the Enlightenment of preceding centuries had promoted critical thought in every direction, and the rise of science itself had furnished powerful empirical weapons. Yet it seems to us that our progress along both lines has been quite phenomenal during the 19th century. It has inaugurated an entirely new period in the history of the human mind, characterized by the development of the monistic philosophy of nature. At its very commencement, the foundations were laid of a new anthropology by the comparative anatomy of Cuvier, and a new biology by the Philosophie zoologique of Lamarck. The two great French scientists were quickly succeeded by two contemporary German scholars, Baer, the founder of the science of evolution, and Johannes Müller, the founder of comparative morphology and physiology. A pupil of Müller, Theodor Schwann, created the far-reaching cellular theory in 1838, in conjunction with M. Schleiden. Lyell had already traced the evolution of the earth to natural causes, and thus proved the application to our planet of the mechanical cosmogony which Kant had sketched with so much insight in 1755. Finally, Robert Mayer and Helmholtz established the principle of the conservation of energy in 1842, the second complementary half of the great law of substance, the first half of which, the persistence of matter, had been previously discovered by Lavoisier. 40 years ago, Charles Darwin crowned all these profound revelations of the intimate nature of the universe by his new theory of evolution, the greatest natural philosophical achievement of our century. What is the relation of modern Christianity to this vast and unparalleled progress of science? In the first place, the deep gulf between its two great branches, conservative Romanism and progressive Protestantism, has naturally widened. The ultramontane clergy, and we must associate with them the Orthodox Evangelical Alliance, had naturally to offer a strenuous opposition to this rapid advance of the emancipated mind. They continued unmoved in their rigid literal belief, demanding the unconditional surrender of reason to dogma. Liberal Protestantism, on the other hand, took refuge in a kind of monistic pantheism, and sought a means of reconciling two contradictory principles. It endeavored to combine the unavoidable recognition of the established laws of nature, and the philosophic conclusions that followed from them, with a purified form of religion, in which scarcely anything remained of the distinctive teaching of faith. There were many attempts at compromise to be found between the two extremes, but the conviction rapidly spread that dogmatic Christianity had lost every foundation, and that only its valuable ethical contents should be saved for the new monistic religion of the 20th century. As, however, the existing external forms of the dominant Christian religion remained unaltered, and as, in spite of a progressive political development, they are more intimately than ever connected with the practical needs of the state, there has arisen that widespread religious profession in educated spheres which we can only call pseudo-Christianity. At the bottom of it is a religious lie of the worst character. The great dangers which attend this conflict between sincere conviction and the hypocritical profession of modern pseudo-Christians are admirably described in Max Nordau's interesting work on The Conventional Lies of Civilization. In the midst of this obvious falseness of prevalent pseudo-Christianity, there is one favorable circumstance for the progress of a rational study of nature. Its most powerful and bitterest enemy, the Roman Church, threw off its mask of ostensible concern for higher mental development about the middle of the 19th century, and declared a guerre d'outrance against independent science. This happened in three important challenges to reason, for the explicitness and resoluteness of which modern science and culture cannot but be grateful to the Vicar of Christ. 1. In December 1854, the Pope promulgated the dogma of the Immaculate Conception of Mary. 2. 10 years afterwards, in December 1864, the Pope published in his famous encyclica an absolute condemnation of the whole of modern civilization and culture. In the syllabus that accompanied it, he enumerated and anathematized all the rational theses and philosophical principles which are regarded by modern science as lucid truths. 3. Finally, 6 years afterwards, on July 18, 1870, the militant head of the Church crowned his folly by claiming infallibility for himself and all his predecessors in the papal chair. This triumph of the Roman Curia was communicated to the astonished world on the very day before that on which France declared war with Prussia. 2 months later, the temporal power of the Pope was taken from him in consequence of the war. These three stupendous acts of the papacy were such obvious assaults on the reason of the 19th century that they gave rise, from the very beginning, to a most heated discussion even within Orthodox Catholic circles. When the Vatican Council first approached the dogma of infallibility on July 18, 1870, only 3/4 of the bishops declared in its favor, 451 out of 601 assenting. Many other bishops, who wished to keep clear of the perilous definition, were absent from the council. But the shrewd pontiff had calculated better than the timid, discreet Catholics. Even this extraordinary dogma was blindly accepted by the credulous and uneducated masses of the faithful. The whole history of the papacy, as it is substantiated by 1,000 reliable sources and accessible documents, appears to the impartial student as an unscrupulous tissue of lying and deceit, a reckless pursuit of absolute mental despotism and secular power, a frivolous contradiction of all the high moral precepts which true Christianity enunciates. charity and toleration, truth and chastity, poverty and self-denial. When we judge the long series of popes and of the Roman princes of the Church from whom the pope is chosen, by the standard of pure Christian morality, it is clear that the great majority of them were pitiful impostors, many of them utterly worthless and vicious. These well-known historical facts, however, do not prevent millions of educated Catholics from admitting the infallibility which the Pope has claimed for himself. They do not prevent Protestant princes from going to Rome and doing reverence to the pontiff, their most dangerous enemy. They do not prevent the fate of the German people from being entrusted today to the hands of the servants and followers of this pious impostor in the Reichstag, thanks to the incredible political indolence and credulity of the nation. The most interesting of the three great events by which the papacy has endeavored to maintain and strengthen its despotism in the 19th century is the publication of the encyclica and the syllabus in December 1864. In these remarkable documents, all independent action was forbidden to reason and science, and they were commanded to submit implicitly to faith, that is, to the decrees of the infallible Pope. The great excitement which followed this sublime piece of effrontery in educated and independent circles was in proportion to the stupendous contents of the encyclica. Draper has given us an excellent discussion of its educational and political significance in his History of the Conflict between Science and Religion. The dogma of the Immaculate Conception seems, perhaps, to be less audacious and significant than the encyclica and the dogma of the infallibility of the Pope. It is, in fact, one of those barren formulas on which the faculty of infallibility can be judiciously exercised. It means that Mary was exempted at her birth, or conception, from the law by which every child of Adam incurs the guilt of original sin, according to the teaching of the Catholic Church. Neither the law nor the exemption is ever likely to fall under critical examination. With regard to the doctrine of the miraculous conception of Christ by Mary, or the doctrine of the virgin birth, comparative religion has shown that this myth has even less claim to originality than most of the other stories in the Christian mythology. It has been borrowed from older religions, especially Buddhism. Similar myths were widely circulated in India, Persia, Asia Minor, and Greece several centuries before the birth of Christ. Whenever a king's unwedded daughter or some other maid of high degree gave birth to a child, the father was always pronounced to be a god, or a demigod. In the Christian case, it was the Holy Ghost. The special endowments of mind or body which often distinguished these love children above ordinary offspring were thus partly explained by heredity. Distinguished sons of God of this kind were held in high esteem both in antiquity and during the Middle Ages, while the moral code of modern civilization reproaches them with their want of honor of parentage. This applies even more forcibly to daughters of God, though the poor maidens are just as little to blame for their want of a father. For the rest, everyone who is familiar with the beautiful mythology of classical antiquity knows that these sons and daughters of the Greek and Roman gods often approached nearest to the highest ideal of humanity. Recollect the large legitimate family and the still more numerous illegitimate offspring of Zeus. To return to the particular question of the impregnation of the Virgin Mary by the Holy Ghost, we are referred to the Gospels for testimony to the fact. The only two evangelists who speak of it, Matthew and Luke, relate in harmony that the Jewish maiden Mary was betrothed to the carpenter Joseph, but became pregnant without his cooperation and, indeed, quote, by the Holy Ghost, unquote. As we have already related, the four canonical Gospels, which are regarded as the only genuine ones by the Christian Church and adopted as the foundation of faith, were deliberately chosen from a much larger number of Gospels, the details of which contradict each other sometimes just as freely as the assertions of the four. The fathers of the Church enumerate a large number of these spurious or apocryphal Gospels. Some of them are written both in Greek and Latin. For instance, the Gospel of James, of Thomas, of Nicodemus, and so forth. The details which these apocryphal Gospels give of the life of Christ, especially with regard to his birth and childhood, have just as much, or, on the whole, just as little, claim to historical validity as the four canonical Gospels. They were generally rejected on the ground of the extravagance of their legends and miracles, but in some cases their date is as early as that of the canonical Gospels, as we have them today. When, therefore, we find in one of them, the Gospel of Nicodemus, which is assigned by some scholars to the 2nd century, a statement that Jesus was accused by the Jews of being, quote, begotten in sin, unquote, a statement that is somewhat enlarged by the 2nd century Platonist writer Celsus, as indicated by Origen, Contra Celsum, section 1, line 32, into the charge that, quote, the mother of Jesus was divorced by the carpenter who had married her, because she was convicted of adultery, and had borne a child to a certain soldier named Pantherus, unquote. We naturally connect it with the later Jewish story in the Sefer Toldoth Jeshua, traces of which exist from about the year 800, of Christ being the issue of an illicit union of Mary and a Greek officer in the Roman army. It has long been an argument of theologians for the supernatural character of Christ that the ideal depicted in the Gospels is not Hebraic. It is, as a matter of fact, certainly Greek in many respects, and so the theory of a Greek parentage might seem to have some plausibility in a matter where reliable documentary evidence is wholly wanting. But critics are generally agreed in rejecting the Pantherus or Pandera version of Christ's fatherhood. The present study of the Gospels, even by Christian scholars, amply allows for Greek elements, since it admits that we cannot trace the Gospel narratives as we have them today until long after the dispersal of the Jews through the Greek world. On the other hand, the Jews cannot be regarded as ideal or disinterested witnesses to the life and person of Christ. The opposition of the Orthodox to the Christianizing Jews would naturally lead to the growth of such unflattering legends. Biblical scholars prefer to award the paternity of Christ to the carpenter Joseph. Some of the early Christian writers observe that this belief is shared by many Christians in their day. Mark, John, and Paul know nothing of a miraculous theory of Christ's birth, and the passages in Matthew and Luke can be proved, as most of the modern German theologians admit, to have a late origin. Once the supernatural theory of Christ's origin is abandoned, as it is being rapidly abandoned in scholarly circles in the churches, it is perhaps not a matter of great importance to discover the human father of the founder of Christianity. It is interesting to see the different reception that the love story of Miriam has met with at the hands of the four great Christian nations of civilized Europe. The stern morality of the Teutonic races entirely repudiated it. The righteous German and the prudish Briton preferred to believe blindly in the impossible thesis of a conception, quote, by the Holy Ghost, unquote. It is well known that this strenuous and carefully paraded prudery of the higher classes, especially in England, is by no means reflected in the true condition of sexual morality in high quarters. The revelations which the Pall Mall Gazette, for instance, made on the subject 12 years ago vividly recalled the condition of Babylon. The romantic races which ridicule this prudery and take sexual relations less seriously find Mary's romance attractive enough. The special cult which Our Lady enjoys in France and Italy is often associated with this love story with curious naivete. Thus, for example, Paul de Regula, Dr. Desjardins, author of Jesus of Nazareth Considered from a Scientific, Historical, and Social Standpoint, 1894, finds precisely in the illegitimate birth of Christ a special, quote, title to the halo that irradiates his noble form, unquote. It seems to me necessary to enter fully into this important question of the origin of Christ in the sense of impartial historical science, because the Church militant itself lays great emphasis on it, and because it regards the miraculous structure which has been founded on it as one of its strongest weapons against modern thought. The high ethical value of pure primitive Christianity and the ennobling influence of this religion of love on the history of civilization are quite independent of those mythical dogmas. The so-called revelations on which these myths are based are incompatible with the firmest results of modern science. End of Chapter 17, Part 2. Recording by Nathan Dickey, Ashland, Oregon, journeymanheretic.blogspot.com. Chapter 18 of The Riddle of the Universe by Ernst Haeckel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Riddle of the Universe by Ernst Haeckel. Translated by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 18. Our Monistic Religion. Contents of this chapter include monism as a connecting link between religion and science, the Kulturkampf, the relations of church and state, principles of the monistic religion, its threefold ideal, the good, the true, and the beautiful, contradiction between scientific and Christian truth, harmony of the monistic and the Christian idea of virtue, opposition between monistic and Christian views of art, modern expansion and enrichment of our idea of the world, landscape painting and the modern enjoyment of nature, the beauties of nature, this world and beyond, monistic churches. Many distinguished scientists and philosophers of the day who share our monistic views consider that religion is generally played out. Their meaning is that the clear insight into the evolution of the world which the great scientific progress of the 19th century has afforded us will satisfy not only the causal feelings of our reason, but even our highest emotional cravings. This view is correct in the sense that the two ideas, religion and science, would indeed blend into one if we had a perfectly clear and consecutive system of monism. However, there are but a few resolute thinkers who attain to this most pure and lofty conception of Spinoza and Goethe. Most of the educated people of our time, as distinct from the uncultured masses, remain in the conviction that religion is a separate branch of our mental life, independent of science, and not less valuable and indispensable. If we adopt this view, we can find a means of reconciling the two great and apparently quite distinct branches in the idea I put forward in Monism as a Connecting Link Between Religion and Science in 1892. In the preface to this Confession of Faith of a Man of Science, I expressed myself in the following terms with regard to its double object. Quote, "In the first place, I must give expression to the rational system which is logically forced upon us by the recent progress of science. It dwells in the intimate thoughts of nearly every impartial and thoughtful scientist, though few have the courage or the disposition to avow it. In the second place, I would make of it a connecting link between religion and science, and thus do away with the antithesis which has been needlessly maintained between these two branches of the highest activity of the human mind. The ethical craving of our emotion is satisfied by monism no less than the logical demand for causality on the part of reason. The remarkable interest which the discourse enkindled is a proof that in this monistic profession of faith I expressed the feeling not only of many scientists, but of a large number of cultured men and women of very different circles. Not only was I rewarded by hundreds of sympathetic letters, but by a wide circulation of the printed address, of which 6 editions were required within 6 months. I had the more reason to be content with this unexpected success, as this Confession of Faith was originally merely an occasional speech which I delivered unprepared on October 9th, 1892, at Altenburg, during the Jubilee of the Scientific Society of East Germany. Naturally, there was the usual demonstration on the other side. I was fiercely attacked, not only by the ultramontane press, the sworn defenders of superstition, but also by the liberal controversialists of evangelical Christianity, who profess to defend both scientific truth and purified faith. In the 7 years that have ensued since that time, the great struggle between modern science and orthodox Christianity has become more threatening. It has grown more dangerous for science in proportion as Christianity has found support in an increasing mental and political reaction. In some countries, the Church has made such progress that the freedom of thought and conscience, which is guaranteed by the laws, is in practice gravely menaced, for instance in Bavaria. The great historic struggle which Draper has so admirably depicted in his Conflict Between Religion and Science is today more acute and significant than ever. For the last 27 years it has been rightly called the Kulturkampf. The famous encyclica and syllabus which the militant Pope Pius IX sent out into the entire world in 1864 were a declaration of war on the whole of modern science. They demanded the blind submission of reason to the dogmas of the infallible Pope. The enormity of this crude assault on the highest treasures of civilization even roused many indolent minds from the slumber of belief. Together with the subsequent promulgation of the papal infallibility in 1870, the encyclica provoked a deep wave of irritation and an energetic repulse which held out high hopes. In the new German Empire, which had attained its indispensable national unity by the heavy sacrifices of the wars of 1866 and 1871, the insolent attacks of the Pope were felt to be particularly offensive. On the one hand, Germany is the cradle of the Reformation and the modern emancipation of reason. On the other hand, it unfortunately has in its 18 million Catholics a vast host of militant believers, who are unsurpassed by any other civilized people in blind obedience to their chief shepherd. The dangers of such a situation were clearly recognized by the great statesmen who had solved the political world riddle of the dismemberment of Germany, and had led us by a marvelous statecraft to the long-desired goal of national unity and power. Prince Bismarck began the famous struggle with the Vatican, which is known as the Kulturkampf, in 1872, and it was conducted with equal ability and energy by the distinguished minister of worship Falk, author of the May Laws of 1873. Unfortunately, Bismarck had to desist 6 years afterwards. Although the great statesman was a remarkable judge of men and a realistic politician of immense tact, he had underestimated the force of 3 powerful obstacles. Firstly, the unsurpassed cunning and unscrupulous treachery of the Roman Curia. Secondly, the correlative ingratitude and credulity of the uneducated Catholic masses, on which the papacy built. And thirdly, the power of apathy, the continuance of the irrational simply because it is in possession. Hence, in 1878, when the abler Leo XIII had ascended the pontifical throne, the fatal tu canossa was heard once more. From that time the newly established power of Rome grew in strength, partly through the unscrupulous intrigues and serpentine bends of its slippery Jesuitical politics, partly through the false church politics of the German government and the marvelous political incompetence of the German people. We have, therefore, at the close of the 19th century to endure the pitiful spectacle of the Catholic Center being the most important section of the Reichstag, and the fate of our humiliated country depending on a papal party which does not constitute numerically a third part of the nation. When the Kulturkampf began in 1872, it was justly acclaimed by all independent thinkers as a political renewal of the Reformation, a vigorous attempt to free modern civilization from the yoke of papal despotism. The whole of the liberal press hailed Bismarck as a political Luther. as the great hero not only of the national unity, but also of the rational emancipation of Germany. 10 years afterwards, when the papacy had proved victorious, the same liberal press changed its colors and denounced the Kulturkampf as a great mistake. And it does the same thing today. The facts show how short is the memory of our journalists, how defective their knowledge of history, and how poor their philosophic education. The so-called peace between church and state is never more than a suspension of hostilities. The modern papacy, true to the despotic principles it has followed for the last 1600 years, is determined to wield sole dominion over the credulous souls of men. It must demand the absolute submission of the cultured state, which, as such, defends the rights of reason and science. True and enduring peace there cannot be until one of the combatants lies powerless on the ground. Either the church wins, and then farewell to all free science and free teaching. Then are our universities no better than gaols, and our colleges become cloistral schools. Or else the modern rational state proves victorious. Then, in the 20th century, human culture, freedom, and prosperity will continue their progressive development until they far surpass even the height of the 19th century. In order to compass these high aims, it is of the first importance that modern science not only shatter the false structures of superstition and sweep their ruins from the path, but that it also erect a new abode for human emotion on the ground it has cleared. A palace of reason in which, under the influence of our new monistic views, we do reverence to the real trinity of the 19th century, the trinity of the true, the good, and the beautiful. In order to give a tangible shape to the cult of this divine ideal, we must first of all compare our position with the dominant forms of Christianity, and realize the changes that are involved in the substitution of the one for the other. For, in spite of its errors and defects, the Christian religion, in its primitive and purer form, has so high an ethical value, and has entered so deeply into the more important social and political movements of civilized history for the last 1500 years, that we must appeal as much as possible to its existing institutions in the establishment of our monistic religion. We do not seek a mighty revolution, but a rational reformation of our religious life. And just as, 2,000 years ago, the classic poetry of the ancient Greeks incarnated their ideals of virtue in divine shapes, so may we too lend the character of noble goddesses to our three rational ideals. We must inquire into the features of the three goddesses of the monist, truth, beauty, and virtue, and we must study their relation to the three corresponding ideals of Christianity which they are to replace. 1. The preceding inquiries, especially those of the first and third sections, have convinced us that truth unadulterated is only to be found in the temple of the study of nature, and that the only available paths to it are critical observation and reflection, the empirical investigation of facts, and the rational study of their efficient causes. In this way we arrive, by means of pure reason, at true science, the highest treasure of civilized man. We must, in accordance with the arguments of our 16th chapter, reject what is called revelation, the poetry of faith, that affirms the discovery of truth in a supernatural fashion, without the assistance of reason. And since the entire structure of the Judeo-Christian religion, like that of the Mohammedan and the Buddhistic, rests on these so-called revelations, and these mystic fruits of the imagination directly contradict the clear results of empirical research, it is obvious that we shall only attain to a knowledge of the truth by the rational activity of genuine science, not by the poetic imagining of a mystic faith. In this respect, it is quite certain that the Christian system must give way to the monistic. The goddess of truth dwells in the temple of nature, in the green woods, on the blue sea, and on the snowy summits of the hills, not in the gloom of the cloister, nor in the narrow prisons of our Gaol-like schools, nor in the clouds of incense of the Christian churches. The paths which lead to the noble divinity of truth and knowledge are the loving study of nature and its laws, the observation of the infinitely great star world with the aid of the telescope, and the infinitely tiny cell world with the aid of the microscope, not senseless ceremonies and unthinking prayers, not alms and Peter's pence. The rich gifts which the goddess of truth bestows on us are the noble fruits of the tree of knowledge and the inestimable treasure of a clear, unified view of the world, not belief in supernatural miracles and the illusion of an eternal life. 2. It is otherwise with the divine ideal of eternal goodness. In our search for the truth, we have entirely to exclude the revelation of the churches, and devote ourselves solely to the study of nature. But, on the other hand, the idea of the good, which we call virtue, in our monistic religion coincides for the most part with the Christian idea of virtue. We are speaking, naturally, of the primitive and pure Christianity of the first 3 centuries, as far as we learn its moral teaching from the Gospels and the epistles of Paul. It does not apply to the Vatican caricature of that pure doctrine which has dominated European civilization to its infinite prejudice for 1200 years. The best part of Christian morality, to which we firmly adhere, is represented by the humanist precepts of charity and toleration, compassion and assistance. However, these noble commands, which are set down as Christian morality in its best sense, are by no means original discoveries of Christianity. They were derived from earlier religions. The Golden Rule, which sums up these precepts in one sentence, is centuries older than Christianity. In the conduct of life, this law of natural morality has been followed just as frequently by non-Christians and atheists as it has been neglected by pious believers. Moreover, Christian ethics was marred by the great defect of a narrow insistence on altruism and a denunciation of egoism. Our monistic ethics lays equal emphasis on the two, and finds perfect virtue in the just balance of love of self and love of one's neighbor. 3. But monism enters into its strongest opposition to Christianity on the question of beauty. Primitive Christianity preached the worthlessness of earthly life, regarding it merely as a preparation for an eternal life beyond. Hence it immediately followed that all we find in the life of a man here below, all that is beautiful in art and science, in public and in private life, is of no real value. The true Christian must avert his eyes from them. He must think only of a worthy preparation for the life beyond. Contempt of nature, aversion from all its inexhaustible charms, rejection of every kind of fine art, are Christian duties, and they are carried out to perfection when a man separates himself from his fellows, chastises his body, and spends all his time in prayers in the cloister or the hermit's cell. History teaches us that this ascetical morality that would scorn the whole of nature had, as a natural consequence, the very opposite effect to that it intended. Monasteries, the homes of chastity and discipline, soon became dens of the wildest orgies. The sexual commerce of monks and nuns has inspired shoals of novels, as it is so faithfully depicted in the literature of the Renaissance. The cult of the beautiful, which was then practiced, was in flagrant contradiction with the vaunted abandonment of the world, and the same must be said of the pomp and luxury which soon developed in the immoral private lives of the higher ecclesiastics and in the artistic decoration of Christian churches and monasteries. It may be objected that our view is refuted by the splendor of Christian art, which, especially in the best days of the Middle Ages, created works of undying beauty. The graceful Gothic cathedrals and Byzantine basilicas, the hundreds of magnificent chapels, the thousands of marble statues of saints and martyrs, the millions of fine pictures of saints, of profoundly conceived representations of Christ and the Madonna. All are proofs of the development of a noble art in the Middle Ages, which is unique of its kind. All these splendid monuments of medieval art are untouched in their high aesthetic value, whatever we say of their mixture of truth and fantasy. Yes, but what has all that to do with the pure teaching of Christianity, with that religion of sacrifice that turned scornfully away from all earthly parade and glamour, from all material beauty and art, that made light of the life of the family and the love of woman, that urged an exclusive concern as to the immaterial goods of eternal life? The idea of a Christian art is a contradiction in terms, a contradictio in adjecto. The wealthy princes of the Church who fostered it were candidly aiming at very different ideals, and they completely attained them. In directing the whole interest and activity of the human mind in the Middle Ages to the Christian Church and its distinctive art, they were diverting it from nature, and from the knowledge of the treasures that were hidden in it, and would have conducted to independent science. Moreover, the daily sight of the huge images of the saints and of the scenes of sacred history continually reminded the faithful of the vast collection of myths that the Church had made. The legends themselves were taught and believed to be true narratives, and the stories of miracles to be records of actual events. It cannot be doubted that in this respect Christian art has exercised an immense influence on general culture, and especially in the strengthening of Christian belief, an influence which still endures throughout the entire civilized world. The diametrical opposite of this dominant Christian art is the new artistic tendency which has been developed during the present century in connection with science. The remarkable expansion of our knowledge of nature, and the discovery of countless beautiful forms of life which it includes, have awakened quite a new aesthetic sense in our generation, and thus given a new tone to painting and sculpture. Numerous scientific voyages and expeditions for the exploration of unknown lands and seas, partly in earlier centuries, but more especially in the 19th, have brought to light an undreamed abundance of new organic forms. The number of new species of animals and plants soon became enormous, and among them, especially among the lower groups that had been neglected before, there were thousands of forms of great beauty and interest, affording an entirely new inspiration for painting, sculpture, architecture, and technical art. In this respect, a new world was revealed by the great advance of microscopic research in the second half of the century, and especially by the discovery of the marvelous inhabitants of the deep sea, which were first brought to light by the famous expedition of the Challenger, 1872 to 1876. Thousands of graceful radiolaria and thalamophora, of pretty medusae and corals, of extraordinary mollusks and crabs, suddenly introduced us to a wealth of hidden organisms beyond all anticipation, the peculiar beauty and diversity of which far transcend all the creations of the human imagination. In the 50 large volumes of the account of the Challenger expedition, a vast number of these beautiful forms are delineated on 3,000 plates, and there are millions of other lovely organisms described in other great works that are included in the fast-growing literature of zoology and botany of the last 10 years. I began on a small scale to select a number of these beautiful forms for more popular description in my Art Forms in Nature, 1899. However, there is now no need for long voyages and costly works to appreciate the beauties of this world. A man need only keep his eyes open and his mind disciplined. Surrounding nature offers us everywhere a marvelous wealth of lovely and interesting objects of all kinds. In every bit of moss and blade of grass, in every beetle and butterfly, we find, when we examine it carefully, beauties which are usually overlooked. Above all, when we examine them with a powerful glass, or, better still, with a good microscope, we find everywhere in nature a new world of inexhaustible charms. But the 19th century has not only opened our eyes to the aesthetic enjoyment of the microscopic world, it has shown us the beauty of the greater objects in nature. Even at its commencement it was the fashion to regard the mountains as magnificent but forbidding, and the sea as sublime but dreaded. At its close the majority of educated people, especially they who dwell in the great cities, are delighted to enjoy the glories of the Alps and the crystal splendor of the glacier world for a fortnight every year, or to drink in the majesty of the ocean and the lovely scenery of its coasts. All these sources of the keenest enjoyment of nature have only recently been revealed to us in all their splendor, and the remarkable progress we have made in facility and rapidity of conveyance has given even the less wealthy an opportunity of approaching them. All this progress in the aesthetic enjoyment of nature, and proportionately in the scientific understanding of nature, implies an equal advance in higher mental development, and, consequently, in the direction of our monistic religion. The opposite character of our naturalistic century to that of the anthropistic centuries that preceded is especially noticeable in the different appreciation and spread of illustrations of the most diverse natural objects. In our own days, a lively interest in artistic work of that kind has been developed, which did not exist in earlier ages. It has been supported by the remarkable progress of commerce and technical art, which have facilitated a wide popularization of such illustrations. Countless illustrated periodicals convey along with their general information a sense of the inexhaustible beauty of nature in all its departments. In particular, landscape painting has acquired an importance that surpassed all imagination. In the first half of the century, one of our greatest and most erudite scientists, Alexander Humboldt, had pointed out that the development of modern landscape painting is not only of great importance as an incentive to the study of nature and as a means of geographical description, but that it is to be commended in other respects as a noble educative medium. Since that time the taste for it has considerably increased. It should be the aim of every school to teach the children to enjoy scenery at an early age, and to give them the valuable art of imprinting on the memory by a drawing or watercolor sketch. The infinite wealth of nature in what is beautiful and sublime offers every man with open eyes and an aesthetic sense an incalculable sum of choicest gifts. Still, however valuable and agreeable is the immediate enjoyment of each single gift, its worth is doubled by a knowledge of its meaning and its connection with the rest of nature. When Humboldt gave us the outline of a physical description of the world in his magnificent Cosmos 40 years ago, and when he combined scientific and aesthetic considerations so happily in his standard Prospects of Nature, he justly indicated how closely the higher enjoyment of nature is connected with the scientific establishment of cosmic laws, and that the conjunction of the two serves to raise human nature to a higher stage of perfection. The astonishment with which we gaze upon the starry heavens and the microscopic life in a drop of water, the awe with which we trace the marvelous working of energy in the motion of matter, the reverence with which we grasp the universal dominance of the law of substance throughout the universe, all these are part of our emotional life, falling under the heading of natural religion. This progress of modern times in knowledge of the true and enjoyment of the beautiful expresses, on the one hand, a valuable element of our monistic religion, but is, on the other hand, in fatal opposition to Christianity. For the human mind is thus made to live on this side of the grave. Christianity would have it ever gaze beyond. Monism teaches that we are perishable children of the earth, who, for one or two, or at the most 3 generations, have the good fortune to enjoy the treasures of our planet, to drink of the inexhaustible fountain of its beauty, and to trace out the marvelous play of its forces. Christianity would teach us that the earth is a vale of tears, in which we have but a brief period to chasten and torment ourselves in order to merit the life of eternal bliss beyond. Where this beyond is, and of what joys the glory of this eternal life is compacted, no revelation has ever told us. As long as heaven was thought to be the blue vault that hovers over the disk of our planet, and is illumined by the twinkling lights of a few thousand stars, the human imagination could picture to itself the ambrosial banquets of the Olympic gods above, or the laden tables of the happy dwellers in Valhalla. But now all these deities and the immortal souls that sat at their tables are houseless and homeless, as David Strauss has so ably described. For we know from astrophysical science that the immeasurable depths of space are filled with a prosaic ether, and that millions of heavenly bodies, ruled by eternal laws of iron, rush hither and thither in the great ocean, in their endless rhythm of life and death. The places of devotion in which men seek the satisfaction of their religious emotions and worship the objects of their reverence are regarded as sacred churches. The pagodas of Buddhistic Asia, the Greek temples of classical antiquity, the synagogues of Palestine, the mosques of Egypt, the Catholic cathedrals of the South, and the Protestant cathedrals of the north of Europe. All these houses of God serve to raise man above the misery and the prose of daily life, to lift him into the sacred, poetic atmosphere of a higher, ideal world. They attain this end in 1,000 different ways, according to their various forms of worship and their age. The modern man who has science and art, and therefore religion, needs no special church, no narrow, enclosed portion of space. For through the length and breadth of free nature, wherever he turns his gaze, to the whole universe or to any single part of it, he finds indeed the grim struggle for life, but by its side are ever the good, the true, and the beautiful. His church is commensurate with the whole of glorious nature. Still, there will always be men of special temperament who will desire to have decorated temples or churches as places of devotion to which they may withdraw, just as the Catholics had to relinquish a number of churches to the Reformation in the 16th century. So a still larger number will pass over to free societies of monists in the coming years. End of chapter 18. Recording by Nathan Dickey, Ashland, Oregon. journeymanheretic.blogspot.com.
Chapter 19 of the Riddle of the Universe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Riddle of the Universe by Ernst Haeckel. Translated by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 19. Our Monistic Ethics. Monistic and dualistic ethics. Contradiction of pure and practical reason in Kant. His categorical imperative. The Neo-Kantians. Herbert Spencer. Egoism and altruism. Equivalence of the two instincts. The fundamental law of ethics, the Golden Rule. Its antiquity. Christian ethics. Contempt of self, the body, nature, civilization, the family, woman. Roman Catholic ethics. Immoral results of celibacy. Necessity for the abolition of the law of celibacy, oral confession, and indulgences. State and Church. Religion a private concern. Church and school. state and school. Need of school reform. The practical conduct of life makes a number of definite ethical claims on a man, which can only be duly and naturally satisfied when they are in complete harmony with his view of the world. In accordance with this fundamental principle of our monistic philosophy, our whole system of ethics must be rationally connected with the unified conception of the cosmos which we have formed by our advanced knowledge of the laws of nature. Just as the infinite universe is one great whole in the light of our monistic teaching, so the spiritual and moral life of man is a part of this cosmos, and our naturalistic ordering of it must also be monistic. There are not two different, separate worlds, the one physical and material, and the other moral and immaterial. The great majority of philosophers and theologians still hold the contrary opinion. They affirm, with Kant, that the moral world is quite independent of the physical, and is subject to very different laws. Hence, a man's conscience, as the basis of his moral life, must also be quite independent of our scientific knowledge of the world, and must be based rather on his religious faith. On that theory, the study of the moral world belongs to practical reason, while that of nature or of the physical world is referred to pure or theoretical reason. This unequivocal and conscious dualism of Kant's philosophy was its greatest defect. It has caused, and still causes, incalculable mischief. First of all, the critical Kant had built up the splendid and marvelous palace of pure reason, and convincingly proved that the three great central dogmas of metaphysics, a personal God, free will, and the immortal soul, had no place whatever in it, and that no rational proof could be found of their reality. Afterwards, however, the dogmatic Kant superimposed on this true crystal palace of pure reason the glittering ideal castle in the air of practical reason, in which three imposing church naves were designed for the accommodation of those three great mystic divinities. When they had been put out at the front door by rational knowledge, they returned by the back door under the guidance of irrational faith. The cupola of his great cathedral of faith was crowned by Kant with his curious idol, the famous categorical imperative. According to it, the demand of the universal moral law is unconditional, independent of any regard to actuality or potentiality. It runs, "Act at all times in such wise that the maxim, or the subjective law of thy will, may hold good as a principle of a universal law." On that theory, all normal men would have the same sense of duty. Modern anthropology has ruthlessly dissipated that pretty dream. It has shown that conceptions of duty differ even more among uncivilized than among civilized nations. All the actions and customs which we regard as sins or loathsome crimes, theft, fraud, murder, adultery, etc., are considered by other nations in certain circumstances to be virtues or even sacred duties. Although the obvious contradiction of the two forms of reason in Kant's teaching, the fundamental antagonism of pure and practical reason, was recognized and attacked at the very beginning of the century, it is still pretty widely accepted. The modern school of neo-Kantians urges a return to Kant, so pressingly precisely on account of this agreeable dualism. The Church militant zealously supports it because it fits in admirably with its own mystic faith. But it met with an effective reverse at the hands of modern science in the second half of the 19th century, which entirely demolished the theses of the system of practical reason. Monistic cosmology proved, on the basis of the law of substance, that there is no personal God. Comparative and genetic psychology showed that there cannot be an immortal soul. And monistic physiology proved the futility of the assumption of free will. Finally, the science of evolution made it clear that the same eternal iron laws that rule in the inorganic world are valid too in the organic and moral world. But modern science gives not only a negative support to practical philosophy and ethics in demolishing the Kantian dualism, but it renders the positive service of substituting for it the new structure of ethical monism. It shows that the feeling of duty does not rest on an illusory categorical imperative, but on the solid ground of social instinct, as we find in the case of all social animals. It regards as the highest aim of all morality the re-establishment of a sound harmony between egoism and altruism, between self-love and the love of one's neighbor. It is to the great English philosopher Herbert Spencer that we owe the founding of this monistic ethics on a basis of evolution. Man belongs to the social vertebrates, and has therefore, like all social animals, two sets of duties: first to himself, and secondly to the society to which he belongs. The former are the behests of self-love or egoism, the latter of love for one's fellows or altruism. The two sets of precepts are equally just, equally natural, and equally indispensable. If a man desire to have the advantage of living in an organized community, he has to consult not only his own fortune, but also that of the society, and of the neighbors who form the society. He must realize that its prosperity is his own prosperity, and that it cannot suffer without his own injury. This fundamental law of society is so simple and so inevitable that one cannot understand how it can be contradicted in theory or in practice. Yet that is done today, and has been done for thousands of years. The equal appreciation of these two natural impulses, or the moral equivalence of self-love and love of others, is the chief and the fundamental principle of our morality. Hence, the highest aim of all ethics is very simple. It is the re-establishment of the natural equality of egoism and altruism, of the love of one's self and the love of one's neighbor. The Golden Rule says, "Do unto others as you would that they should do unto you." From this highest precept of Christianity, it follows of itself that we have just as sacred duties towards ourselves as we have towards our fellows. I have explained my conception of this principle in my Monism, and laid down three important theses. 1. Both these concurrent impulses are natural laws, of equal importance and necessity for the preservation of the family and the society. Egoism secures the self-preservation of the individual, altruism that of the species, which is made up of the chain of perishable individuals. 2. The social duties which are imposed by the social structure of the associated individuals, and by means of which it secures its preservation, are merely higher evolutionary stages of the social instincts, which we find in all higher social animals, as habits which have become hereditary. 3. In the case of civilized man, all ethics, theoretical or practical, being a science of rules, is connected with his view of the world at large, and, consequently, with his religion. From the recognition of the fundamental principle of our morality, we may immediately deduce its highest precept, that noble command, which is often called the Golden Rule of morals, or, briefly, the Golden Rule. Christ repeatedly expressed it in the simple phrase, "Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself." Mark adds that there is no greater commandment than this, and Matthew says, "In these 2 commandments is the whole law and the prophets." In this greatest and highest commandment, our monistic ethics is completely at one with Christianity. We must, however, recall the historical fact that the formulation of this supreme command is not an original merit of Christ, as the majority of Christian theologians affirm, and their uncritical supporters blindly accept. The Golden Rule is 500 years older than Christ. It was laid down as the highest moral principle by many Greek and Oriental sages. Pittacus of Mylene, one of the 7 wise men of Greece, said 620 years before Christ, "Do not that to thy neighbor, that thou wouldst not suffer from him." Confucius, the great Chinese philosopher and religious founder, who rejected the idea of a personal God and of the immortality of the soul, said 500 years B.C., "Do to every man as thou wouldst have him do to thee, and do not to another what thou wouldst not have him do to thee. This precept only dost thou need. It is the foundation of all other commandments." Aristotle taught about the middle of the 4th century B.C., "We must act towards others as we wish others to act towards us." In the same sense, and partly in the same words, the Golden Rule was given by Thales, Isocrates, Aristippus, Sextus the Pythagorean, and other philosophers of classic antiquity, several centuries before Christ. From this collection, it is clear that the Golden Rule had a polyphyletic origin, that is, it was formulated by a number of philosophers at different times and in different places, quite independently of each other. Otherwise it must be assumed that Jesus derived it from some other Oriental source, from ancient Semitic, Indian, Chinese, or especially Buddhistic traditions, as has been proved in the case of most of the other Christian doctrines. As the great ethical principle is thus 2,500 years old, and as Christianity itself has put it at the head of its moral teaching as the highest and all-embracing commandment, it follows that our monistic ethics is in complete harmony on this important point, not only with the ethics of the ancient heathens, but also with that of Christianity. Unfortunately, this harmony is disturbed by the fact that the Gospels and the Pauline epistles contain many other points of moral teaching which contradict our first and supreme commandment. Christian theologians have fruitlessly striven to explain away these striking and painful contradictions by their ingenious interpretations. We need not enter into that question now, but we must briefly consider those unfortunate aspects of Christian ethics which are incompatible with the better thought of the modern age, and which are distinctly injurious in their practical consequences. Of that character is the contempt which Christianity has shown for self, for the body, for nature, for civilization, for the family, and for woman. 1. The supreme mistake of Christian ethics, and one which runs directly counter to the Golden Rule, is its exaggeration of love of one's neighbor at the expense of self-love. Christianity attacks and despises egoism on principle. Yet that natural impulse is absolutely indispensable in view of self-preservation. Indeed, one may say that even altruism, its apparent opposite, is only an enlightened egoism. Nothing great or elevated has ever taken place without egoism, and without the passion that urges us to great sacrifices. It is only the excesses of the impulse that are injurious. One of the Christian precepts that were impressed upon us in our early youth as of great importance, and that are glorified in millions of sermons, is, "Love your enemies, bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you, and pray for them which despitefully use you and persecute you." It is a very ideal precept, but as useless in practice as it is unnatural. So it is with the counsel, "If any man will take away thy coat, let him have thy cloak also." Translated into the terms of modern life, that means, when some unscrupulous scoundrel has defrauded thee of half thy goods, let him have the other half also. Or again, in the language of modern politics, when the pious English take from you simple Germans one after another of your new and valuable colonies in Africa, let them have all the rest of your colonies also, or, best of all, give them Germany itself. And while we touch on the marvelous world politics of modern England, we may note in passing its direct contradiction of every precept of Christian charity, which is more frequently on the lips of that great nation than of any other nation in the world. However, the glaring contradiction between the theoretical, ideal, altruistic morality of the human individual and the real, purely selfish morality of the human community, and especially of the civilized Christian state, is a familiar fact. It would be interesting to determine mathematically in what proportion among organized men the altruistic ethical ideal of the individual changes into its contrary, the purely egoistic, real politics of the state and the nation. 2. Since the Christian faith takes a wholly dualistic view of the human organism, and attributes to the immortal soul only a temporary sojourn in the mortal frame, it very naturally sets a much greater value on the soul than on the body. Hence results that neglect of the care of the body, of training, and of cleanliness, which contrasts the life of the Christian Middle Ages so unfavorably with that of pagan classical antiquity. Christian ethics contains none of those firm commands as to daily ablutions which are theoretically laid down and practically fulfilled in the Mohammedan, Hindu, and other religions. In many monasteries, the ideal of the pious Christian is the man who does not wash and clothe himself properly, who never changes his malodorous gown, and who, instead of regular work, fills up his useless life with mechanical prayers, senseless fasts, and so forth. As a special outgrowth of this contempt of the body, we have the disgusting discipline of the flagellants and other ascetics. 3. One source of countless theoretical errors and practical blemishes, of deplorable crudity and privation, is found in the false anthropism of Christianity, that is, in the unique position which it gives to man as the image of God, in opposition to all the rest of nature. In this way it has contributed not only to an extremely injurious isolation from our glorious mother, nature, but also to a regrettable contempt of all other organisms. Christianity has no place for that well-known love of animals, that sympathy with the nearly related and friendly mammals, dogs, horses, cattle, etc., which is urged in the ethical teaching of many of the older religions, especially Buddhism. Whoever has spent much time in the south of Europe must have often witnessed those frightful sufferings of animals which fill us friends of animals with the deepest sympathy and indignation. And when one expostulates with these brutal Christians on their cruelty, the only answer is, with a laugh, "But the beasts are not Christians." Unfortunately, Descartes gave some support to the error in teaching that man only has a sensitive soul, not the animal. How much more elevated is our monistic ethics than the Christian in this regard? Darwinism teaches us that we have descended immediately from the primates, and, in a secondary degree, from a long series of earlier mammals, and that, therefore, they are our brothers. Physiology informs us that they have the same nerves and sense organs as we, and the same feelings of pleasure and pain. No sympathetic monistic scientist would ever be guilty of that brutal treatment of animals which comes so lightly to the Christian in his anthropistic illusion, to the child of the God of love. Moreover, this Christian contempt of nature, on principle, deprives man of an abundance of the highest earthly joys, especially of the keen, ennobling enjoyment of nature. 4. Since, according to Christ's teaching, our planet is a vale of tears, and our earthly life is valueless and a mere preparation for a better life to come, it has succeeded in inducing men to sacrifice all happiness on this side of eternity and make light of all earthly goods. Among these earthly goods, in the case of the modern civilized man, we must include the countless great and small conveniences of technical science, hygiene, commerce, etc., which have made modern life cheerful and comfortable. We must include all the gratifications of painting, sculpture, music, and poetry which flourished exceedingly even during the Middle Ages, in spite of its principles, and which we esteem as ideal pleasures. We must include all that invaluable progress of science, especially the study of nature, of which the 19th century is justly proud. All these earthly goods, that have so high a value in the eyes of the monist, are worthless, nay, injurious for the most part, according to Christian teaching. The stern code of Christian morals should look just as unfavorably on the pursuit of these pleasures as our humanistic ethics fosters and encourages it. Once more, therefore, Christianity is found to be an enemy to civilization, and the struggle which modern thought and science are compelled to conduct with it is, in this additional sense, a Kulturkampf. 5. Another of the most deplorable aspects of Christian morality is its belittlement of the life of the family, of that natural living together with our next of kin, which is just as necessary in the case of man as in the case of all the higher social animals. The family is justly regarded as the foundation of society, and the healthy life of the family is a necessary condition of the prosperity of the state. Christ, however, was of a very different opinion. With his gaze ever directed to the beyond, he thought as lightly of woman and the family as of all other goods of this life. Of his infrequent contact with his parents and sisters, the Gospels have very little to say, but they are far from representing his relations with his mother to have been so tender and intimate as they are poetically depicted in so many thousands of pictures. He was not married himself. Sexual love, the first foundation of the family union, seems to have been regarded by Jesus as a necessary evil. His most enthusiastic apostle, Paul, went still farther in the same direction, declaring it to be better not to marry than to marry. It is good for a man not to touch a woman. If humanity were to follow this excellent counsel, it would soon be rid of all earthly misery and suffering. It would be killed off by such a radical cure within half a century. 6. As Christ never knew the love of woman, he had no personal acquaintance with that refining of man's true nature that comes only from the intimate life of man with woman. The intimate sexual union, on which the preservation of the human race depends, is just as important on that account as the spiritual penetration of the two sexes, or the mutual complement which they bring to each other in the practical wants of daily life, as well as in the highest ideal functions of the soul. For man and woman are two different organisms, equal in worth, each having its characteristic virtues and defects. As civilization advanced, this ideal value of sexual love was more appreciated, and woman held in higher honor, especially among the Teutonic races. She is the inspiring source of the highest achievements of art and poetry. But Christ was as far from this view as nearly the whole of antiquity. He shared the idea that prevailed everywhere in the East, that woman is subordinate to man, and intercourse with her is unclean. Long-suffering nature has taken a fearful revenge for this blunder. Its sad consequences are written in letters of blood in the history of the Papal Middle Ages. The marvelous hierarchy of the Roman Church, that never disdained any means of strengthening its spiritual despotism, found an exceptionally powerful instrument in the manipulation of this unclean idea, and in the promotion of the ascetic notion that abstinence from intercourse with women is a virtue of itself. In the first few centuries after Christ, a number of priests voluntarily abstained from marriage, and the supposed value of this celibacy soon rose to such a degree that it was made obligatory. In the Middle Ages, the seduction of women of good repute and of their daughters by Catholic priests, the confessional was an active agency in the business, was a public scandal. Many communities, in order to prevent such things, pressed for a license of concubinage to be given to the clergy. And it was done in many, and sometimes very romantic ways. Thus, for instance, the canon law that the priest's cook should not be less than 40 years old was very cleverly explained in the sense that the priest might have 2 cooks, one in the presbytery, another without. If one was 24 and the other 18, that made 42 together, 2 years above the prescribed age. At the Christian councils at which heretics were burned alive, the cardinals and bishops sat down with whole troops of prostitutes. The private and public debauchery of the Catholic clergy was so scandalous and dangerous to the commonwealth that there was a general rebellion against it before the time of Luther, and a loud demand for a reformation of the Church in head and members. It is well known that these immoral relations still continue in Roman Catholic lands, although more in secret. Formerly, proposals were made from time to time for the definitive abrogation of celibacy, as was done, for instance, in the chambers of Baden, Bavaria, Hesse, Saxony, and other lands. But they have, unfortunately, hitherto proved unavailing. In the German Reichstag, in which the ultramontane centre is now proposing the most ridiculous measures for the suppression of sexual immorality, there is now no party that will urge the abolition of celibacy in the interest of public morality. The so-called Free Thought party and the utopian social democracy coquette with the favor of the centre. The modern state that would lift not only the material but the moral life of its people to a higher level is entitled, and indeed bound, to sweep away such unworthy and harmful conditions. The obligatory celibacy of the Catholic clergy is as pernicious and immoral as the practice of auricular confession or the sale of indulgences. All 3 have nothing whatever to do with primitive Christianity. All 3 are directly opposed to true Christian morality. All 3 are disreputable inventions of the papacy, designed for the sole purpose of strengthening its despotic rule over the credulous masses and making as much material profit as possible out of them. The nemesis of history will, sooner or later, exact a terrible account of the Roman papacy, and the millions who have been robbed of their happiness by this degenerate religion will help to give it its death blow in the coming 20th century, at least in every truly civilized state. It has been recently calculated that the number of men who lost their lives in the papal persecutions of heretics, the Inquisition, the Christian religious wars, etc., is much more than 10 millions. But what is this in comparison with the tenfold greater number of the unfortunate moral victims of the institutions and the priestly domination of the degenerate Christian Church, with the unnumbered millions whose higher mental life was extinguished, whose conscience was tortured, whose family life was destroyed by the Church? We may with truth apply the words of Goethe in his Bride of Corinth: "Victims fall, nor lambs nor bulls, but human victims numberless." In the great Kulturkampf, which must go on as long as these sad conditions exist, the first aim must be the absolute separation of church and state. There shall be a free church in a free state; that is, every church shall be free in the practice of its special worship and ceremonies, and in the construction of its fantastic poetry and superstitious dogmas, with the sole condition that they contain no danger to social order or morality. Then there will be equal rights for all. Free societies and monistic religious bodies shall be equally tolerated, and just as free in their movements as liberal Protestant and orthodox ultramontane congregations. But for all these faithful, of the most diverse sects, religion will have to be a private concern. The state shall supervise them and prevent excesses, but it must neither oppress nor support them. Above all, the ratepayers shall not be compelled to contribute to the support and spread of a faith which they honestly believe to be a harmful superstition. In the United States, such a complete separation of church and state has been long accomplished, greatly to the satisfaction of all parties. They have also the equally important separation of the church from the school. That is undoubtedly a powerful element in the great advance which science and culture have recently made in America. It goes without saying that this exclusion of the church from the school only refers to its sectarian principles, the particular form of belief which each church has evolved in the course of its life. This sectarian education is purely a private concern, and should be left to parents and tutors, or to such priests or teachers as may have the personal confidence of the parents. Instead of the rejected sectarian instruction, two important branches of education will be introduced: monistic or humanist ethics and comparative religion. During the last 30 years, an extensive literature has appeared dealing with the new system of ethics, which has been raised on the basis of modern science, especially evolutionary science. Comparative religion will be a natural companion to the actual elementary instruction in biblical history and in the mythology of Greece and Rome. Both of these will remain in the curriculum. The reason for that is obvious enough. The whole of our painting and sculpture, the chief branches of monistic aesthetics, are intimately blended with the Christian, Greek, and Roman mythologies. There will only be this important difference, that the Christian myths and legends will not be taught as truths, but as poetic fancies, like the Greek and Roman myths. The high value of the ethical and aesthetical material they contain will not be lessened, but increased by this means. As regards the Bible, the Book of Books will only be given to the children in carefully selected extracts, a sort of school Bible. In this way we shall avoid the besmirching of the child's imagination with the unclean stories and passages which are so numerous in the Old Testament. Once the modern state has freed itself and its schools from the fetters of the Church, it will be able to devote more attention to the improvement of education. The incalculable value of a good system of education has forced itself more and more upon us as the many aspects of modern civilized life have been enlarged and enriched in the course of the century. But the development of the educational methods has by no means kept pace with life in general. The necessity for a comprehensive reform of our schools is making itself felt more and more. On this question, too, a number of valuable works have appeared in the course of the last 40 years. We shall restrict ourselves to making a few general observations which we think of special importance. 1. In all education up to the present time, man has played the chief part, and especially the grammatical study of his language. The study of nature was entirely neglected. 2. In the school of the future, nature will be the chief object of the study. A man shall learn a correct view of the world he lives in. He will not be made to stand outside of and opposed to nature, but be represented as its highest and noblest product. 3. The study of the classical tongues, Latin and Greek, which has hitherto absorbed most of the pupil's time and energy, is indeed valuable, but it will be much restricted and confined to the mere elements, obligatory for Latin, optional for Greek. 4. In consequence, modern languages must be all the more cultivated in all the higher schools. English and French to be obligatory, Italian optional. 5. Historical instruction must pay more attention to the inner mental and spiritual life of a nation and to the development of its civilization, and less to its external history, the vicissitudes of dynasties, wars, and so forth. 6. The elements of evolutionary science must be learned in conjunction with cosmology. Geology must go with geography, and anthropology with biology. 7. The first principles of biology must be familiar to every educated man. The modern training in observation furnishes an attractive introduction to the biological sciences, anthropology, zoology, and botany. A start must be made with descriptive system, in conjunction with etiology or bionomy. The elements of anatomy and physiology to be added later on. 8. The first principles of physics and chemistry must also be taught, and their exact establishment with the aid of mathematics. 9. Every pupil must be taught to draw well, and from nature, and wherever it is possible, the use of watercolors. The execution of drawings and of watercolor sketches from nature, of flowers, animals, landscapes, clouds, etc., not only excites interest in nature and helps memory to enjoy objects, but it gives the pupil his first lesson in seeing correctly and understanding what he has seen. 10. Much more care and time must be devoted than has been done hitherto to corporal exercise, to gymnastics and swimming. But it is especially important to have walks in common every week, and journeys on foot during the holidays. the lesson in observation which they obtain in this way is invaluable. The chief aim of higher education up to the present time in most countries has been a preparation for the subsequent profession, and the acquisition of a certain amount of information and direction for civic duties. The school of the 20th century will have for its main object the formation of independent thought, the clear understanding of the knowledge acquired, and an insight into the natural connection of phenomena. If the modern state gives every citizen a vote, it should also give him the means of developing his reason by a proper education, in order to make a rational use of his vote for the commonweal. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of the Riddle of the Universe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Riddle of the Universe by Ernst Haeckel. Translated by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 20. Solution of the World Problems. A glance at the progress of the 19th century in solving cosmic problems. 1. Progress of astronomy and cosmology. Physical and chemical unity of the universe. Cosmic metamorphoses. Evolution of the planetary system. Analogy of the phylogenetic processes on the Earth and on other planets. Organic inhabitants of other heavenly bodies. Periodic variation in the making of worlds. 2. Progress of geology and paleontology. Neptunism and volcanism. Theory of continuity. 3. Progress of physics and chemistry. 4. Progress of biology. Cellular theory and theory of descent. 5. Anthropology. Origin of man. General conclusion. At the close of our philosophic study of the riddles of the universe, we turn with confidence to the answer to the momentous question, how nearly have we approached to a solution of them? What is the value of the immense progress which the passing 19th century has made in the knowledge of nature? And what prospect does it open out to us for the future, for the further development of our system in the 20th century, at the threshold of which we pause? Every unprejudiced thinker who impartially considers the solid progress of our empirical science, and the unity and clearness of our philosophic interpretation of it, will share our view. The 19th century has made greater progress in knowledge of the world and in grasp of its nature than all its predecessors. It has solved many great problems that seemed insoluble 100 years ago. It has opened out to us new provinces of learning, the very existence of which was unsuspected at the beginning of the century. Above all, it has put clearly before our eyes the lofty aim of monistic cosmology, and has pointed out the path which alone will lead us toward it, the way of the exact empirical investigation of facts, and of the critical genetic study of their causes. The great abstract law of mechanical causality, of which our cosmological law, the law of substance, is but another and a concrete expression, now rules the entire universe as it does the mind of man. It is the steady, immovable pole star, whose clear light falls on our path through the dark labyrinth of the countless separate phenomena. To see the truth of this more clearly, let us cast a brief glance at the astonishing progress which the chief branches of science have made in this remarkable period. 1. Progress of astronomy. The study of the heavens is the oldest, the study of man the youngest of the sciences. With regard to himself and the character of his being, man only obtained a clear knowledge in the second half of the present century. With regard to the starry heavens, the motions of the planets, and so on, he had acquired astonishing information 4,500 years ago. The ancient Chinese, Hindus, Egyptians, and Chaldeans in the distant East knew more of the science of the spheres than the majority of educated Christians did in the West 4,000 years after them. An eclipse of the sun was astronomically observed in China in the year 2697 B.C., and the plane of the ecliptic was determined by means of a gnome 1100 years B.C., while Christ himself had no knowledge whatever of astronomy. Indeed, he looked out upon heaven and earth, nature and man, from the very narrowest geocentric and anthropocentric point of view. The greatest advance of astronomy is generally, and rightly, said to be the founding of the heliocentric system of Copernicus, whose famous work, De Revolutionibus Orbium Celestium, of itself caused a profound revolution in the minds of thoughtful men. In overthrowing the Ptolemaic system, he destroyed the foundation of the Christian theory, which regarded the earth as the center of the universe and man as the godlike ruler of the earth. It was natural, therefore, that the Christian clergy, with the Pope at its head, should enter upon a fierce struggle with the invaluable discovery of Copernicus. Yet it soon cleared a path for itself, when Kepler and Galileo grounded on it their true mechanics of the heavens, and Newton gave it a solid foundation by his theory of gravitation, 1686. A further great advance, comprehending the entire universe, was the application of the idea of evolution to astronomy. It was done by the youthful Kant in 1755. In his famous General Natural History and Theory of the Heavens, he undertook the discussion, not only of the constitution, but also of the mechanical origin of the whole world structure on Newtonian principles. The splendid Système du Monde of Laplace, who had independently come to the same conclusions as Kant on the world problem, gave so firm a basis to this new Mécanique Céleste in 1796 that it looked as if nothing entirely new of equal importance was left to be discovered in the 19th century. Yet here again it had the honor of opening out entirely new paths and infinitely enlarging our outlook on the universe. The invention of photography and photometry, and especially of spectral analysis, in 1860 by Bunsen and Kirchhoff, introduced physics and chemistry into astronomy and led to cosmological conclusions of the utmost importance. It was now made perfectly clear that matter is the same throughout the universe, and that its physical and chemical properties in the most distant stars do not differ from those of the earth under our feet. The monistic conviction which we thus arrived at of the physical and chemical unity of the entire cosmos is certainly one of the most valuable general truths which we owe to astrophysics, the new branch of astronomy which is honorably associated with the name of Friedrich Zollner. Not less important is the clear knowledge we have obtained that the same laws of mechanical development that we have on the earth rule throughout the infinite universe. A vast, all-embracing metamorphosis goes on continuously in all parts of the universe, just as it is found in the geological history of the earth. It can be traced in the evolution of its living inhabitants as surely as in the history of peoples or in the life of each human individual. In one part of space we perceive, with the aid of our best telescopes, vast nebulae of glowing, infinitely attenuated gas. We see in them the embryos of heavenly bodies, billions of miles away, in the first stage of their development. In some of these stellar embryos, the chemical elements do not seem to be differentiated yet, but still buried in the homogeneous primitive matter, prothyl, at an enormous temperature, calculated to run into millions of degrees. It is possible that the original basic substance, vide page 229, is not yet divided into ponderable and imponderable matter. In other parts of space we find stars that have cooled down into glowing fluid, and yet others that are cold and rigid. We can tell their stage of evolution approximately by their color. We find stars that are surrounded with rings and moons like Saturn, and we recognize in the luminous ring of the nebula the embryo of a new moon, which has detached itself from the mother planet, just as the planet was released from the sun. Many of the stars, the light of which has taken thousands of years to reach us, are certainly suns like our own mother sun, and are girt about with planets and moons, just as in our own solar system. We are justified in supposing that thousands of these planets are in a similar stage of development to that of our Earth. That is, they have arrived at a period when the temperature at the surface lies between the freezing and boiling point of water, and so permits the existence of water in its liquid condition. That makes it possible that carbon has entered into the same complex combinations on those planets as it has done on our Earth, and that from its nitrogenous compounds protoplasm has been evolved, that wonderful substance which alone, as far as our knowledge goes, is the possessor of organic life. The Monera, for instance, Chromatia and bacteria, which consist only of this primitive protoplasm, and which arise by spontaneous generation from these inorganic nitrocarbonates, may thus have entered upon the same course of evolution on many other planets as on our own. First of all, living cells of the simplest character would be formed from their homogeneous protoplasmic body by the separation of an inner nucleus from the outer cell body, cytostoma. Further, the analogy that we find in the life of all cells, whether plasmodomous plant cells or plasmaphagous animal cells, justifies the inference that the further course of organic evolution on these other planets has been analogous to that of our own Earth, always, of course, given the same limits of temperature which permit water in a liquid form. In the glowing liquid bodies of the stars, where water can only exist in the form of steam, and on the cold extinct suns, where it can only be in the shape of ice, such organic life as we know is impossible. The similarity of phylogeny, or the analogy of organic evolution, which we may thus assume in many stars which are at the same stage of biogenetic development, naturally opens out a wide field of brilliant speculation to the constructive imagination. A favorite subject for such speculation has long been the question whether there are men, or living beings like ourselves, perhaps much more highly developed, in other planets. Among the many works which have sought to answer the question, those of Camille Flammarion, the Parisian astronomer, have recently been extremely popular. They are equally distinguished by exuberant imagination and brilliant style, and by a deplorable lack of critical judgment and biological knowledge. We may condense in the following thesis the present condition of our knowledge on the subject. 1. It is very probable that a similar biogenetic process to that of our own Earth is taking place on some of the other planets of our solar system, Mars and Venus, and on many planets of other solar systems. First, simple monera are formed by spontaneous generation, and from these arise unicellular protists. First plasmadomous primitive plants, and then plasmaphagous primitive animals. 2. It is very probable that from these unicellular protists arise, in the further course of evolution, first social cell communities, cynobia, and subsequently tissue-forming plants and animals, metaphyta and metazoa. 3. It is also very probable that thallophyta, algae and fungi, were the first to appear in the plant kingdom, then diaphyta, mosses and ferns, finally anthophyta, gymnosperm and angiosperm flowering plants. 4. It is equally probable that the biogenetic process took a similar course in the animal kingdom, that from the blastiads, catallacta, first gastraeads were formed, and from these lower animal forms, coelenteria, higher organisms, coelomaria, were afterwards evolved. 5. On the other hand, it is very questionable whether the different stems of these higher animals, and those of the higher plants as well, run through the same course of development on other planets as on our Earth. 6. In particular, it is wholly uncertain whether there are vertebrates on other planets, and whether, in the course of their phyletic development, taking millions of years, mammals are formed as on Earth, reaching their highest point in the formation of man. In such an event, millions of changes would have to be just the same in both cases. 7. It is much more probable, on the contrary, that other planets have produced other types of the higher plants and animals which are unknown on our Earth. Perhaps from some higher animal stem which is superior to the vertebrate in formation, higher beings have arisen who far transcend us earthly men in intelligence. 8. The possibility of our ever entering into direct communication with such inhabitants of other planets seems to be excluded by the immense distance of our Earth from the other heavenly bodies, and the absence of the requisite atmosphere in the intervening space, which contains only ether. But while many of the stars are probably in a similar stage of biogenetic development to that of our Earth, for the last 100 million years at least, others have advanced far beyond this stage, and, in their planetary old age, are hastening towards their end, the same end that inevitably awaits our own globe. The radiation of heat into space gradually lowers the temperature until all the water is turned into ice. That is the end of all organic life. The substance of the rotating mass contracts more and more. The rapidity of its motion gradually falls off. The orbits of the planets and of their moons grow narrower. At length the moons fall upon the planets, and the planets are drawn into the sun that gave them birth. The collision again produces an enormous quantity of heat. The pulverized mass of the colliding bodies is distributed freely through infinite space, and the eternal drama of sun-birth begins afresh. The sublime picture which modern astrophysics thus unveils before the mind's eye shows us an eternal birth and death of countless heavenly bodies, a periodic change from one to the other of the different cosmogenetic conditions which we observe side by side in the universe. While the embryo of a new world is being formed from a nebula in one corner of the vast stage of the universe, another has already condensed into a rotating sphere of liquid fire in some far distant spot. A third has already cast off rings at its equator, which round themselves into planets. A fourth has become a vast sun, whose planets have formed a secondary retinue of moons, and so on. And between them are floating about in space myriads of smaller bodies, meteorites, or shooting stars, which cross and recross the paths of the planets apparently like lawless vagabonds, and of which a great number fall on to the planets every day. Thus there is a continuous but slow change in the velocities and the orbits of the revolving spheres. The frozen moons fall onto the planets onto their suns. Two distant suns, perhaps already stark and cold, rush together with inconceivable force and melt away into nebulous clouds. And such prodigious heat is generated by the collision that the nebula is once more raised to incandescence, and the old drama begins again. Yet in this perpetual motion, the infinite substance of the universe, the sum total of its matter and energy, remains eternally unchanged, and we have an eternal repetition in infinite time of the periodic dance of the worlds, the metamorphosis of the cosmos that ever returns to its starting point. Over all rules the law of substance. 2. Progress of geology. The earth and its origin were much later than the heavens in becoming the object of scientific investigation. The numerous ancient and modern cosmogonies do, indeed, profess to give us as good an insight into the origin of the earth as into that of the heavens, but the mythological raiment in which all alike are clothed betrays their origin in poetic fancy. Among the countless legends of creation which we find in the history of religions and of thought, there is one that soon took precedence of all the rest: the Mosaic story of creation as told in the first book of the Hexateuch. It did not exist in its present form until long after the death of Moses, probably not until 800 years afterwards. But its sources are much older, and are to be found for the most part in Assyrian, Babylonian, and Hindu legends. This Hebrew legend of creation obtained its great influence through its adoption into the Christian faith and its consecration as the Word of God. Greek philosophers had already 500 years before Christ explained the natural origin of the earth in the same way as that of other cosmic bodies. Xenophanes of Colophon had even recognized the true character of the fossils which were afterwards to prove of such moment. The great painter Leonardo da Vinci of the 15th century also explained the fossils as the petrified remains of animals which had lived in earlier periods of the earth's history. But the authority of the Bible, especially the myth of the deluge, prevented any further progress in this direction, and ensured the triumph of the Mosaic legend until about the middle of the last century. It survives even at the present day among Orthodox theologians. However, in the second half of the 18th century, scientific inquiry into the structure of the crust of the earth set to work independently of the Mosaic story, and it soon led to certain conclusions as to the origin of the earth. The founder of geology, Werner of Freiberg, thought that all the rocks were formed in water, while Voigt and Hutton, 1788, rightly contended that only the stratified fossil-bearing rocks had had an aquatic origin, and that the volcanic or plutonic mountain ranges had been formed by the cooling down of molten matter. The heated conflict of these Neptunian and Plutonic schools was still going on during the first 3 decades of the present century. It was only settled when Karl Hoff, 1822, established the principle of actualism, and Sir Charles Lyell applied it with signal success to the entire natural evolution of the earth. The Principles of Geology of Lyell, 1830, secured the full recognition of the supremely important theory of continuity in the formation of the earth's crust, as opposed to the catastrophic theory of Cuvier. Footnote: Confer The Natural History of Creation, chapters 3, 6, 15, and 16. Paleontology, which had been founded by Cuvier's work on fossil bones, 1812, was of the greatest service to geology. By the middle of the present century, it had advanced so far that the chief periods in the history of the earth and its inhabitants could be established. The comparatively thin crust of the earth was now recognized with certainty to be the hard surface formed by the cooling of an incandescent fluid planet, which still continues its slow, unbroken course of refrigeration and condensation. The crumpling of the stiffened crust, the reaction of the molten fiery contents on the cool surface, and especially the unceasing geological action of water, are the natural causes which are daily at work in the secular formation of the crust of the earth and its mountains. To the brilliant progress of modern geology we owe 3 extremely important results of general import. In the first place, it has excluded from the story of the earth all questions of miracle, all questions of supernatural agencies in the building of the mountains and the shaping of the continents. In the second place, our idea of the length of the vast period of time which had been absorbed in their formation has been considerably enlarged. We now know that the huge mountains of the Paleozoic, Mesozoic, and Cenozoic formations have taken, not thousands, but millions of years in their growth. In the third place, we now know that all the countless fossils that are found in those formations are not sports of nature, as was believed 150 years ago, but the petrified remains of organisms that lived in earlier periods of the Earth's history, and arose by gradual transformation from a long series of ancestors. 3. Progress of physics and chemistry. The many important discoveries which these fundamental sciences have made during the 19th century are so well known, and their practical application in every branch of modern life is so obvious, that we need not discuss them in detail here. In particular, the application of steam and electricity has given to our 19th century its characteristic machinist stamp. But the colossal progress of inorganic and organic chemistry is not less important. All branches of modern civilization, medicine and technology, industry and agriculture, mining and forestry, land and water transport, have been so much improved in the course of the century, especially in the second half, that our ancestors of the 18th century would find themselves in a new world could they return. But more valuable and important still is the great theoretical expansion of our knowledge of nature, which we owe to the establishment of the law of substance. Once Lavoisier, 1789, had established the law of the persistence of matter, and Dalton, 1808, had founded his new atomic theory with its assistance, a way was open to modern chemistry along which it has advanced with a rapidity and success beyond all anticipation. The same must be said of physics in respect of the law of the conservation of energy. Its discovery by Robert Moyer, 1842, and Hermann Helmholtz, 1847, inaugurated for this science also a new epoch of the most fruitful development, for it put physics in a position to grasp the universal unity of the forces of nature and the eternal play of natural processes, in which one force may be converted into another at any moment. 4. Progress of biology. The great discoveries which astronomy and geology have made during the 19th century, and which are of extreme importance to our whole system, are, nevertheless, far surpassed by those of biology. Indeed, we may say that the greater part of the many branches which this comprehensive science of organic life has recently produced have seen the light in the course of the present century. As we saw in the first section, during the century all branches of anatomy and physiology, botany and zoology, ontogeny and phylogeny, have been so marvelously enriched by countless discoveries that the present condition of biological science is immeasurably superior to its condition 100 years ago. That applies first of all, quantitatively, to the colossal growth of our positive information in all those provinces and their several parts. But it applies with even greater force, qualitatively, to the deepening of our comprehension of biological phenomena and our knowledge of their efficient causes. In this Charles Darwin, 1859, takes the palm of victory. By his theory of selection, he has solved the great problem of organic creation, of the natural origin of the countless forms of life by gradual transformation. It is true that Lamarck had recognized 50 years earlier that the mode of this transformation lay in the reciprocal action of heredity and adaptation. However, Lamarck was hampered by his lack of the principle of selection, and of that deeper insight into the true nature of organization, which was only rendered possible after the founding of the theory of evolution and the cellular theory. when we collated the results of these and other disciplines, and found the key to their harmonious interpretation in the ancestral development of living beings, we succeeded in establishing the monistic biology, the principles of which I have endeavored to lay down securely in my General Morphology. 5. Progress of Anthropology. In a certain sense, the true science of man, rational anthropology, takes precedence of every other science. The saying of the ancient sage, "Man, know thyself," and that other famous maxim, "Man is the measure of all things," have been accepted and applied from all time, and yet this science, taking it in its widest sense, has languished longer than all other sciences in the fetters of tradition and superstition. We saw in the first section how slowly and how late the science of the human organism was developed. One of its chief branches, embryology, was not firmly established until 1828 by Baer, and another of equal importance, the cellular theory, until 1838 by Schwann. And it was even later still when the answer was given to the question of all questions, the great riddle of the origin of man. Although Lamarck had pointed out the only path to a correct solution of it in 1809, and had affirmed the descent of man from the ape, it fell to Darwin to establish the affirmation securely 50 years afterwards, and to Huxley to collect the most important proofs of it in 1863, in his Place of Man in Nature. I have myself made the first attempt, in my Anthropogeny, 1874, to present in their historical connection the entire series of ancestors through which our race has been slowly evolved from the animal kingdom in the course of many millions of years. Conclusion. The number of world riddles has been continually diminishing in the course of the 19th century through the aforesaid progress of a true knowledge of nature. Only one comprehensive riddle of the universe now remains, the problem of substance. What is the real character of this mighty world wonder that the realistic scientist calls nature or the universe, the idealist philosopher calls substance or the cosmos, the pious believer calls creator or God? Can we affirm today that the marvelous progress of modern cosmology has solved this problem of substance, or at least that it has brought us nearer to the solution? The answer to this final question naturally varies considerably according to the standpoint of the philosophic inquirer and his empirical acquaintance with the real world. We grant at once that the innermost character of nature is just as little understood by us as it was by Anaximander and Empedocles 2400 years ago, by Spinoza and Newton 200 years ago, and by Kant and Goethe 100 years ago. We must even grant that this essence of substance becomes more mysterious and enigmatic the deeper we penetrate into the knowledge of its attributes, matter and energy, and the more thoroughly we study its countless phenomenal forms and their evolution. We do not know the thing in itself that lies behind these knowable phenomena. But why trouble about this enigmatic thing in itself when we have no means of investigating it, when we do not even clearly know whether it exists or not? Let us then leave the fruitless brooding over this ideal phantom to the pure metaphysician, and let us instead, as real physicists, rejoice in the immense progress which has been actually made by our monistic philosophy of nature. Towering above all the achievements and discoveries of the century, we have the great, comprehensive law of substance, the fundamental law of the constancy of matter and force. The fact that substance is everywhere subject to eternal movement and transformation gives it the character also of the universal law of evolution. As this supreme law has been firmly established, and all others are subordinate to it, we arrive at a conviction of the universal unity of nature and the eternal validity of its laws. From the gloomy problem of substance, we have evolved the clear law of substance. The monism of the cosmos which we establish thereon proclaims the absolute dominion of the great eternal iron laws throughout the universe. It thus shatters at the same time the three central dogmas of the dualistic philosophy: the personality of God, the immortality of the soul, and the freedom of the will. Many of us certainly view with sharp regret, or even with a profound sorrow, the death of the gods that were so much to our parents and ancestors. We must console ourselves in the words of the poet: "The times are changed, old systems fall, and new life o'er their ruins dawns." The older view of idealistic dualism is breaking up with all its mystic and anthropistic dogmas, but upon the vast field of ruins rises, majestic and brilliant, the new sun of our realistic monism, which reveals to us the wonderful temple of nature in all its beauty. In the sincere cult of the true, the good, and the beautiful, which is the heart of our new monistic religion, we find ample compensation for the anthropistic ideals of God, freedom, and immortality which we have lost. Throughout this discussion of the riddles of the universe, I have clearly defined my consistent monistic position and its opposition to the still prevalent dualistic theory. In this I am supported by the agreement of nearly all modern scientists who have the courage to accept a rounded philosophical system. I must not, however, take leave of my readers without pointing out in a conciliatory way that this strenuous opposition may be toned down to a certain degree on clear and logical reflection, may indeed even be converted into a friendly harmony. In a thoroughly logical mind, applying the highest principles with equal force in the entire field of the cosmos, in both organic and inorganic nature, the antithetical positions of theism and pantheism, vitalism and mechanism, approach until they touch each other. Unfortunately, consecutive thought is a rare phenomenon in nature. The great majority of philosophers are content to grasp with the right hand the pure knowledge that is built on experience, but they will not part with the mystic faith based on revelation, to which they cling with the left. The best type of this contradictory dualism is the conflict of pure and practical reason in the critical philosophy of the most famous of modern thinkers, Immanuel Kant. On the other hand, the number is always small of the thinkers who will boldly reject dualism and embrace pure monism. That is equally true of consistent idealists and theists, and of logical realists and pantheists. However, the reconciliation of these apparent antitheses, and consequently the advance toward the solution of the fundamental riddle of the universe, is brought nearer to us every year in the ever increasing growth of our knowledge of nature. We may therefore express a hope that the approaching 20th century will complete the task of resolving the antitheses, and, by the construction of a system of pure monism, spread far and wide the long-desired unity of world conception. Germany's greatest thinker and poet, whose 150th anniversary will soon be upon us, Wolfgang Goethe, gave this philosophy of unity a perfect poetic expression at the very beginning of the century in his immortal poems Faust, Prometheus, and God and the World. By eternal laws of iron ruled must all fulfill the cycle of their destiny. End of chapter 20. End of The Riddle of the Universe by Ernst Haeckel, translated by Joseph McCabe.